Yo. Come on. Oh, yeah. One. Do it. Come on.
Gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Bull Battlegrounds StarCraft 2 Grand Finals. We're here in Washington, D.C. to finish up the 2015 circuit. I'm Nathanius. Joining me is Greetorp and Vibe. How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. Cannot wait for some amazing games to be played.
I'm doing good as well, man.
echo what Andre just said. I'm excited for some amazing games.
That's right. We have so much action coming up today. The finals for the Legacy of the Void Archon Mode tournament. We've had a lot of great games all year long. There's going to be so much to follow. And the first thing I want to say, guys, make sure you stay in touch with us throughout the entirety of today's events. We're going to be running our polls again. You'll be able to choose. In fact, I think even right now you can go vote at redbull.com/go vote for who you think is going to win today's finals. We're always looking to see what you guys have to say, and you know, we've had some people be very good with these polls so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, Topher D, but overall, there's been a lot of competition throughout the entire season. This has been going on for quite a long time. We've been doing Red Bull Battlegrounds for really 3 months, non-stop, back-to-back weeks.
That's right. There's 4 teams coming to compete here in this Archon Mode tournament, playing out in a double elimination bracket. As you can see, there's a lot of money at stake. We're going to have best of 5s for our upper bracket. So if you don't lose a single match, you're going to play best of 5s a whole way through. The teams that drop down into the lower bracket will play best of 3s with their life on the line. And we'll finish up the grand finals with the winning team from the upper bracket only needing to win a single best of 5, and the lower team will need to win that best of 5 as well as a best of 3. So there is an advantage for staying on top. Every team has essentially 2 lives for this finals format.
And you can see that prize pool, $15,000 for first place, a total of $30,000 distributed among the top 4 teams. And not only that, these 4 teams, you know, we always look at StarCraft and we say it's a 1v1 game, and that hasn't changed. But the scope, I think, of how these players are able to manage their bases has definitely changed Archon Mode tournaments.
Yeah, we're going to have basically what looks like a 1v1, but 4 players competing, 2 of them working together. Vibe, as a pro gamer, this opens up new opportunities all around the world.
I know, man. You got to tell me about it. I mean, you got 2 guys now controlling 1 base, twice the capability. What one guy could not do before, now the other guy can, you know, fill in for him, be like, all right, you're gonna macro, I'm gonna micro, I'm gonna make this unit 10 times more efficient than it ever would have been before.
And we've seen players really take this to the next level. And we can start to talk a little bit more about our competitors today. The first qualifying team that made it here, Masa and Violet. Greetorp, these guys showed up to play at the Battlegrounds Toronto. They didn't even have teammates yet.
I mean, they're powerhouses. They have so much synergy together, and we also saw a bit of Masa synergy last week at the Red Bull Battlegrounds Pro-Am tournament. Masa actually paired up with, I think, 24 or 36 different amateur players and was able to trounce his opponents, including his opponents was Huck, who is also here at the grand finals. He finished 10-1. That's out of 11 series. He was absolutely phenomenal. This kid definitely has the capabilities of going far.
Yeah, and of all the teams here, being the first to qualify, Vibe, how much of an advantage is that? They've been able to watch and follow all the other competitors in this tournament throughout the entire summer of Battlegrounds events.
Yeah, well, it gives them a lot of time to prepare and just see how their opponents play. And one thing that's really cool about Masa and Violet, and they've been talking about this a little bit, is they might be like, you know what, they're really good against Terran. We might be going Zerg against them.
Yeah, very interesting to see, of course, as Violet being a professional Zerg player, and that really brings up the dynamic range of how much these guys want to move forward with this tournament structure. And then the next couple of teams we have qualified from our Santa Monica playoffs, which took place at the end of August. Dong, Rigu, and True come into this tournament not as players that we've seen so much in the Battlegrounds prior, but really strong, powerful 1v1 players, Greetorp.
I don't think really anybody pegged DRG and True to be the absolute beast that they are now, but we saw in Santa Monica playoffs, the first game, they're like, okay, let's try to see if they're mortal or human and stuff. Normally these guys are very manageable. No, they trounced their competition, and then after that, nobody picked DRG and True. They looked just way too strong for any of the teams to play. Because of that, they still have a lot to show. They have a lot of builds that maybe they've hid. They have a lot of really interesting strategies that they can pull out of their hat.
Yeah, they carried a lot of short series through. They didn't really have too much trouble. You know, how much of a skill would you say it is for these teams to adjust with all the patches that have also been coming in as the beta's been in development throughout the entire course of this tournament?
Oh, I mean, it's like an ever-changing evolution of things you have to always take into account. The units that are maybe the main unit you base a build around gets completely changed, and now you got to rethink everything. So it's really cool to see what new strategies people bring out at these events.
Yeah, watching mechanical beasts like DRG and True come in has been awesome. And as you said, nobody wanted to pick them at the Santa Monica playoffs. And then we look at a little more loudmouth teams, MC and Huck, both with history in themselves playing in Battlegrounds throughout the course of the last few years.
So I think MC and Huck were picked because they were so loudmouth at the playoffs, but they were able to put the power behind their punch every single time. They actually were one of the few teams that were able to beat DRG and True, and that is something that was really, really crazy. Obviously, it could definitely affect how the matchups are going to be played today, but overall, these two players talk about how they are able to utilize Archon Mode to the fullest. We saw, as you were talking about one player micros, one player macros, these two are just gods at specific execution, knowing how to control their units optimally, knowing how to get that little ounce of efficiency out. And from that, if they don't have to worry about, their economy and just focus on being perfect, they're going to have a great shot at winning this tournament.
Yeah, they showed a lot of variety in their build orders, their strategies, and their smack talk going into the Santa Monica playoffs. It's paid off. They've made it here to the finals. As the only Protoss team, I got to ask Vibe, when it comes to this, does that make them a bigger target? Does that give them an edge to come in so cocky?
I don't know. I feel like it does give them an edge. I mean, it might other teams might take them more seriously than they could have otherwise. I mean, it might make them feared, I guess, among the other competitors.
All right. And, now we, of course, have to talk about the champion from last year, Bomber, who only just a few weeks ago revealed who his partner would be in MMA. I mean, these guys both played in the global finals at BlizzCon last year for WCS. They've been top-tier players throughout all of StarCraft 2. What happens when we put them together, Greetorp?
I mean, they're reigning kings. You mentioned it perfectly. The problem is, we just don't know. They're huge enigmas. Now, we can assume that they're going to be monsters. We can assume that they're going to be on their toes and they're going to be ready for anything that comes. But if we're talking about, how much does, Masa and Violet get an advantage from seeing everything? These two players here are going to be able to, MMA and Bomber, are going to be able to see everything, literally everything, and they can make the perfect surprises against their opponents.
Yeah, I really think going into this tournament, everybody here, you have to look at Bomber. He had the title last year of Battlegrounds champion, and he did it in such an awesome fashion, really showing that he was still, even though we're getting so close towards what could be seen as the end of his career, that military service is looming. Does Bomber still have what it takes with someone like MMA backing him up to claim another Battlegrounds championship?
I think Bomber's always had what it takes, man. The guy always comes out and puts the most amazing performance on every single time. And MMA is just the same. They both are extremely good competitors, two of the best Terrans in the world ever since StarCraft 2 has been around. They're both big forces to be reckoned with in this tournament.
Yeah, very excited to see how these guys shape up as we get ready to go into the grand finals. And we can talk a bit about the matchups. So we're going to kick off the first series of the grand finals. This is going to be a Terran versus Protoss. I think they're going up against MC and Huck. How do you guys like this matchup? Does anything jump out to you when you see these two teams go up against each other? The
big thing that jumps out to me is how good MC and Huck deal with Terran. I feel like it's really up to the Terran to really figure that out, and because they could have seen plenty of it in the last playoffs. Figure it out, try to figure out a way not to die, because if you don't figure something out and figure it out fast, you're going to lose to MC and Huck.
Yeah, talk about two of the most abusive players by themselves.
Yeah.
Now you group them together and they just get a whole new plethora of different build orders and different styles to actually be in your face and put the pressure on. But we have home court advantage for Bomber. This guy is the reigning supreme king over here at Red Bull.
I think that's a big title that MC would want to take away, especially being a previous Battlegrounds champion himself from a few years ago. And Huck, who's had his rounds here and there but hasn't been a champion. Those guys actually tweeted this morning, like, I'm ready to be a champion again. Come check it out. And of course, that's such a cool thing to be able to follow. And the second series that we're looking at, Masa Violet versus DRG True. Those guys have shut down, DRG and True have shut down all the aggressive play that's come out of their opponents in the playoffs. What do Masa and Violet need to do to actually beat these guys?
I don't know, man. They've had a lot of time to prepare, like we were talking about before. They've seen the play styles of DRG and True. They might, have an idea, have something already set in motion for just a plan to execute against them. And I don't know. Regardless, it's going to be hard to execute because DRG and True are both insane players. So.
And I want to pose this question to you guys. if Masa and Violet never practiced before that qualifier, what happens when you give them months and months to prepare for this single best of 5? That is insane. That is crazy. We can see so many different strategies popping up out of these two. I mean, a lot of them have the capabilities to surprise and have huge upsets over the favored Koreans.
Yeah, there's so much action to look forward to today. I'm really excited to see any pocket strategies, especially with the last patch that just hit this week, that these teams have prepared against each other. And of course, as you guys have seen, we've shown a couple shots of our awesome crowd. This place is packed. We've already got the signs. Everyone seems hyped. And we hope you guys are all excited as we're going to keep the action going all day long. You can check everything out at redbullbattlegrounds.com. And we're just waiting now. We're going to be going into an all-star match to kick off the grand finals, which I'm very excited to get over towards. I do want to ask you guys, you know, as we are about to begin the show, as it were, who do you guys like the most in this tournament? What's the biggest thing we have to look out for?
Okay, I'm going to go with MC and Huck. I think a lot of people weren't expecting them to be the favorites, but I'm telling you, their style is perfect for this Archon tournament format. I feel like they have the most synergy, they have the most capabilities. They're the ones that are going to realize the potential of Archon Mode.
Well, I would have said MC and Huck because my heart's there. I love those guys. But if I was playing in this tournament, I got to say, I'd be really afraid of DRG and True. Every one of their series was so short because they smashed everybody. Imagine what they're going to do in a macro game and what they're capable of.
All right, well, we are going to go now to kick off the action. We've got Roddy on the main stage for the All-Star match.
Thank you very much, Nate. I'm indeed standing here with the two winners of the Pro AM tournament that happened last week here in Washington, D.C. 36 community members played with and against 12 pros and personalities, and these two gentlemen, they came out on top. This is Qian, this is Shen. I'm going to ask them both a question, and then we're going to kick off our all-star match. Shen, last week in the final match, after everything was tied, this guy was your ally, you were an Archon. Now you're going up against him. Do you have some words for him?
I think it's dramatic, and I feel it's very exciting and interesting. He's my teammate last week. We are enemies this week. It's very interesting.
All right, interesting it is. Chen, I think last week the Pro AM was a very unique format, and you had the chance and opportunity to play with all these, you know, well-known pros and personalities that you normally see on stream. Talk to us about your experience, and was there anyone who really stood out, who was your favorite Archon partner?
Well, both State and Masa were really good and, you know, really nice to us, and they played really well, and it was really fun to play with them. So those two players.
All right, so State and Masa it was. Well, for now, the Expedition match, both players, since they won last week, they had the opportunity to choose any of the 8 pros or any of the casters to join them, form an Archon, and then go up against each other to truly crown, you know, the champion of the last week Pro AM tournament. Shen, who did you decide to play with today in the Expedition match?
I choose you, Rotterdam.
Me? My man. My man. All right, I can see this happen. Shen, who did you decide to go for?
I choose Nathanius.
Nathanius? All right, well, I guess that's it. Let's play some StarCraft. Total Biscuit and Todd, take it away.
Thank you very much, Rotterdam. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've just tuned in, we are live from the Fillmore in Silver Spring. My name is Total Biscuit, joined, of course, by the masterful Todd.
Man, I'm so happy to be here and to see Nate against Roddy in action, especially in an Archon Mode match like this with some players that seem pretty excited to be here as well.
You know, do you feel it's a bad idea to start the event with obviously the best match?
It could be, yeah, but at the same time, we can't know for sure that it's going to be the first match until we see them in action.
Well, I expect great things from Rotterdam and Nathanius, no doubt about that. And if they can't deliver, I'm sure they will be, of course, carried by the two players that performed so well in the recent Red Bull Pro-Am tournament. The All-Star match will, of course, be a best-of-1 to warm us up for this series, and it will be a good chance to get a little bit familiar with how exactly Archon Mode works.
Absolutely. We see Roddy here giving a few instructions to his teammates. Little does he know, these guys actually better than him at the game.
Indeed. I actually believe that at the moment he's being told to handle the probes, whereas our Pro-Am competitor will be dealing with the rest.
Actually, I wonder, because there is the Roddy Micro and there is the Roddy builds. Which is it here for Roddy to handle?
That is a great question. Will he be the grand strategist? Will he be creative in this particular event? Or will, of course, he fall to the might of Nathanius' Archon over there, who will, I presume, be playing Terran?
Nathanius looks like he's running for Congress or something.
Nathanius looks like he's installing Hearthstone at the moment, so hopefully he's ready. I know he was practicing in the green room, although maybe Face Hunter won't help you in the Archon mode today.
I'm assuming it's going to be a Protoss versus Terran here, which is going to be a good warm-up for our first match later on in the real tournament, so to speak.
For me, this is the main event. This is the real tournament right here, there's no doubt. As you can see, Nathanius appears to be channeling some dark forces as his eyes roll back there. Honestly, I think he's going to need it against the Protoss opponent here. Now, Nathanius has had a little bit of an opportunity to play some Legacy of the Void. Obviously, you've seen him on stream, and you've seen him perform. How would you rate him at the moment in Legacy of the Void as Terran?
Wow, I did not expect that to be as... I don't want to be too harsh. He's good.
Be generous.
He's good.
He's good.
He has his moments, you know, when he's not losing and cursing and being negative. He has a few games here and there where he actually does well.
So your analysis goes something on the lines of, when he's not losing, he can be winning.
Yes, that's pretty much it.
That's a very useful talent to have, so I'm told. And of course, Rotterdam, as you mentioned before, very creative with his builds, and when he's got a new toy box to play with, we just don't know what he's going to come out with.
Yeah, I feel like Nathanias is probably ahead of Roddy in terms of knowing the meta a little bit better right now in Legacy of the Void. But Roddy, he's the people's champ. Look at how good he looks. He wins at everything he does. He's good at casting. He wins poker tournaments. There is nothing this guy can't do.
Well, I mean, the poker tournament did seem like a little bit of a fluke. As far as I'm aware, in the finals, he did end up against someone that didn't really know what they were doing. So I think we can't really judge his performance based on that.
I knew you were going to say something
It was
like
going to happen, whether you liked it or not. Second's still good. No?
Yeah.
It's okay.
The fact that, you know, these guys, they haven't played together before here in terms of playing for the first time with somebody in an Archon mode match, I feel like it's going to make it very interesting to see how well they adjust on the fly, because surely you need to have some kind of reflexes, you need to have some good synergy going, and it's going to be a good opportunity to see who adjusts better here on the fly.
You need to be coordinated, there's no doubt about that, and perhaps this will come down to which of these teams manages to gel the quickest, because they really only have one shot at this.
Yeah, Roddy, in this case, he's still talking here to his teammates a little bit, trying to make sure that they're perfectly ready here before we go into this match. Look at this guy.
Oh, he looks intense, there's no doubt about that. He, on the other hand.
Nate is really happy. I don't know why. I don't think he realized what's about to happen here. Maybe he's very confident.
This for him could be the launch of a beautiful career. You just never know, Todd.
We'll see, we'll see. It's funny, actually, backstage earlier, they were talking about it a little bit. And Nate was saying, well, against Roddy, all you need to do is get ready for the Stalkers to come in. You know, the Roddy build is going to come no matter what. And then if you defend, you know that you've won the game, pretty much. But in this case, it's Legacy of the Voids. Do we see the same kind of Roddy build with an Adept, maybe? And Roddy, actually, earlier, when he heard that from Nate, he was even like, oh, yeah, you want to look at some replays with me? We'll see how safe you were in those games. So maybe a little bit of a history of success here against his good friend Nathanius.
Indeed. I mean, as Protoss at the moment, it is very easy to put the Terran under pressure, no doubt about that. And we've seen a few recent changes in the patch that inconveniently came very recently, which I have to wonder if either of these players have had too much of a chance to practice now, because it is going to affect some of the strategies going in.
Yeah, I think surely they've read, you know, the changes, and they can take them into consideration, try and make the proper adjustments to play it properly. But in this case, like I said, being a Terran versus Protoss here before we get things going with our first best of 5 Huck and MC against MMA and Bomber, it's going to be a really good preview of what the matchup can be like, unless they do something completely crazy that's unrelated to it. But
which is entirely possible with these two, there's no doubt.
I expect them to try hard, though, because whoever wins here gets bragging rights for, I guess, a lifetime, or until the next time they meet.
Yeah, I've been informed that the prize is that the loser has to call the winner senpai for the rest of the day. And it looks like the crowd is certainly heated up here, which is fantastic to see. And we will be getting on with this momentarily once everyone is ready to go. It looks like we did see our players in the lobby there. So we will be launching into this first game very, very soon. Everyone looks warmed up, everyone looks limber, and everybody sounds loud, which is exactly what we want to hear. I see a game up on the screen. This is wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Red Bull Battlegrounds. And here we have our first contestant for the day, our red Archon to the southeast position, playing Terran. It's the team of Tien and Nathanius. Versus their opponents to the northwest position here on Terraform. In the blue trunks playing Protoss, it's the team of Shen and Rotterdam.
Looks like both teams gonna be opening quite tech heavy here. Double gas for Shen and Roddy, and Nathanias and Tien opened with a gas first. So some heavy tech and probably some heavy aggression as well here going into this map, which, remember, it's a best of one here. There is no room for mistakes.
Nathanias engaging in some guerrilla marketing here, which may not necessarily be a good strategy.
That's typical Nathanias humor. He's a walking meme robot or something everywhere he goes. Yesterday we went to a restaurant, he opened his chopsticks and he said easy. He's everywhere he goes. That's what he does.
It is a problem. It's the sort of thing that I think he should go and get some professional help in regards to. Now what do we see
whichever
here?
therapist
Cybercore, okay.
Whichever therapist he'd go and see wouldn't understand a word he's saying because he only talks in memes.
Indeed, it is a little bit difficult. I imagine that in the next 5 years, Twitch TV is going to spin off to have its own little consultancy there.
They need to help guys like Nate.
Streamers Anonymous, something along those lines.
Double gas as well here for Red Archon.
Oh, interesting. Okay, and we do have that very quick factory straight on the swap in the tech lab, possible Cyclone. We may, of course, be looking as well at a potential tank drop. Although we have no starport coming up. So that Cyclone opening is absolutely what we're going to see there. First Adept out and the expansion here for the Protoss player.
Yeah, with the Twilight Council here behind it. So Shen and Roddy, they have a plan. They have a Roddy build here in preparation.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Only a single Adept coming out here. That may very well not get away if that Cyclone pops up quickly. But as soon as that Scout goes up, he actually warps right in. And we might see the Cyclone pop out and chase that down.
Yeah, not able to see too much, but the factory in itself definitely is a big tell. Not sure if they spotted the command center.
Hello. And here comes the Cyclone trying to destroy the Adept before the Ghost. And there it goes. First blood of the match.
Say hello to my little friends. Cyclone's out, and it's going to be on the hunt, heading across the map here already. We have Blink being researched now, as well as 2 additional gateways here.
Yeah.
So there is a probe hidden out on the map. I'm pretty sure that there's going to be some pretty heavy pressure being applied here from the blue Archon in this case.
I would imagine so, and Cyclones in small numbers don't deal too well with Blink Stalkers, so that could potentially be a problem. I have to wonder if the Terran player was preparing perhaps for a little bit of Adept harassment. Very, very common, very popular pressure at the moment against Terran in Legacy of the Void.
It feels as if our Red Archon here, they sort of know that's coming right now because of the way they're playing, you know, getting a third Cyclone. They already got a bunch of Marines here as well, so looks like they were getting ready to try and defend whatever was going to be thrown at them, getting a turret up in the main as well, being very, very safe against anything. If an Oracle was to fly in, they're ready as well. And in this case, the APM is actually out of control here for Terran Archon.
Absolutely. It looks like we're getting at least 500 APM from Tien and 25 from Nathanias.
I just love it, that dry humor. Fantastic TV.
All right, here we go. Stalker, aggression and pressure coming in. There's the double lock-on coming in from the Cyclones on the back, and that is one dead Mothership core.
Absolutely, and right now Shen and Roddy, they are realizing that they're in trouble. This has done nothing. It's going to be really hard for them to make it work. unless Chen and Nathanius move out of position and lose everything.
You know, I'm trying to figure out exactly why that cyclone exploded. It didn't seem that there was anything around it whatsoever. This is going to be interesting. They pulled back out of the way, and this counter push is looking potentially disastrous. Hello and goodbye to that cyclone as the natural gets pressured there.
Oh, they're going back.
Oh, indecision there. I have to wonder if there's a bit of a disconnect between our two players here as the Terran tries to decide where to go. The natural expansion taking fire will be able to get out of there for the time being, and here comes the counter pressure. Bear in mind, Mothership Core did go down, so there will not be photon overcharge here.
Yeah, so we're going to be heading into some kind of, I guess, trade here across the map from both players. There's not enough in the Terran base to defend here right now. Tank's about to come out, but it's not out just yet, and the Stalkers, they're going to do so much damage.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of dead workers very, very quickly. The tank is almost done. That cyclone takes too much fire. The warpin finishes it off, and the Marines are going to get surrounded here. This is not looking good for the Terran at all. Significant economic damage being done. There's the deployment of the tank, but it is a bunch of Blink Stalkers. They can blink right on top. The SCV's moving the buffer, and I don't know how well that one tank's going to do here.
Yeah, the Terran's Archon supply here is plummeting very rapidly. They've already lost 30 SCVs. On the other side, they've been defended, and Shen and Roddy are going to be in a fantastic position here from there.
Well, it's a good job the patch reintroduced mules, because they currently have 6 workers versus 33, which is a little bit of a disparity there for the Terran player. We'll have to see if they could somehow come back from it.
Yeah, that's going to help, but is it going to matter?
I don't think so at the moment, but never count them out. There is a Widow Mine on the way. Only a single tank, unfortunately. No vision up to the top at the moment, thanks to the dead Mothership Core, but there is an observer on the way.
I like how Shen and Roddy, they go for double forge. They're like, hey, we just killed them. What should we do?
When
Let's
you're
get some
ahead,
upgrades going.
get further ahead, you know. If you've got your opponent down to 20 supply versus 66, the obvious answer is to go double upgrades from there.
I'll remember that.
It's a good piece of advice, Todd. I know you haven't been playing too much Legacy.
Yes. And in this case, double additional factories. To be honest, if they don't attack now, here are Protoss Archon, they give a chance to the Terrans to possibly try and pull off a good comeback, but looks like they want to try and end it anyway with just the Stalkers that they've got across the map here right now.
And I think they should be able to do it. The tank was the last-ditch piece of defense here for the Terran player. 2 additional factories coming in. There's the GG. And Protoss crushes the Terran here. Perhaps setting the tone for the rest of the tournament.
So much for getting a preview of our first real match here later on. A 7-minute game here.
Well, if it goes that quickly, I will be somewhat surprised. But unfortunately, Nathanius was not able to bring it today, clearly letting down his teammate. Rotterdam, on the other hand, looking as triumphant and handsome as always.
That's pretty much it, yeah. That's Roddy for you. Like I said, this guy he can't lose. That's Roddy. He just wins at life. He's the people's champ. And in this case, did fantastic. Do you think he was microing or macroing?
I think he was asleep, actually. I do genuinely believe his teammate carried him to victory there. No problem at all.
That'd be funny, actually, if the other guy was just like doing everything. Roddy he's taking full credit. He's like smiling for the cameras. Like we were praising him, but he was just in there like coaching him.
He was intimidating his opponent, making them feel bad in the process. But that was a bit of a disaster there for the Terran Archon, unfortunately. Perhaps preparing for some adept pressure and instead getting a lot of Blink Stalkers shoved down the throat. We did see that little bit of indecision with the attempt to go for the base trade there, which was not a terrible idea considering that the Mothership Core was down. But with 3 gateways at home, it was easy enough just to warp in reinforcements.
Yeah. If they just stayed at home, I think they would have been fine here with the Cyclones and Marines that they had, our Terran Archon. But I don't know, like moving across the map like this, maybe they didn't read well enough into the amount of Stalkers that was actually being made. And in this case, they paid the price for it.
I think you might very well be right. And we will be heading down to Kevin, who will have a smirk on his face, no doubt, as he will talk to us just a little bit about the rest of the tournament.
All right, I'm here on stage with our 2 winners of the Pro AM tournament that happened last week, and of course the Expedition match that we just had. Shen, first of all, what I want to know is, how did I do?
Pretty well.
Pretty well? I lost like 1 Stalker, man.
Yeah. I have a lot of confidence about this strategy because I first see this party and city hero use it, and I train this strategy the whole summer vacation. So I think we can win when I saw this map and we choose this strategy. I think we can win.
Some people may not know this, but he plays a lot of Legacy of the Void. He's currently like ranked 16 in the Grandmaster League, so I assume you're really loving the game?
Yeah.
All right, we could see that. And Chen, I think it went wrong when you picked Nathanius.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we lost to some light pressure. We're both a little salty, so. Yeah.
Well, Terran brought us sick with it together, right? Even in dark times?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I guess so.
Well, I want to thank both of them very much for participating, not just today, but of course last week as well in the Pro AM tournament. This is going to be it for the pre-show. Stay right here, guys, because the grand finals of the Red Bull Battlegrounds 2015 start real soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the Red Bull Battlegrounds here live from Washington, D.C. Over 3 months of qualifiers have led up to this day. We opened up our season in Toronto where we had the open bracket. Anyone who showed up was able to participate. After that, we followed it up with the online qualifiers, where we had multiple Archons from all over the world compete for tickets to the offline finals in Santa Monica. And now we are here. 4 Archons remain, and today they will compete for over $30,000 in prize money. And, whoa. And of course, the title of Red Bull Battlegrounds champion. I think it's time to set up our first match. Let's not wait any longer. Experts, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the analyst desk. With me is Dan Vibe Sherlong, and of course, Nathanius. I'm so sorry, but how you feeling? You all right?
The sodium levels are pretty high right now. I just need a moment, Greetorp.
Well, while you're taking a breather, let's actually talk about the next match. It is going to be the reigning champion in MMA up against Huck and MC, a PVT that's sure to last more than 7 minutes.
It sure is. I'm pretty excited to see the Terran take the distance.
Okay, let's start with the reigning champion right now. It's going to be Bomber and MMA. These two, as we've said, we haven't seen a lot from them. But Nate, I'm going to throw it to you. What are Terran supposed to do against Protoss?
I think you're asking the wrong guy. I certainly say don't open up Cyclone thinking it'll be Adept into Stargate. I think they took the build order suggestion from the non-Roddy side of that Protoss Archon.
Well, I love that you actually talked about Adept into Cyclone or Adept into Air, because that is one of the main routes that Protoss can go. They can also go Adept into Warp Prism, Adept into Oracles. They can go Adept into Blink Stalkers, as we just saw. And this is really abusive in so many different ways. And if we're talking abusive, I mean, it has to be Huck and MC.
Yeah, Huck and MC, 2 of the most abusive players, knowing when and how to pressure with the most cost efficiency as possible that you can get. I mean, they're no strangers to the Adept. They both know how to use that unit to its maximum potential. And they're really good at mixing in Warp Prism with it. That's another air transition, which Cyclone, Nate is, you know.
You know, Cyclones would have been good against a fast Warp Prism. They would have been good against a fast Oracle. Okay, but, it's not the worst thing ever.
But I mean, the Cyclone it's a good choice. I feel to really, you know, cover your bases in terms of like what tech pass your opponent can go. But yeah, the one thing I would always be afraid of is a blink timing all over your Cyclones or something like that.
Now, Huck and MC qualified during a different time, during a different adaptation of Legacy of the Void. That was a state where Terran was really having troubles with Terran versus Protoss. Now, things have changed up. Is that going to affect them a lot here, or do you think they're going to be just fine going into the grand finals?
I mean, I feel like it's still a little untraversed territory with the whole beta going on. There's so many changes all the time, and there's always so many things that someone will see and show at an event, like the Ghost build we recently saw. So, I mean, it's up to the players to really figure something out and maybe rally forward and make a new build or figure out a new way to break the meta. But I don't know, I'm excited to see it. I'm really excited.
It's a layer of adaptation that we really haven't encountered in StarCraft 2 in the 1v1 sphere for a very, very long time. There would be some game-changing playstyles that would just completely reverse the meta, but here, I mean, we're constantly seeing it week after week after week, someone coming up with new stuff. And if there is a team to come up with new stuff, it is going to be Bomber, it is going to be MMA. These two guys have shown they can play so many different styles. MMA was pegged for a bio player for the longest time, and then he shows up with mech against Zerg and just crushes his opponent continuously. He was one of the scariest meching players, in my opinion.
I still think you got to keep in mind, you know, you have Bomber on your team, and if there's one thing that Bomber is known for, it's always been his phenomenal macro, pumping out tons and tons of Marines, and then as we saw in last year's Battlegrounds, throwing away 8 dropships worth of them and still being able to win games. So if there's one thing I expect to see here, it's that shift since that last patch that you talked about, bringing the Mule back, giving these guys the power. I'm expecting to see lots of drops, lots of aggression, and lots of bio, especially against Protoss.
You know, I did rate MC and Huck being the best team to come here, and I really do feel that. But if we're talking about the Enigma team, it's going to be Bomber and MMA. They have the most chances to surprise so many different heads this tournament and really change how Legacy of the Void is viewed. Because I have seen a lot of MMA in Legacy of the Void in the beginning. Since then, he's gone dark. We haven't heard from him much. We haven't been able to really track his play, see his styles. But I'm telling you, in the beginning of Legacy of the Void, he was a monster. He was taking games off of everyone and keeping it that way. He was not letting up at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, I feel like when you find that player who just knows how to ride the line on making a lot of economy, but also covering everything aggression-wise, not getting destroyed by anything early game and just taking it to the late game and then making you just feel helpless when you get to that point because you don't understand how they got all that stuff as quick as they did. And it's Bomber and MMA, two of the players that are here that would be definite candidates to really figure something out like that really quickly.
Yeah, a couple of those things. I mean, we've seen containment strategies kind of work a little bit over at the playoffs. We've seen different wars of attrition because you can play like that. Fighting for economy is going to be a much, much bigger part of this grouping. And on top of that, let's also talk about how there's 4 battles going on at the same time, all the time in these games. I mean, these guys are capable of having multi-pronged aggression. MC, Huck, though, they're really looking for some sort of huge win here. We talked about how Bomber, he's leaving for the military. He wants to go on his last hurrah. But MC and Huck have kind of been like winless for a little bit here. They're looking for that first place yet again.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting things when you look at this Protoss team is that in a 1v1 matchup, it's a very, very tough series to play against. But they've put so much preparation in. Huck and MC talked about this a lot before the Santa Monica playoffs, and I 100% believe that they've been really grinding at it prior to this event. I'm wondering how they'll adjust to Terrans being a bit stronger, and also if they have any other hidden strategies that they didn't show us at the Santa Monica playoffs that they could try to use, because this is such an important match, as you said, being the first match of the day. You do not want to get knocked into that lower bracket where you already have to worry about being eliminated.
Yeah, remember, $30,000 on the line. On top of that, it starts out with a best of 5, so we will be witnessing that. But as soon as you hit that lower bracket, it's a best of 3. So every single game matters so much more. You don't have that wiggle room to really mess around with strategies, feel your opponent out. No, you have to show your absolute best builds. And a lot of times you save those best builds, hoping to get to the grand finals, and then boom, you pop them out, and you do that fancy ghost play, the cloak ghost play that we saw in one of the playoff games in TVP. But it looks really good for this first match. I can't wait to find out what happens. Let's take it away with Yoann and John.
Thank you very much, Greetup, and we're very much looking forward to our first best of 5 here in the Red Bull Battlegrounds Grand Final. And it will be a PVT, a lengthy PVT series, we hope.
Yeah, the panel covered very well, the possibilities in the matchup, and especially, that opening with the Adepts into, I guess, as the Terran, you don't really know what, sadly, for them. So MMA and Bomber, they're going to have to put some serious effort into scouting, into realizing what they're up against so that they can adjust properly, set up defensively, and we'll see how well they do with this.
All right, we are in the game. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first map of the Red Bull Battlegrounds Grand Finals. Beginning here on Bridgehead, we'll introduce our Red Archon. First, hailing from South Korea, from Team Acer, he is not MMA. Nobody knows. That is, in fact, the one and only MC. There we go, wonderful. And introducing the first player from our blue Archon. He is the Red Bull Battlegrounds champion. Ladies and gentlemen, Red Bull Bomber!
We truly are about to witness here the greatness of this mode here, the Archon mode.
My.
And we're going to have some serious action because both teams have chosen to proxy something here. In this case, we have a factory already on the way here from our Terran Archon. And most likely, I think he's going to be a Stargate here across the map. So things are getting crazy here already very early on in this best of 5.
Yeah, no doubt about that. The proxy factory over to the side of the map there. Down comes the Stargate right out of the way. That's a lot of buildings on that one pylon over there.
Absolutely. MC and Huck are going to apply a lot of pressure there with some Stargate units, possibly some Stalkers on the ground as well. They're going to stay on one base, whereas Bomber and MMA, they are expanding right now. So that means that units-wise, they're not going to be doing as good, and it's going to be very hard for them. Double pylon goes down the ramp now. They're going to start realizing what's happening, but are they going to be ready? Do they even know about this?
I can't imagine that they possibly could. They obviously know that something horrible is coming their way with the double pylon down the bottom, looking for some very, very early pressure. And here we see the photon overcharge pressure from the double pylon now.
Knock, knock, who's there? It's a Mothership Core, a Zealot, and 2 pylons.
2 pylons, the most dangerous units in the game. In the meantime, of course, we saw a little bit of Widowmine harass in the mineral line, not doing a huge amount of damage. And down goes the barracks. A very nasty start here for our Terran players who are trying to push this back and are very thankful, no doubt, that the recent patch reduced the duration of that photon overcharge push.
Absolutely, but behind this, there's going to be an Oracle coming in, and with no Marines alive and the factory across the map, that's going to mean that there's nothing to properly defend against that. Even the Void Ray is starting now. FC and Huck, they are doing so much damage.
A very, very quick game 1, potentially. The amount of damage that's being done there is absolutely phenomenal. However, the Terran player pulling back to the bunker, trying to deflect the Oracle as best they can.
Yeah, the Oracle's going to head back across the map to make sure that they can defend against this, because right now, our Red Archon, our Protoss Archon, is not mining back at home. The Stalker gets surrounded.
Goes down, Stalker down as well. A defense, and it's surprisingly equal here in the worker count. And of course, the Oracle's coming back to try and stop the Widowmites. They catch one on the way. Down it goes.
Yeah, now it's going to be up for the defense. The Protoss Archon is still not mining. Both teams have taken so much damage. It's 17 walkers to 17.
There's another Widowmine. I don't think they realized that they take 2 more worker losses there. They desperately need that detection. But does the Oracle have any energy to do it?
Maybe not just yet. They need a little bit more time. The Reaper is going to hop back in there. And on Protoss Archon, their income right now is just in shambles. A Void Ray is going to walk in there.
The Void Ray moves in, tries to do some damage, picks off a Marine or 2, but is forced back. There's continual production coming in. There's a Stalker support. The SCV's pulled once again. With the Marines backing them up, the Void Ray is going dangerously low. The Stalker chase right back into the back of the base.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Both of these teams here going for crazy builds. The Reaper actually boosted earlier the Widowmine on top of these rocks. That was fantastic here. Bomber and MMA, they're really starting to pull very far ahead here because they are mining back at home. Supply-wise, they're completely taking off. And remember, they always had 2 orbitals here.
If anyone had any doubts about the Archon capabilities of the Terran team, then perhaps those have gone right out of the window. We see a very well-prepared build here from both sides, although I have to wonder if the Protoss build was based on the previous patch where Photon Overcharge would last a little longer.
Yeah, because even though they busted that front door, in the end, not quite able to finish off their opponent. The factory actually flew in there. And this Widowmine is trying to get away.
Down. Can he get one of them away? As you can see, they are marked, so Burrow will not help in this situation. They're trying desperately to scurry away. In the meantime, the Stalker being driven into the back, cornered and destroyed.
Look at the income. The income is solo right now for Protoss Archon and still being delayed even more.
Another Widowmine shot goes off, takes down another probe, and Adept driving the Marine, driving the Reaper away. In the meantime, that Oracle so dangerously low, pulls back just at the right moment.
Yeah, Bomber and MMA, they're going to be able to re-expand there, and being on 2 bases against these few probes, it's 10 probes to 24 SCVs. They're going to be in a fantastic position. There's still that one Widowmine. How is that one still there? Somehow, I guess it must have been a new one that they remade because the factory flew into the natural. Bomber and MMA, they are not slowing down.
This is extremely smart here from the Terran player, simply because how do you produce enough Oracles to both harass and deal damage to the Terran base and deal with these Widowmines? Without an observer, this becomes a nightmarish situation, and down goes yet another Widowmine that's going to lock on to the Adept. It just barely scrapes the health.
Absolutely. Our Red Archon here, the Protosses, they've been struggling in defending against this. The Oracle's going to have to wait until they can properly defend this. And now, Bomber and MMA, they're even going to spot here these proxy gateways and the Stargate, so they can even get rid of that quite easily if they want to. Starpulse is going to be on the way. Remember, they had a factory from the very start. Combat Shield started. They're just in a great position here altogether. MC and Huck are on the ropes.
Oh, locking onto the Oracle, but it gets out just in the nick of time. I think, oh, that was huge. Yeah. Just as if they didn't have enough problems. And that's the GG, ladies and gentlemen. And Bomber and MMA take the first game in our best-of-5 series.
That was insane.
That was really impressive stuff. Yeah. Like, we were thinking before the show began, what are the kind of strengths that Bomber and MMA have? How much Archon have they played together? How many builds have they managed to formulate? And a lot of us were thinking, well, you know, you've got the creativity and the high-risk style of Bomber with the speed of MMA and his crisp drop style. And you think, yeah, that could be really good in Archon. But as it turns out, it looks like they've also brought some very interesting builds. And we saw a cheesy build, perhaps, from the Protoss player, which was countered by an equally and perhaps more effective cheesy build from the Terran.
Yeah, it's such a perfect combo. If you're Bomber, I mean, with the macro that you have, all you had to do here was pick a player who's very good at attacking and making it happen in multiple places, and in this case, MMA seems like a perfect choice, and it really showed here in map number 1. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with them in the rest of the series. Or was that their one-pocket strategy, or do they have more? Well, while we set up for the next game, let's find out a little bit more about our Terran team of Bomber and MMA.
처음에 팀원을 고를 때 좀 생각이 많았는데 아무래도 연습을 하려면 팀원을 고르는 게 좋을 것 같아서 스벤우 팀원 중에서 영일이나 성원이 그리고 지훈이 중에 한 명을 고르려고 했어요. 그 중에 아무래도 성원이가 대회 경험도 제일 많고 평소에 배려심도 많고 좀 착하더라고요. 아무래도 그리고 스타일도 저랑 시너지 효과가 잘 날 것 같아서 성원이를 고르게 됐습니다.
지성이 형이 저를 고른 게 다 이유가 있다고 생각해요. 왜냐면 지성이 형의 부족한 점을 저는 채워줄 수 있으니까.
성원이를 제일 처음 만난 건 2011년 GSL 코데이 메이에서 붙게 됐는데 그때는 제가 2대0으로 이겼습니다.
처음 만난 거요? 기억 안 나는데. 네, 제가 저번 작년 블리즈컨에서 지성이 형을 만났었는데 그때 제가 3대1로 이겼어요. 이기면서 좀 안타깝더라고요. 이제 머리는 되는데 손이 안 따라주니까.
경기 준비할 때 성원이가 뭐 컨트롤을 대부분 하는데 알아서 잘 하더라고요. 뭐 그래서
지성이 형이 운영 뭐 이렇게 물량형으로 유명하다고 알려져 있는데 하는 거 보니까 부족한 부분이 있더라고요. 그래서 그럴 때 보면은 좀 내가 운영을 해야 되나라는 생각을 한 적이 있어요.
경기 준비한 데는 크게 어려움이 없었던 것 같습니다. 만약에 이번 대회를 우승하게 된다면 군단의 심장 배틀그라운드와 이제 공허의 유산 배틀그라운드 양쪽 다 우승한 거기 때문에 굉장히 저에게는 큰 의미가 있을 것 같습니다.
초기가 항상 중요하다고 생각하거든요. 이번에 공허의 유산 처음 대회인 만큼 더 많이 준비했고 팬들에게 좋은 모습 보여줄 수 있을 것 같아요.
신경 쓰이는 팀은 없습니다.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, some interesting words from Bomber and MMA there. But it didn't seem like they had too many problems as a team in the first game. Doesn't look like there's a lot of friction there. I'm interested to see what we will see from MC and Huck in the next game. We didn't really get a chance to see that crisp micro that we've seen them use up to this point that has won them several games.
Absolutely. They came into this very confident. I spoke with them earlier, and MC was telling me that he thinks that they will just win easily here. There was nobody that could match them. Much like our Terran Archon, they were very, very confident. But now, having lost that first game the way they did, do they start losing faith a little bit? They need to stay confident. They need to keep on using those builds they've prepared. And it might just, have been a faux pas, so to speak, where they went for their own proxy. Then the one that countered them was, I guess, a little bit better. If the Terrans had been playing defensively at home, I do feel that Huck and MC probably would have been happier to just be the ones applying the pressure without their mineral line being completely demolished back at home at the same time. And that Reaper trick in the start really did a lot as well, like, you know, pushing the Widowmine into the natural and straight into the main. That changed a lot.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of times during the tournament and the preceding qualifiers that the Reaper grenade, while it doesn't do a great deal of damage, has disruption capabilities and also can be used to perform some cute little micro tricks, such as knocking a unit of yours over terrain. We saw a unit save another unit with it by sending it over the cliff and all that sort of thing. It's a really interesting little ability. We don't generally get to see something that tricky and that technical in StarCraft 2, so it's cool that we get to experience that in Legacy of the Void.
Absolutely. Archon Mode is so cool, man. You know, like when you're really busy with something and someone asks you to do something at the same time and you go like, I can't be in two places at once. Well, guess what? You can now in Archon Mode here in StarCraft 2.
You absolutely can. Now the question is, which of these teams will be able to bring it together? And we're going into a game 2 here to try and find out. In a moment now.
Absolutely. Here, all map being terraform. That might be what has to change here. Once again.
Yeah, we'll be seeing what happens here momentarily. Just a quick pause. In the meantime, though, do you think there's anything that you can really read from that first game? You mentioned earlier that perhaps it is a faux pas.
Yeah.
They went for a proxy. Their opponent went for a proxy. The opponent's proxy just happened to work better in that particular situation. And in a more straight-up game, surely MC and Huck still have the edge here as an experienced Archon team.
Yeah, I think so. I think they were really hoping for Bomber and MMA to be back at home defending. They were going to be the ones applying pressure. Surely they didn't anticipate Widowmines to go and burrow into their middle line so quickly into the game. And there was action everywhere. Like, it really feels like it's a lot more intense than the traditional one-on-one here, which, luckily for us, even our observers here on Archon, it's Funka and Flo teaming up together backstage to make sure we don't miss anything.
Frankly, we need that. The amount of action that can go on, especially in the late game, with multi-pronged harass, multi-pronged attacks, as well as, of course, intense macro from both sides, do require that sort of attention.
These guys are loving it, man.
It's always good to get a great crowd here. We've had a lot of good crowds over the past few months in StarCraft 2, no doubt about that. The recent WCS finals, of course, provided us with a raucous Polish crowd.
And I mean, these are some of the most iconic names in StarCraft 2 as well here on the stage. You know, if you go down memory lane and you I guess reminisce of the old times. In the entirety of StarCraft history, these are 4 names that you will know about no matter what. Very iconic figures here in MMA, Bomber, MC, and Huck.
That is very true. And the interesting thing about them at the moment is, of course, in their prime, they were absolute titans. These were guys that were winning GSLs, winning DreamHacks, winning foreign tournaments all over the place. Now, of course, we are in the twilight of Heart of the Swarm, moving into a brand new expansion. And it's really interesting to see that the Archon Mode has perhaps provided these very experienced players with a means to continue to compete at the highest possible level. And I have to wonder, for these guys, does the experience actually give them the edge, as opposed maybe to raw speed?
Absolutely. I feel like they're leading the charge here, no matter what. With how much the experience they've got, they can come to the right conclusions. Not even necessarily with that many games, you know, under their belt, in terms of whenever, you know, there's a patch announced, which has been pretty often. They just read the changes, and somebody like MC, you know, guys like MMA, Bomber, surely they look already at some of these changes that are announced, and they already know all the adjustments that they need to make in terms of build orders, what you need to use, which ones to not use, and they do very well with it.
Yeah, it seems like it is wisdom acquired through years and years of play, and we are back in the game. So, ladies and gentlemen, currently leading by 1 game in this best-of-5 series. Playing Terran in the blue trunks, our team of Bomber and MMA. Versus their opponents to the northwest position, perhaps a little shaken after that first game. Let's see if they can pull it back together. Playing Protoss in the red trunks, it is MC and Huck.
Bomber and MMA, such an insane duo here to take part in this tournament. To put it in perspective, last year, Bomber was heading into BlizzCon as seed #1. He had the most points. And then he made it to the quarterfinals before losing to MMA, who himself went on to taking second, so making it to the final. So very, very strong players in terms of results the entire year, and now they are leading the charge here once again in Legacy of the Void, taking part in this tournament, and so far doing pretty well for themselves, beating MC and Huck in map number 1. This is a best of 5 though, it's far from over.
Absolutely, and we're seeing a far more standard opening here from the Protoss players. The Cybernetic score going down gateway first into an expansion immediately. And we don't see shenanigans from either side at the moment, so perhaps a more straight-up game.
Yeah, it looks like MC and Hug, they are playing to their image a little bit, or rather like the Protoss meta image, where everybody anticipates an adept to go across the map, make sure that there is some scouting happening, and in this case they go for a Nexus instead, fully knowing that Bomber MMA, they're very likely to open Cyclone, just kind of because you have to no matter what. So in this case, it's going to go, I mean, early on in the game, there is nothing they particularly should be afraid of. They're still going to go for the Adept anyway behind this, not too late, and they're going to have a very economic opener as opposed to the previous game where they went for the all-out proxy out on the map.
Yeah, the Adept just being an incredibly strong unit with a lot of health, a decent range, and of course an escape ability if you time it correctly with the Ghost. However, we're not seeing a Cyclone opening here. We're actually seeing Marines plus Heli. This perhaps a more classic drop, maybe elevation play, a little bit of pressure.
Yeah. This could be very scary actually for MC and Huck, because when you go for this kind of build here, you're going to have less Stalkers than usual, and you're not necessarily always going to be ready. You know, they go for a Robo here behind this to make sure that they not only have detection, but they can also go for a War Prism if they want to, for some harassment. They can commit to maybe some heavy aggression as well if they want to, if they were to go for more gateways. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it turns out, and if they can realize what they're up against here.
Yeah, up goes the scouting unit, and that's already some interesting information. You don't see a factory right next to the barracks, which of course we saw earlier. We had the barracks with the tech lab being built for the quick swap into the fastest Cyclone possible. So maybe them not seeing that gives them a little bit of a tell. They didn't get any other information out of that, though, as to what other tech is available.
Yeah, MC and Hug, they're going to have to make sure they defend properly here. They need to react very quickly, and the fact that the Adept already is going home, I think they're realizing what's happening, even though right now I think the Adept's checking for some potential proxies out on the map. And in this case, that Widow Mine could be very, very scary, but they're going to have observers here on the way.
This is a nice little two-pronged attack. We've got a couple of Hellions potentially either going into the natural or rushing into the main, and then of course the Widowmine plus the Marines at the top of the ramp, which means that any attempt to retreat the probes back into the base will absolutely not work because there's a Widowmine placed in position.
And they need to trigger that with one probe, but there's Marines covering that Widowmine here, so Altair and Archon here doing really well early on in that game. They're going to head straight for the middle line in the main. Now that photon overcharge is gone. Remember, it's only 11 seconds now, not 21.
This is absolutely devastating. What a fantastic drop here from the Terran. 13 probes killed already. Are we going to see an early game 2 victory for the Terran player? Down goes the Stalker. Photon overcharge triggered. Quick hot drop and pick up there by the Terran Archon. Looks like they will be forced out. They really could... No, they lose it. But the amount of damage done is significant.
Absolutely. And now the War Prism is out here for Protoss Archon. They're on 24 probes against 30 SCVs. They're going to be heading straight across the map, I think, to try and warp in some Adepts, to try and make something happen because they fell behind here. With 15 probes being killed, this is bad news. And Bomber MMA, they're not going to slow down anytime soon.
It's not done yet. And of course, with 2 players, why would it be? You can do this. You can focus purely on the drop and have another player at home to defend. They know the Warp Prism, it's on its way. The question is, do they have enough units at home to deal with this inevitable attack? It's looking fairly promising so far.
Yeah, it looks like they might just have enough. They're going to snipe the Observer as well to make sure that the Widowmine can come into play very effectively. Getting a Viking was so smart as well. They can chase down the Warp Prism, possibly completely shut it down as well. And the bunker here is going to help with these two.
All right, here we go. The Stalker firing on the Viking. The Warp Prism taking some fire here as well. And down goes the Warp Prism. They are trapped. The Ghosts being sent into the mineral line to try to do some damage. But the longer this takes, and a big hit on the Stalker. The shield shaved off the other one as well. The longer they mosey around trying to find position, the more units come out of the Terran. And another drop into the Protoss base.
MC and Hug, they're being completely shut down here. They're not killing anything, and they're losing units back at home consistently here. They're really trying to hang in there, but every time those units get into the Terran base, they get surrounded and they get killed eventually here. Look at that, Adepts cannot go anywhere.
Yeah, the Marauder does kill the Adept fairly slowly, but more importantly, the Marauder does not take the bonus damage from the Adept, so it will shut it down, and that bunker is doing well. We've got a 1 hit point Stalker that's going to get chased out here as well. What else does MC and Huck actually have? They're producing another War Prism. Yeah. Bear in mind, they were on 2 bases for quite some time, and they've been able to replenish their worker count in the background.
There's not much they can do here other than keep up with the aggression, get another War Prism. They might try to take into something, but right now we haven't seen any Twilight Council, we haven't seen any Forge or Robo-Base, so they're only making gateway units here, Adepts or Stalkers. That's all they're making to try and do more damage, because they know that if they try to play a standard game against Bomber and MMA, it's going to be very difficult here from this situation, even though they've finally caught up here on the worker count.
Yeah, they're starting to add 2 more gas here as well, so they will look to try and get some tech. But as you said, for the moment, they are relying on these gateway units. With Adepts, that can be quite powerful. And with a Warp Prism, of course, the reinforcements will come in very quickly. The question is, do they have enough to break the front here? It looks like they may try and pressure the front while they drop into the main.
Yeah, this is actually a very scary force here from our
Here we go again. Oh, no reaction, no reaction! And a big hit, 7 workers down. Could have been worse, but that is still not what the Protoss needs right now.
Yeah, and MC and Huck here, they might just have to go all in. They've lost so much that they need to commit to more aggression, but they're getting shut down every single time.
There's a huge amount of Adepts, so see how many workers go down. This seems like it's a big commitment to try and destroy the economy of the Terran. So far it's working. Great Warp Prism micro. Marines can drive off Adepts, but not without taking significant damage.
The Vikings gonna chase down the War Prism, and those units are gonna die, but they've killed 23 SCVs. Exactly. This is what MC Huck were looking for here this whole time.
They committed a lot of units to it, and as you said, they were kind of going all in a little bit, but they needed to do the damage, and they managed to accomplish it, and that's the most important part. So the Protoss are now right back into the game. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, our observing Archon here, Flunka, making sure we miss nothing. And in this case, we have a Twilight Council on the way, as well as an Immortal MC and Huck. Finally having dealt enough damage, they eventually are starting to feel comfortable enough here to transition into something else. But Bomber and MMA, they're starting to have a very scary army here. They're on 55 army supply to 33. They're going to have Medivacs, Steam Pack, and +1 are going to finish at about the same time. And they're going to be heading across the map to try and do some damage, maybe even some drops.
I wonder exactly how much the Protoss player will try to commit to pressuring the Terran at this point. With these drops moving across the map, it seems pretty important for the Protoss just to capitalize on their advantage and not lose the probe count. Right now, they are severely outmining the Terran. If the Terran is able to drop and equalize things, then things are not going to look good considering the army supply. And here comes that drop.
There is really not much here in the main. There's just that Mothership Core with the Photon Overcharge available. That Twilight Council is going to be exposed.
And we see here it goes, and that blink is not going to finish. Doesn't matter how many Photon Overcharges you put down, that is going to do it. The Immortal moves in, quick target fire, the shields go up, the shields go down. And it barely survives, and the Photon Overcharge drives it away. And great defense at the front as well.
Yeah, the thing about MC is that he's been playing this style for a very long time, where you get a lot of gateway units in the start, you apply some pressure, and even if you don't win, as long as you can do some damage, you can transition into a lot of Blink Stalkers to make sure you shut down those Medivac drops, and then usually you're gonna have to go into either Colossus or High Templars. But in this case, the Twilight Council was sniped, remember? So now MC and Hug, they drop down double Twilight Council. Either there's been some miscommunication, or they want to go into charge and blink at the same time.
Which is a potent combination. Zealot's got a little bit of a buff in that regard, but hold that thought because we do have yet more aggression here from the Terran. There's the Stim, down goes the Photon Overcharge. Only weak gateway units at the front at the moment. They're trying to bring the Nexus down, but that is not going to happen with double Photon Overcharge.
Yeah, but actually they're staying out from the Photon Overcharge range here, Altair and Archon, and they've dealt so much damage that Widowmine not being detected here.
That went right into the middle, taking the shields off the Adepts, which are, of course, the big meaty units at the front that are taking the majority of that damage. That's a very Marauder-heavy force. Those Stalkers won't last long.
They can just kite, I think. Remember, there is no blink.
They're going to try and make that happen, and look at this. We see the Adepts trying to move behind. However, of course, the Terran player realizes what's going on and is going to attempt to kite back. And it looks like their fighting forces perhaps diminished enough that they won't try that again.
Yeah, I like that they pulled back here, the Terrans, because if they had stayed, then those Adepts would have been getting behind their army. Yeah, they saw that, but since there is no blink, it's just so hard to properly shut this down completely, which is what MC and Huck need here.
The Mothership Core is moving back, and we've got some Stalkers there as well, but with that many units in the Medivacs, I have to wonder if even a double Photon Overcharge would be enough. An Adept gets caught out and cleaned up nice and easily here. And of course, reinforcements coming for the Terran. Army supply much closer now.
I think Bomber and MMA, they're realizing what's happening here with only gateway units being made. They're going to drop down a Ghost Academy here. Rather than going into another base, they might just be, I guess, flying their main orbital when their main base mines out to another base, potentially, and just get a ton of units to try and keep on applying pressure and eventually go for the kill with some Ghosts.
I like that because I think they've noted that the Adept count is starting to rise. And of course, one thing that you can do with the Adepts in the mid-game is to go for that shield upgrade. As if they weren't strong enough, there's the shield upgrade completed, and they're going to try and add Blink on into that as well. It's interesting because usually at this stage, you wouldn't want to still be just on Gateway, right? But now it seems like it's a little bit more viable.
Bomber and MMA here from the first two maps they're playing. I feel like they're already shutting down a lot of haters, a lot of doubters who probably were thinking that they were not going to come into this with a lot of preparation. And in this case, do they look prepared? They seem to know everything that they have to do in some of those games. And they've done pretty well with it so far. But in this game, MC and Huck really able to climb back from the dead by killing a lot of SCVs in the early game. And now we found ourselves in an equal supply situation.
So a little Archon run by there, trying to do some damage, as you can see to the southeast of the screen there. And they're going to be able to do a little bit, but the Archons do get cleaned up. In the meantime, the bulk of the Terran Force, plus some SCVs, is on the way. So we're lacking AoE, but it looks like we're going for it right now. Guardian Shield gets thrown down. There's quick blink back on the left flank. And is there enough Terran firepower to break this? They hop the fence and drive the Protoss back.
Yeah, those EMPs were massive. MC and Huck, they are having to pull back here. They want those shields to regenerate, but they're going to have to fight no matter what. They're going to go straight into it here with their... All of their
coming
Adepts.
from both, the Adepts coming from both sides here, popping right up into the middle, trying to target down the Marines, but reinforcements coming from the back. Will they be able to clear it up? The Protoss continues to push forward. That Immortal at the back standing strong, and the Terran player is melting away. GG! Ladies and gentlemen, and we have equalized one apiece. Some incredibly resilient play here.
But MMA is staying in the game.
MMA is staying in the game, and now he's gone. GG, ladies and gentlemen, once again. The Protoss Archon takes it. It is one apiece here in this best-of-5 series. But now we've got a fight on our hands.
Absolutely, Huck with a huge smile here. I think he knows that they really came back from the dead here in this game. It wasn't going well, and then that War Prism in the main eventually dealt a lot of damage. 23 SCVs, I think he was at once, with just a bunch of Adepts that were warping there. And from there, even though, you know, Bomber and MMA, their upgrades, they had a lot of bio, their attacks got shut down, especially that last one here.
It was a huge commitment for the Warp Prism Adept attack, but it did pay off, and that's what they need to get back into the game. And it seemed to me that Bomber and MMA were getting the idea of the Protoss composition, and the addition of Ghosts was helpful, but it just wasn't quite enough.
They attacked maybe a little bit too early and in a choke, you know, where they got force-fielded. And Huck and MC, they were perfectly ready here to defend against this attack. So in the end, imagine, like, they were ready, they saw it coming. It was still very close. If the fight had been happening elsewhere, I do think that MM and Bomber would have been able to do a lot better.
Yeah, I think you're very much right there. Now, as we wait for Game 3 to see how this series is going to shape up, we heard words from MMA and Bomber, perhaps some of the most polite players in our tournament. And now, of course, we get to hear from the more outspoken Protoss players in this tournament. We're going to learn a little bit more about the strange pairing of MC and Huck.
I originally met MC, I think we first met in Korea. I moved into the OGS house, which was our Korean partner when I was on Liquid.
He came and practiced with my team. So he lived 2 years in Korea and we lived together.
He was doing really well back then. I was as well doing really well. So we both provided for the team in some ways. Like we would pay for meals, pay for food, go out for ice cream, we'd always pay for it.
We like meat, so I got fed.
Since then, obviously, we grew pretty close. I've known him probably 5 or 6 years total, and good friends. I chose MC as my teammate just because I hadn't seen him in a long time, since maybe 2 years ago or so, and he was a retired player.
Actually, I retired pro scene in StarCraft 2 because I lost some confidence in Pro Rebel.
He's a good friend. I always take care of my friends, and I thought, hey, it would be cool, you know, to play with him, have him come out to California, and you know, maybe we do well, maybe wouldn't, but it doesn't really matter to me. And we've done well, though.
I think Archon Mode is very fun mode, and you have to trust your teammate.
There's a lot of anxiety that comes with StarCraft 2 as far as 1v1 game, but with Archon Mode, you share the burden when you lose. You have, not as much anxiety. You can, be relaxed and play and just have fun.
I want to win this tournament because money. Yeah, big prize money, and maybe Huck, my teammate, want fame, but I don't need fame because I have a lot of fame.
Winning Battlegrounds would mean a lot to me. Personally, I came close to winning one before. I actually got second place at a Red Bull event against Snoot. So winning this would mean a lot. And then to share that victory with MC, who's been like a brother to me, a long-term friend, it would be a lot of fun. To put it simply, we both brought bigger bags because we heard 2 trophies. We'll go to the champions, and we both want to leave enough room to pack those and bring them home.
The heartwarming bromance of the Protoss here at Red Bull Battlegrounds. And by the looks of it, they are synergizing very well as a team so far.
Absolutely. It feels like Bomber and MMA, one player is known for his macro, the other one for his micro, his drops, his multitask. So they've split the tasks this way. But in MC and Huck's case, they split everything, every single one of the tasks. They change all the time. MC is the captain, so to speak. He's the one leading the pace. He tells Huck what to take care of. He's like, use that War Prism, macro for a second, I'll be using those High Templars or those Adepts. And they split the task very equally. And I feel like this might be, in the long term, the better way to play in Archon Mode, because there is no, settings that you need to go through before the games. It usually is just an agreement that says you're gonna do this and this. But these guys, being as versatile as they are, MC and Huck, they can change the flow throughout the game and have a great synergy. And I feel like this is really one of their biggest strengths.
And that's going to be something that Archon teams continue to learn as we go into Legacy of the Void. Now, we are heading into Game 3 of this best-of-5 series, the first match of the winners bracket here at Red Bull Battlegrounds. Spawning to the north position of Orbital Shipyard. Playing Terran, it is the Blue Archon, Bomber, and MMA! Versus their opponents to the south position. Playing Protoss, who've tied up the series, 1 apiece. The Red Archon, Huck, and MC!
They're going to be opening with a very economic here. Opener, both teams are. Nexus first against Command Center first. The fact that it's Orbital Shipyard, it's a map that's been around for a long time in the Legacy of the Void beta. It's very long rush distances.
Yeah.
To go for any kind of rush here on this map is almost unthinkable. It's very, very hard to actually pull it off. So both teams fully knowing that they're going to be opening very economically. And in this case, MC and Huck are going to be the first ones to try and go for a scout to try and see and realize what they're up against.
Yeah, making immediate use of that pocket expansion. And of course, the Terran walling off. Pretty standard build here from the Terran player to go command center first into double barracks to start to catch up that production. And that wall-off is surprisingly useful, particularly against the Adept, as we found. Traditionally, a Terran may not necessarily consider walling off against a Protoss, but the Adept, great against Marines, stellar against Marines, not so great against buildings.
Absolutely, and triple barracks here behind this, so... I want to make a lot of Marines.
Huck, it seems, recently watching the Warriors, apparently.
A classic Huck joke and banter here. Trying to bait his opponents into making a mistake, possibly. On this map, if MC and Huck potentially go into a third base, it's going to be much harder for them to properly defend across their 3 bases, in particular the natural and the third base, just because they're so far apart. So it's going to be interesting to see if we get to that stage of the game, and I'm sure that Bomber and MMA, to be honest, they should be looking forward to try and do something like that. In the previous game, they stayed on 2 bases. They tried to go for it. It didn't work. Maybe now it's time to try and play some longer games.
Yeah, I would agree. And as the Protoss player gets more and more spread out, we're going to be in a situation where the crisp and rapid drop micro of MMA is really going to come into play to try and stretch out their opponent. And the amount of things that you can do in Archon Mode with drops is out of this world. Yeah, a little bit of drop harassment in 1v1, that's pretty dangerous. But imagine dropping 3 places simultaneously and also being able to fully control those units. That is devastating. That's incredibly hard to handle.
I mean, 3 with MMA. In this mode where he only has 2 micro, most likely, while his Archon teammate is macroing, I could see him just drop all over the place in 10 places. Why not?
Why not?
If he's maxed out.
Archon Mode for the Protoss player is going to offer some interesting possibilities in terms of macro and harassment as well. The Warp Prism, as we saw in the previous game, is such a crucial unit now. The way that Warpins now work offensively is very different to Heart of the Swarm.
Absolutely, and the fact that they go for a Stargate as well, you know, it's going to be for an Oracle here. Later on, down the line, pretty sure they're going to be going for a Warp Prism no matter what. And a lot of the time, that means that with a Warp Prism, you can drop in one place, send in Adepts everywhere with how fast they are, attack elsewhere with the Oracle, and the same thing is going to apply here for MC and Hug. So both teams, it seems like in this game, as much as they open economically because they could, no matter what, in the mid-game, we're always going to see action, no matter what happens. Nobody's going to want to play, you know, that sit-back, economic style, death ball. No, that doesn't exist here.
It doesn't benefit you if you're playing in an Archon, honestly. You know what? You have so much extra room to maneuver. You have so many more actions per minute. The most efficient way to play is to utilize that, and that is not to hang back, as you said.
MC and Huck, I really like the choice here that they've made of going for such a quick third. I think they realized very quickly that they were up against the Command Center first. And they were like, you know what, there's not much that they can attack us with other than Marines, but they're probably going to be playing pretty scared because all of the Protoss aggressions early on are very good. So we're just going to go for a very quick third and then a huge gateway explosion that's happening now.
Pushing that Oracle away there, it worked a little bit on the Marauder, but the Marauder doesn't really care too much about Oracle fire. The Marines staying safe. I did like the decision there of the Terran players to hold the bulk of their Marines back. The Oracle came in, didn't see them, and then, of course, wasn't able to target them down and get out.
So the Oracle not only did some damage, he's forcing some turrets here being made. And MC and Hug, they're already up on 3 bases. I'm pretty sure this hasn't been spotted by Bomber and MMA, so as much as they're going to start moving out soon and putting on some aggression, they've seen nothing. In this game, they've seen absolutely nothing. Imagine they scan the main now and they see like 12 gates.
That would be,
like, what's going on?
That would be terrifying, but it would also be a good thing for them to do at the moment. And just a little attempted scout there with the Adept Ghost mode. But as you can see, the gateway explosion, Oracle coming out, possibly followed by a Warp Prism. Blink on the way. We're going to be seeing some heavy pressure coming in.
Huge auto-seize pylon, by the way, between these gates. Just saying, like, we're going to have to keep an eye on that if it gets sniped down the line. Keeping the Oracle alive is very important, by the way.
Let's see what it can do. And that's a great spot there by the Protoss team. They do see the double drop on the way out.
Right now, MC and Hug, they have such a good economy. They're getting so many minerals, so much gas in. They're going to start producing a ridiculous amount of units. And with the Warp Prism that they're getting, they're going to be able to go across the map and start warping in Adepts here to do some damage.
Now, I did see a lot of the energy go down there, which almost makes me think it was a misclick. I was thinking that maybe they were going to try and put down a stasis trap. In the meantime, a triple photon overcharge comes in and drives the drop away. Nice force fields catch the Marauder out, and that's going to be an evacuation without too much damage being done. That said, of course, they do force some Warpins in the main base, but it doesn't look like the Protoss is ready to push out yet.
Yeah, absolutely no upgrades here, by the way, by MC and Hug. Just pure gateway units. The Oracle's going to be caught and sniped.
Fantastic. That is just those little moves, exactly what you need. Although losing a couple of Marines there due to the overstim, not so great. Reinforcements coming in, though. They're going to continue the pressure.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Oh, MC and Hug, they try to catch some of these minivacs. They not only fail, but those Stalkers are now going to be out of position. So if the minivacs drop into their natural, they could be in trouble on the other side. Wait, they're moving across the map?
That Stalker count is really scary. The amount of numbers they've got there, especially with units away from the Terran base, could absolutely work against them. If this drop gets caught, that could be brutal. You see the drop down to the... Oh, can they get out of there? One down, and the second one falls as well. Huge catch there for the Protoss.
Yeah, but the double medivac drop into the natural now is going to be real from Bomber and MMA, who are going to be attacked across the map. They need to pull SCVs to try and defend. Even though they're doing damage here in the Protoss base, there's just so many Stalkers there.
Oh, a huge number of Adepts coming in as well. Reinforcements come down the ramp, but they're not really getting a huge amount done. The Adepts can continue to tank. The shield upgrade isn't quite done yet. In the meantime, more damage being done. A huge amount of workers being killed here for the Protoss. And here's the worker pull. Will the Protoss be able to equalize the economy?
Yeah, I think Bomber and MMA, they realize that they need all of their SCVs here to try and help with this. They're going to pull them
GG, ladies and gentlemen. Bomber actually GG's out, having seen that they can't push that back, and that is another victory for the Protoss Archon. And it really just came down to that one moment where they decided to send out the drop, and they didn't have the units back at home.
Oh, this is crazy. Bomber is known also to have had some of those games where some of his medivacs got caught and sniped in the past. But you know what?
Legendary for that.
I think this one's on MMA.
It may very well be. It was perhaps a risky route to take. They didn't have a huge amount of information about what their opponents were doing. They scouted the gateways and the tech very late, and the Stalker count ballooned hugely in a very short period of time. And as a result, they weren't expecting that big a push. And of course, with the Adept follow-up, they were able to push their way into the base and deal that game-ending damage. And I have to wonder, if those 2 medevacs were not sniped, I think there were about 7 units in those 2 medevacs. Do you think, plus the 2 medevacs, that would have been enough to maybe hold that? Or were they going to lose that fight regardless?
Yeah, I think so. I think they probably would have had enough. Maybe you need to pull SCVs, it seems like, it's this kind of attack no matter what, just because the Adept, they're very tanky as well. And there was no Ghost in there just yet. So I think at this point, just because Huck and MC, they have this one style where, they get a lot of Blink Stalkers and then Adepts to try and fight those big Bioforces rather than going for something like High Templars or Colossus. You can make adjustments here as MMA and Bomber. You can try and play a little bit more passive. You don't have to drop. MC and Huck, they're ready for the drops. They go for counterattacks. So if you play a little bit more passive and then get a huge army, you're going to have a much better chance, I think, at winning the fight than if you move out, get some of those units sniped, and then get counterattacked.
Yeah, it seems that way, especially with that game in particular. You've got to note that the Terran Archon did a pretty good job of dealing with the harassment. The Oracle didn't really get a lot done. It was forced to go back to base. And then, of course, they think it's safe to send out some drops, and they feel secure with the turrets in the mineral line and all that sort of thing. But as it turns out, they just didn't seem to quite have a read on how large that Protoss army was getting.
Yeah, what the Oracle did do was force turrets before that third command center started. So going themselves into such a quick third nexus, Huck and MC, they just had the most ridiculous of economies here against a 2-base Terran for the longest time. So that's why they were able to have this massive army. When eventually they started getting attacked, they had Blink ready. And it was just a case of Bomber and MMA not really knowing where they were at, going across the map and then realizing they were a little bit in trouble, sending those medivacs home. But then as soon as they get caught and sniped, you're always going to be in so much trouble.
As the Protoss player, what's the biggest threat to that particular style when you do go for that faster third nexus against Terran? What would MC and Huck have had to look out for?
In this case, honestly, it was just a great adjustment, just because they knew they were up against Command Center first, and there was no way there was going to be like a Widowmine, attacking their base, so they entirely skipped on detection. But if there had been, say, for example, if Bomber and MMA had gone for Command Center first with then some kind of proxy factory behind it, or even like a quicker factory, no third barrack, then Widowmine drops could have started to do a lot of damage and kind of snowballed out of control. Or I think MMA and Bomber, they even could have gone themselves for a very greedy build with just 2 barracks, Marines, and then a third command center. And then got in turrets, skipped on those gases early on and added them later instead. But in this case, just build otherwise. This was super clean by MC and Huck. You can tell the decision-making is just incredibly good.
Double barracks to start to catch up that production. And that wall-off is surprisingly useful. So great against buildings.
Absolutely. And triple barracks here behind, in particular the natural and the third base, just because they're so far apart. So, we're taking a look at a replay here.
They see the Oracle on the way out, and it does a little bit of damage and sinks most of its energy there onto the Marauder. And as you said, it didn't do a huge amount of damage, but it did force out things like turrets, and it got some interesting scouting information there for the Protoss.
That third base was up so fast. You were like 5 minutes into the game.
Really quick. Incredibly quick. And then, of course, the huge gateway follow-up allowed the Protoss army to get so large and out of proportion. And interestingly enough, there was the situation where you mentioned the lack of upgrades there for the Protoss, and they were only really working on the Adept Shield upgrade. But the Terran upgrades, if they'd maybe been able to hold out a little bit longer, would have allowed them perhaps to push that back.
Absolutely, yeah. They're 2-1 on the way, I think.
Yeah, they did. They absolutely did. I don't think it was quite ready, though. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are on map 4 of this best-of-5 series, and match point here. Introducing the Terran Archon, who are currently behind by 1 map in this best-of-5 series. They're going to have to pull it back. Ladies and gentlemen, to the southwest position on Moonlight Madness, it is Bomber and MMA! Versus their opponents who just need to close it out. Do they have one more build in the pocket that will allow them to do that? To the northeast position, in the red trunks playing Protoss, Archon MC!
Archon MC here went for another Nexus first, which gets scouted here very early on by Bomber and MMA, who open with the gas first. That factory is going to come into play here so fast. But in this case, having gone for a scout themselves, I think, were they able to see it? Were they able to enter here with the wall off?
I don't believe so. They did, of course. The Terran player did manage to scout that.
Yeah,
they didn't get it. And as we mentioned it the first time that we saw this sort of naked barracks there and the lack of the factory nearby, that's perhaps a little bit of a tell. It indicates that maybe we won't see a Cyclone opening. We've got the Stargate coming down, so the Starport, in fact, we will definitely not see that. So are we going to see a little bit more of that Hellion, Widowmine, Marine pressure?
Yeah, I think there's a very good chance here that Bomber and MMA, they want to try something like that, much like they did on Terraform earlier in map number 2, because to be honest, that game looked pretty good at first. They were doing a lot of damage, they hadn't taken any. It's really from that point onwards where they started taking a lot of damage from the Warp Prism and the depths that they fell apart. But in this case, fully knowing that they're up against a Nexus first, they're going to be able to apply a lot of pressure, try to break their opponent's economy and going for the Widow Mines here.
Interesting little idea, and we have the probe scouting around. There's the chrono boost being activated. Add a follow-up after a zealot this time. So lots of scouting information, a little bit of map control. Question is, will they be able to see what's coming at them? I mean, they certainly can't do anything to stop it at the moment. It's a sentry there, plus a robo. So they're going to have the detection, but will that be enough?
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes even if you have the detection, the few good Widowmine connections can still demolish your economy completely. MC and Hug, they actually cleared the entire... Yeah. They actually cleared the entire north part of the map here in terms of proxies. They made sure that there was nothing there, no factory, nothing. They checked the whole place out. They must be feeling pretty safe for now. 3 additional gateways. This is very scary here.
If this harass doesn't do a significant amount of damage, we may see a nasty counterattack coming out of the Protoss here. Of course, there's quite a few resources committed to this.
Oh, Bomber and MMA trying to go around here. They know that
good.
They've been spotted headed into the natural, so they're going to try to get that Widowmine burrowed in the main mineral line here.
There's the boost coming in, and will they be able to do damage? Immediate pull there by the Protoss. Nice move. And just in the nick of time, there's the detection. Down goes the mine, no losses.
That's the perfect defense here so far from a Protoss Archon. Do they have enough here to deal with this, though? Guardian Shield's really going to come handy here against those Marines. A Viking already starts here back at home. I think right now the Terran Archon here, they know already what they're going to be facing, having spotted 4 gateways in total and a Warp Prism, so they're going to start getting ready here for that aggression.
Yeah, if they can shut that Warp Prism down, they may very well be in a good position. The amount of photon overcharges that are coming out of the Protoss here is ridiculous, but thankfully they're able to get out of range. Sort of trapped. It's amazing, by the way, they haven't lost a single Marine. The micro here of this drop has been ungodly.
Another day at the office for MMA.
Man, that mothership core is very, very low. If they picked that off, that could have been huge. They would have had the opportunity to do some damage, perhaps to the probe line. But the more of this they do, the better. They're not really investing anything at this point. They are just using the units they built up earlier. They're still building an army back at home. As you mentioned, hopefully getting a Viking out to try and deal with the Warp Prism.
And again, it's going to be a similar style here out of MC and Huck. They had a Nexus, they start Blink, so they're going to be going into that third base very quickly. No Forges, no upgrade, no Colossus, no High Templars. They just want to play with Blink Stalkers and Adepts.
And it's done pretty well for them so far, you've got to admit. The question is, if the Terran can take this to the longer game, that lack of upgrades could absolutely hurt the Protoss.
Absolutely, but Bomber and MMA, they've been playing very aggressive, and sometimes when that aggression gets shut down, you can be in trouble. You can get exposed to a counterattack here. The Warp Prism was pushed back. Bomber and MMA, they haven't taken any damage here back at home, but they're still quite a bit behind in the Warp account here.
They're going to try and deny this Nexus, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it. We've got a few units pushing out there, but it's good that they're applying this pressure, and they're forcing the Protoss to keep at least some units back at home.
One single Forger is going to go down from MC and Hug before adding on, I'm guessing, what's going to be some additional gateways because their production is going to be getting insane in a second. That force looking pretty big, by the way, right outside the natural of MC and Huck. It's about to hit there.
Yeah, they're going in. This is a combat shieldless force with only 2 medevacs, one which is almost dead, but lovely pickup there.
They unpowered the Twilight Council before Blink finishes.
That is absolutely lovely. In the meantime, of course, to the right, you can see the Warp Prism Harass, which has done some damage here. Continues to do that, but look at the pressure. Down goes the Twilight. Those are some overstimmed bio units, but we've got a good detonation there from the Widowmine. The Stalkers will drive this back, but yet more harassment onto the third base as well. The Terran is everywhere.
Yeah, both duos lost a lot of walkers here, but the Protoss team lost twice as many.
Absolutely.
And that third base still under assault here. The top is going to get sniped as well.
They're looking for it. Can they get it? It's in the red. It is falling rapidly. There's no response here from the Protoss. They're not able to do it. That third is taken down. Now time to leave.
MC and Hug going to be trying to defend. They don't have Blink. That's going to hold them back so much. Start a cannon here in the natural. Trying to make something happen with the depths across the map, and they actually get a few good snipes here.
Yeah, they found a fruit basket there, and they're getting all they can eat. And in the meantime, the defense is going to try and push this back. But the problem is, Warp Prisms are so hard to stop now because they're able to pick up from a distance.
Yeah.
So the Adepts are microed well, and they're doing maximum damage. But in the meantime, another push here from the Terran. They go right up into the main. No force field whatsoever. No blink available. Photon overcharge is out of range. The Stalkers are exposed and taking huge damage here from the Marauders. The Gateway Force is going to get crushed from 2 sides.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't snipe the pylon here. Bomber and MMA, they're just going to be pulling back here from here. Back at home, they took so much damage. 19 more SCVs just died somehow. And this Warp Prism is like the hero.
Here
It's never getting shut down.
Yeah, we've got a Marauder there. We're borrowing the Widowmine. They're going to get out. They don't want to risk it. Bear in mind, of course, the Protoss did lose the third base. The worker count, though, is not particularly great for the Terran. They do have mules to back this up, but it's going to be increasingly difficult if they keep losing units in their army. The gap is closing. Another great effective drop here by the Protoss as the Terran drop is pushed back once again.
I don't know why they don't make another Viking here to try and really shut this down completely.
Uh-oh, that's going to be... Oh, almost lost it. So close. So very close. That was incredibly risky there. All of these medevacs, in fact, taking huge damage over the course of this game. But you're right, you know, make another Viking. That Warp Prism is the biggest threat right now. If you shut that down versus a blinkless Protoss, you can fight.
Look at his upgrades finishing at the same time here. Both teams this time around paying a little bit more attention to that Blink. Now a third to completion, and actually it looks like it's slowing down here a little bit. That Warp Prism is finally not being able to land and doing much. Yeah, the Adepts, whoa. They're trying to sprint past Bio.
Yeah, I think it's a fake out. They're basically trying to zoom it out. Oh, that was a nice hit. In the meantime, another Marauder Heavy Force pushes in and almost kills the Adepts, but it's a bit risky to be here. There's an Immortal now, and there are force fields, so that may be not a great idea. They were, as you said, able to push back the Warp Prism, though.
Bomber and MMA, they were doing fine, but then they, again, lost a lot of SCVs now. They're down to 21 to 36 probes, which, to be honest, is not really glorious either. So it seems like both Archons here are going to be limited to a very low economy here and production.
What's going to also be interesting is how fast the main mine's out in Legacy of the Void. A little bit quicker. Of course, with a lower worker count, it's not maybe going to be as big a deal. But if this continues at this pace and neither player is able to expand, we're going to be seeing rapid mining out. There's an aggressive Blink forward as Blink finally finishes. The Warp Prism chasing that down with the Adepts as well. And the Terran needs to get home as soon as possible.
Yeah, the Stalkers, they're just going to chase forever here. They're going to keep on sniping some of those units. Bomber and MMA, they're trying to regroup with the rest of their army, but I'm not sure if they have enough here.
I don't think they do, but the reinforcements coming from the back. More Marauders trying to bring down the Stalkers. Warp Prism Micro coming in here as well. They, of course, need to kill the Adepts, otherwise the Marines will melt, as you see, but a Blink over the force fields right on top. The Medevac's getting targeted here as well. And I don't think there's quite enough Terran with the Immortal in the back. The Immortal's not getting to fire right now. Now the force fields are down. Now the Protoss can advance.
Yeah, and Huck and MC, they want to try and end it. They've got so much. They've got a Warp Prism as well that's saving a lot of units, picking them up. A single Immortal is going to help apply a lot of damage when it eventually stops derping around.
All right, there's a big Adept warp in once again. We're of course going to need to see more Marauder firepower to try and deal with this. And look at that, they're going to try and jump right on top of it. Very smart move. Blink over to the side right there. SCV's being pulled off the line as well to try and defend. This is the last stand here of the Terran player. MMA and Bob are trying desperately to drive this army back. They still have a slight army advantage. They're starting to push it back right now. The Adepts are going down.
The Warp Prism gets shut down.
Very nice.
And the Mothership Core as well here. Bomber and MMA, it looks like they've defended. They actually get trapped outside of their base, but they eventually kill everything but now they're only going to have 21 SCVs against 36 probes. MC and Huck, they've lost so much here.
They have, absolutely. And if those Stalkers get caught, that could be potentially disastrous. The worker damage is great, and just that single Stalker is going to continue to be annoying there. Yeah. But another great Blink pickoff, another medevac going down. Look at how low all those medevacs are. They've got no energy. They're basically on 0 health at this point. So overstimming is a huge risk here from the Terran.
Yeah, MC and Huck here, they're only making units, by the way. They never restarted pro production. They're still stuck on 36. Trying to do a little bit of kiting here, sniping a unit here and there. Bomber and MMA, they're getting SCVs here and there. They're squeezing a few. Look, they start 2 more. Keep in mind, Bomber and MMA, they can fly their... Okay, you're trapped. Bomber and MMA, they can fly their main orbital to another base if they want to.
You can't leave, says that Marauder, although I have to wonder if it would be better in the main army right now. But as it stands, it seems like the aggression from the... Hello! Get him! Get him! No! Oh dear, situational awareness training required here, and Huck knows how lucky he got. He's going back into the mineral line. The control is perhaps top 3.
It might just be. He gets the SCV, and that Hero Stalker will go down here eventually.
Top 10, maybe, after that. And another drop, a very small drop here. It does get some vital scouting information. Sees, of course, the Adept Shield upgrade coming in, which is, that's a really great indicator. It's saying, no, we're not really looking at end-game tech right now. We're not looking at Area of Effect, Archon, Storm, Colossus. We are relying on the strength of the Adept. So that is something that perhaps the Terran can adapt to, but they can't. Do they even have the economy to think about a Ghost Academy at this point? Probably not.
I don't think so, yeah. I like what you say, though. Adapt to the Adepts.
Indeed. Nice little bit of harass, but the control on the probes is good. However, you can't dodge bullets. You're not Neo, I'm afraid. And 2 of those probes go down. Here comes more pressure. Can they hold again? Army supply is incredibly equal, but where's the rest of the Terran army?
MC and Huck want to end it. Bomber and MMA are going to bring everything they've got here. They might have to pull SCVs one more time there. Are we going to see the Stalkers blink forward and the Adepts go in? Force fields go down.
All right, force fields are down. That has dealt with some of the firepower from the back. There's still a lot of Marauders here. Quick evacuation over the top of the force fields here for the Terran player. So far, so reasonable. Decent concave here from the Terran, but with the Warp Prism there may just be too much. The army supply of MC and Huck is suddenly catapulted past the Terran, and that single Marine is not getting much done, I'm afraid. SCVs are now being pulled, and again, we see an attempted last stand from the Terran, but this time, I don't think it's going to work out as well. Oh dear, the army is starting to crumble. The barracks are under pressure. The production is now being camped by the Protoss. The Warp Prism is left unassailed, and yet more force field play as the remaining Terran army tries to push this back, really to no avail at the moment. The last units of the Terran are bleeding away. MC and Huck take it. GG. 3 games to 1. And I certainly think that the claims that these guys were perhaps the most dangerous in the tournament have maybe been proven there with that series after a rocky start.
Absolutely, a fantastic performance. Really played it with their own style as well. You know, Adept and Stalkers only. No Colossus, no High Templars were made here in this series from them. And I feel like this is also what really made it difficult for Bomber and MMA to properly counter it. Just that style is just so unique.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that. It's not the sort of thing you would expect if you played a lot of Heart of the Swarm. This is definitely a new meta that's evolving at this point. And it works. You know, the Adept is such a good unit, and the Warp Prism now with its additional power is so great that, yes, you can actually just use gateway units with a little bit of support, and you can do the damage. As to how to counter that, we saw little glimpses of that with the attempt to go for Ghost, but after taking so much economic damage, there's really no way. You know, you need all the minerals you can get. Maybe you don't have the gas, you don't have the room to squeeze the tech in because you're squeezing out as many units as you can.
It just felt like Bomber and MMA weren't able to shut down the Warp Prism completely. Yeah. And whenever they did, another one started, flew across the map, and then it started over again. You know, the SCVs dying left and right. So tough games for them, but MC and Huck really impressed you, I feel, in this first match.
Certainly. They obviously know what they're doing. They showed the same kind of flair and coordination and cohesion that we saw in the previous tournament that they did so well in. We're going to have a look at the bracket right now to see what the state of the tournament currently is. And of course, you will notice that Huck and MC advance into the winner bracket final, which is still a best of 5. Bomber and MMA are not out yet, but now they have the hardest road possible. They drop down to the lower bracket, which is now a more brutal best of 3. And they will be facing the loser of Violet and Masa and Dongray Gu and True.
It's going to be interesting to see how well they fare against, I guess, an Archon that's not Protoss, because in this case, they've, as much as they looked really good in map number 1, after that, they just weren't able to make anything happen for themselves here.
Yeah, I mean, they showed that they were obviously capable of defending. They knew what they were doing in terms of attacks, but they didn't quite have a handle on how to deal with that composition. We saw the same composition over and over again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it with Huck and MC. The Adept is that strong, so why not go with it? So they may never run into a Protoss again in this tournament. It's entirely possible. But, of course, we do have another team who have been known to play Terran. They have a bit of flexibility. They have the option to play either Terran or Zerg. An interesting mixed team, and we're going to find out a little bit more about them, since they will, of course, be playing in our next best of 5. So let's take a little look at the team of Violet and Masa.
We chose each other's, well, simply because he was looking for a Archon player for the Toronto tournament, but he couldn't find one, and I was also looking for a partner.
I was asking to Masa, is there anybody you know in Toronto who can play Zerg? And he's like, oh, Masa, he's like, oh, you're looking for Archon Mode partner, right? And I'm like, yeah, I didn't know. And this is what I'm doing too, let's do it. And that's how we met. Right after this season, we doing like partner with Archon Mode, and we immediately started like practicing a lot.
We first chose to play Terran because I play Terran, and Violet used to off-race a lot with Terran. And he really liked playing Terran in Archon Mode because I would be the one doing the macro, and he would be the one doing the micro, which he really likes.
In the team, especially Archon Mode, one guy pretty much can handle micro stuff. One guy pretty much can handle macro stuff. So it's like double easier.
He's usually the micro guy. And as I'm the macro guy, I have more time than him to look at other places, right? So I do have trust in him, microing. That's how I keep it.
Of course, my macro skill is, I can say, is behind, but that's why Masa is there. He can cover it. Also, I play Zerg, so I know what Zerg is feeling, what Zerg strategy. I know about the Zerg, so we are pretty confident about GBT because of that.
Winning this event would mean a new start for me in gaming. As I wasn't really performing pretty well during the last year. I was only getting to round the 32 Premier, but I couldn't reach further. However, winning this tournament would be like win the very first Archon tournament, and it would really boost me into going into Legacy of the Void.
We can do it. So if you find it like you're a really good partner, it doesn't matter who you're playing with. And I just want to show them like just like that. Also, it's the first tournament, first big event for Archon Mode and Legacy of the Void, and sponsored by a big company. So definitely I want to really do well.
Me and Violet being underdog means fans will cheer more for us later on because you always cheer for the underdog. And it will be more interesting if we win anyways.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2015 Red Bull Battlegrounds Grand Finals. We are live here in Washington, D.C. I'm joined alongside my two very good friends, Yuan Merlot and, of course, Dan Churlong Vibe and Todd. Guys, how you doing?
Doing great, man. This was a fantastic first match and pretty cool to see the Protoss advance. Not biased at all, as always.
What were your thoughts so far with the first match, Vibe?
I was really curious to see what kind of builds Bomber and MMA were going to throw out. And seeing that first game with the Proxy Factory and then the mine just shooting over the rocks, I was like, okay, they're prepared. This is sick.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some game-breaking stuff, I think, from the Terran coming out of that first game. But after that, you know, MC and Huck just looked like they were just way, way too well-honed in this new Legacy of the Void format.
Yeah, it seemed like defensively they were just doing better. They weren't taking that much damage. Like early on in games, they lost a few probes, and sometimes they were down to a very few walkers, but they just wanted to commit a lot to Blink Stalkers and Adept, and they made it work very well for themselves. There were some of those fights actually where I thought that they're going to be in trouble, but somehow through great force fields, having every single time a Guardian Shield that was working for them, they were able to still win those fights.
Yeah. So, sorry, not only that though, but I really love how Huck and MC really utilize the Warp Prism. Always, like, even in fights, one of them is just picking up units in the front and dropping them in the back over and over.
I mean, these 4 Adepts had to have killed probably like 3/4 of the economy. Really, there were just so many SCVs that had to be remade throughout this game just because of that single Warp Prism. It was just absolutely crazy. And even with all these multi-pronged drops, you know, on paper it looked like if you just showed me these drops, I say Terran wins 100% of the time. But now we see for the first time, Protoss really has the capacity to do these counter drops and basically play the same style that Terran has been playing throughout all of Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm.
Absolutely, yes. Again, some of these fights to me were so surreal. You know, to see a Protoss army like this chase a Terran army with just gateway units, you know, I guess there's an Immortal in there, but other than that, it's just gateway units, was really, really surreal. And in the end, it seemed like MMA and Bomber, even though they came into this prepared, I don't think they knew how to deal with that style here.
Yeah, I think so. It's just such a unique style. And how do you actually prepare against a style like this? Let's be honest, nobody in the world can really replicate what MC and Huck can do collectively. So it makes it incredibly difficult to keep up and find practice partners to play this style.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's all about execution, not so much about strategy, but how you execute the units. And Huck and MC have execution on a whole other level that most Archon Protoss teams aren't really going to be able to pull off.
It's that synergy we keep talking about, that collaboration, the cohesion, and we're going to see that in our next match, match number 2. We got Violet and Masa, who are, you know, relative newcomers to the 2v2 or the 2v2 Archon scene. They just met each other and said, hey, let's just win. And they did. They won the qualifiers. They're going to be up against a very scary Zerg, Don Regu and True. We'll start with you, Vibe, because you are a Zerg resident expert. How do you feel like these guys are going to face off against each other?
Yeah, like I was talking about in the pre-show, these guys they're just monsters. I feel like everyone in the offline playoffs, just not too very recently, everyone was avoiding playing them because they knew if they did, they had a very high chance of losing. DRG and True's games, they were just like really fast because they would just kill people with burrowed roaches and they would just split them everywhere and just destroy an economy.
I wonder, don't you feel then that they've shown a lot of their builds and they might be running out of some of these and like the opponents are going to be prepared for the specific builds?
I feel like they've shown a couple openers with Roach style, but I feel like they know how to transition really well. And also if they get any economy damage done at all, they're just going to easily transition into a macro game and have any option they want, really. It depends what they're playing against, obviously, but I feel like a lot of the builds they've shown were just pressure builds that people died to.
Do you guys see Violet playing Terran and also being a Zerg as a professional 1v1er, being more of a pro or a con coming into this matchup? Because you can say, hey, it's a pro because he knows a lot of the weaknesses of Zerg, or it could be a con saying, hey, well, you're pairing up with a Terran. Do you really know how to play Terran all that well compared to Masa?
I think Violet, he off-races quite a bit as far as I know, and he's not doing everything in terms of like, you know, macroing all the Terran. He's probably just taking units, microing them here and there, and he's got the control he obviously needs. I mean, he won a tournament with Masa, so he has the control on lockdown, but I think him knowing the weaknesses of Zerg, for instance, something like, you know, the annoying things Zerg has to play against by going through that himself.
Okay, real quick question. How accurate do you think these skill graphs are? Now, this is done by the players themselves, so they are actually categorizing
Yeah, they are
themselves.
trolling us, clearly.
So they should be bronze, right?
Yeah,
That's what this is telling us. Of course, true in DRG. DRG, let's also talk about his recent run in his professional career so far. He has been on fire. A lot of people are like, okay, he's down and out, and then he pops up again, and he's like, hey, I'm still around. I'm still one of the tyrants that have been crushing throughout my history, my career. He's been playing really well. Is that going to maintain here? I mean, have you guys seen his recent games? Have you felt out how he's been playing overall?
Well, the main thing I'm going off of is the offline playoffs and just how much they dominated everyone. The only team that really gave them a serious challenge was Huck and MC. I mean, they might have changed up their ZVP since then, who knows? But even with Huck and MC giving them a challenge, they were just dominant over, they looked strong in that series as well. So, I mean, they're very scary.
Have you guys gotten the chance to play against True or DRG on ladder any?
I haven't gotten to recently. I think I have before in the beta a few months ago, but I haven't gotten to recently. But I mean, these players are going to be players that no matter what time, even if you haven't seen them for a year, can come out and just smash all the competition.
I wonder actually, how do you guys feel about Zerg versus Terran right now in Legacy of the Void from what you've seen in terms of like meta and where the matchup is at?
Go ahead, Andre.
Well, I think there's a lot of adaptation. The big thing that we want to concentrate is the Liberator openings. Now that the Liberator has been changed, it requires the tech lab, it requires a research, and that means that you can't open up with that really strong Hellbat Liberator timing that we saw over and over and over again. That also means the third base of Zerg is able to come up a lot earlier, knowing that you don't have to deal with this super huge pressure. I think it's going to be really good for Zerg going into this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just the fact that Zerg no longer has to be super cautious of Liberator openings, you can definitely see some new possible greed coming out here.
Yeah. Again, I don't think the skill graph's accurate.
No, it is. Masa has everything pretty much perfect except the awareness. He has none, apparently, according to him.
That's brutal. I mean, he's definitely shown that he's capable of playing at the highest echelon of play in the foreigner scene. He really hasn't been able to break that, though. We haven't seen him be all too successful elsewhere, but here in Red Bull Battlegrounds, he's really shown his colors, shown he has the capacity to play at the very top alongside with Violet. And I think that shows a great sense of synergy with his friend, his ally. But going back to TVZ, I really want to hear your thoughts, Vibe. Where you think that matchup is going to go? Who's favored a little bit more? How are these guys going to adapt?
I think it kind of comes down to Terran now. It's really on them to find out something new to pressure Zerg with, because if every Zerg, and myself included, is thinking, I can be really greedy now. There's no more Liberator pressure. There's nothing that's really going to be outrageously aggressive early on. You might see the standard Hellion push or like one medevac dropping Marines early or something like that. But there's nothing really stopping you from taking that fast 3 base, going really greedy. So it's really up to the Terran maybe to come up with something creative and really just punish Zerg for that.
I know we've seen a lot of drop play. I know the lair definitely affected it. Will this evolution chamber affect the matchup at all? Do you think it's a massive boost to Zerg right now?
I feel like Archon Mode's a whole other beast with just unit control, and things like tank drop will shut down drop from Zerg, in my opinion, in Archon Mode.
What about like the 8 Zergling drop, though? Is that capable or no?
That's capable. I mean, if the Terran goes for like the super greedy reacted Hellions and has no units beforehand, there could be some damage done. But if a lot of Terrans will be going Reaper early on still, I feel, just to scout and to see what's going on.
You said that our Zerg Archon here, they've done really well. They kill everybody that they were going for some pressure with in some of those games. Do you think here that our Terran Archon will be able to defend properly and be prepared, having watched all those games?
I feel like they should be. It should be up to them to do pressure. So I feel like if this game's going to go anyway, it'll actually go with either DRG and Shu defending at early timing and doing a counterattack, or dying to an early timing.
All right. Well, we'll find out right now. Kicking on over to Rotterdam and Nathanius.
Thank you very much, guys. We are just about ready to get into our next best of 5 here at the Red Bull Battlegrounds. Roddy, finally get to cast some Legacy of the Void together?
I know, the very first time that I'll be casting Legacy with you. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be Terran versus Zerg. Nate, you casted all the games in Santa Monica as well. How scary were Dongregul and True?
the scariest.
The scariest?
We talk about what's good, what's weak, and especially when it came to TVZ, they shut down all the aggressive plays. They shut down every aggressive play that everybody threw at them. They were the scariest players there, not picked basically at all in the entire course of the weekend. And I think they're a force to be reckoned with here.
Oh, of course, the game has changed a little bit. As you guys can see, we are loaded into Terraform. And Nate, go ahead.
Now in the bottom right position, we have the blue Terran Archon, comprised of the Zerg Violet and his teammates Masa.
And on the left top side of Terraform, we're looking at the main base of our Zerg Archon. Of course, it is Dongregu and True.
I thought it was really interesting, the boys at the desk mentioning the Liberator openings. When we look at Terran vs. Zerg and Legacy of the Void, everybody loves the Liberator. But the last patch made it a lot trickier. You have to research the upgrade for it to go into its anti-ground mode. Zerg players can get away with a lot more. You don't have to constantly worry about having that siege up behind your mineral line or right on your queens with a Hellbat push like they've been doing for basically the last few months.
What are you expecting over here from Violet and Masa? Are we going to see some mech play? Are we going to see a mix of Hellbat, Cyclones, or is it going to be straight up bio?
I would expect bio. One of the things, you know, we actually get to see these guys work together a bit against Protoss, at least in the Battlegrounds Toronto. But I do like this. It's a little bit of a fake out, I feel. But that fast evolution chamber, they canceled it. Okay, you do need that if you want to go for the fast Overlord drop. So I'm very curious. It seems that they're giving this a little more respect.
It felt like almost they wanted to go for it, and then indeed it's like, maybe we should take this a little bit more serious because we don't exactly know what's coming. It's just a single Reaper for now. The Reaper will make its way into the bunker whenever it's necessary. So I guess that's kind of a nice start, and this should be a pretty solid opening for Violet and Masa.
Yeah, there's quite a bit you can do with this. Of course, that Reaper does have its grenade, much more effective against these Zerglings than any of those Protoss forces like we saw in the last match. But trying to control this ramp, and you know, in Heart of the Swarm, this bunker doesn't really do too much, but that Reaper can just be so annoying with its grenade and running back there to regenerate. You have to be very careful as the Zerg because those grenades can really stack damage up fast against Lings.
A lot of Lings forced out so far, but not a whole lot of damage done. Still, I think that Violet and Masa are quite okay with that. Of course, these two, they qualified after winning the open bracket in Toronto, and they looked surprisingly good there. They were almost untouchable throughout that entire tournament.
I don't think those two had ever played a team game with each other prior to showing up to Toronto. Just like, I need someone to play with. Okay, let's do it. Well, we're going to DC. And I'm really interested because they did such a good job with the multi-prong aggression. That's why my mind immediately jumps to bio play. They split the tasks very well, controlled multiple armies very well, and that's what I'm expecting in this whole match.
It's fun as well because it's such an unlikely Archon, you know, a Terran and a Zerg teaming up together.
Didn't think we could do it.
No, didn't think about it. I guess it is possible after all, as these first Zerglings made their way across the map. There's not a whole lot to see here yet. Violet and Masa have thrown up an additional command center as that first siege tank is on the way as well. So we might see a little bit of some medevac siege tank play.
Yeah, I like it a lot. It's one of the best counters to early Zerg aggression. It'll shut down any type of Ling Bane play, shuts down Zerglings in general, but it'll also shut down a lot of Roach or Ravager openings. And we do have a Roach Warren coming out for Dongregu and True. There's the possibility that we have a bit of Ravager pushing, which is very hard to deal with before you have Stim and Medevacs.
Yeah, do you think they're perhaps a little bit worried as well about some Zerg aggression? Now the Reaper is at home. Of course, there are no eyes on the other side of the map. It's kind of hard for Violet and Masa to figure out what exactly is going on there.
Yeah, it's mostly tricky because you said it. They forced out a lot of Lings with the Reaper earlier on, so they're it's just the consequences of their actions that now this aggressive force on the map. And 10 Roaches on the way. Opening with the fast siege tank is a very important thing in this scenario. And they're going for a Viking to follow this up, but the medevac with this siege tank, this is everything to defend this push.
I still love seeing this, Nate. It makes me smile every single time. Of course, something that's not possible at all in Heart of the Swarm. But I do think that one SCV that they had on the other side of the map, I didn't see that first. That's so crucial because that SCV is like, all right, no turret hatchery just yet. Well, then there's a very good chance that you guys will start being aggressive. Normally, these Roaches can just march across the map, but that ain't going to happen now.
No, the siege tank can kite them with this medevac, and with the fast pickup capability, with Archon Mode, to have one of the two players just focus on this really takes a lot of this wind out of the sails of a Roach push like this.
Yep, in general, most of the time it's Masa the one who's macroing, and Violet is the one taking care of those early dropships at first. Later on, when the armies grow, of course, they'll split complicate the task a little bit. There are those Ravagers that you mentioned as well, that Reaper Grenade splitting up those roaches a little bit.
Yeah, and this is just really trying to help delay this as much as they can. They need to get more tanks out. They need to get, you know, I would say another medevac to help continue to do this, but the Ravagers are slowly trying to push it. As long as the medevac keeps moving that tank around, they should be able to clean it up, but how much damage will Violet take prior to that?
I feel so far Violet and Masa handling this quite well. One of the bunkers is still alive, a couple of SCVs will be pulled, but if they clean this up without losing 15, 20 SCVs, they should be in a really good position.
I mean, they haven't really lost much of anything, and this is a really nice spot to be in. As you mentioned, such a late third base for DRG and True. They've only just basically started it. They have a Spire that's just started, but the follow-up to a Roach push like this with some Ravagers, it doesn't exist.
Wow, the champions of Toronto so far definitely holding their own against, well, the guys that were the scariest in Santa Monica, as this tank will still continue, just trying to pick up that last Ravager as well. A couple of Lynx trying to hang out, but so far, so good.
Yeah, the Lynx coming in to help save that Ravager. It's very difficult to drop that tank and then immediately target fire with it, but this is what Archon Mode's all about. You have one guy that can just focus on this, and that tank can push the Queens back and pick off creep tumors that are building. It'll even one-shot the tumors if you want to get really aggressive and help shut down that creep spread.
So where do you think the Terran Archon is going from here? Just get a bunch of Marines, get a bunch of Marauders, get 2 to 4 medevacs, and then just go for it, start applying some real pressure?
Yeah, man, just keep cranking him out. You know, basically at this point, like Heart of the Swarm style, there are players that do like to go for Widowmines mixed with this, but with the ability to move siege tanks the way that we're seeing them moved right now, there's still a lot of capability for Marine tank to come back as well.
This is absolutely phenomenal for Violet and Masa. Look at the numbers, man. They're up in army supply, they're up in workers as well. A Terran being up in workers against the Zerg, well, that's something that's not very common, especially not in Heart of the Swarm. First 9 medevacs are on the way, so that's finally going to shut down this medevac a tiny bit, but it's safe to say that Violet and Masa have to be so happy with the position they're in right now.
Yeah, one happy Ling comes in, delays a single barracks at the moment, but 1-1 coming close to finishing. Evolution Chambers are only just now starting for DRG and True. They're going to be way behind in upgrades for a significant period of time, and now as the Mutalisks come out, so do the extra medevacs. This tank will finally get picked off, but at least they know, okay, there's mutas, get missile turrets, get ready for the next phase.
Well, so far that tank was the MVP of the game. I like how you pointed out the upgrades. 1-1 is more than halfway done for our Terran Archon. They're mining up 3 bases very comfortably. This missile turret was a tiny bit late, but it will finish up just in time. A couple of Marines here as well. There are still Hellions out on the field. Could potentially morph them into Hellbats if they want. If we will see a bunch of Banelings, as we see the first on the production tab, but man, Violet and Masa just in absolute control of this game.
Yeah, using this medevac, trying to split the control here as they go for the drop in the main base and try to clean up the creep spread, of course. Creep also recedes faster since the last patch, so this creep spread will have a lot more value to DRG and True as it will die very, very fast.
I feel that's one of the biggest nerves actually that perhaps not a lot of people haven't really spoken about just yet, but we all know how annoying it can be if you're trying to expand or if you're trying to push creep back. Now it's going to be so much easier whether you play Terran or Protoss to take care of this. A couple of Lynx miss rally there, they get taken out immediately. The Queen is going to fall as well. Look at this Arminate, Bailing speed isn't even ready yet.
And at the same time, the Mutas are trying to do some harassment at that third main. They're actually getting pushed back. The Banelings without that speed, as you said, can't catch up. Medevacs load up and push away as Marines chase the Mutas out of the main base of Violet and Masa.
Yep, there's enough Marines over there. There's more than enough production on the Terran side of the map. The armory is a little bit late. I guess that's the only thing we could criticize them for so far in this game, but they're still up in workers. They will be able to pick up a couple of free drones over here as well, and I don't know where the Banelings are, Nate, but I don't think there are a whole lot of Banelings on the map.
Yeah, still bringing the heat here. The siege tank will get cleaned up, but so many more drones get destroyed at this third base, really limiting the economy. The Terrans, as you mentioned earlier, still maintain that worker lead, up 131 supply to 96.
Yeah, the Mutalisks will finally shut this down, take care of those medevacs. That's nice, so at least you get some guaranteed kills, but Violet and Masa have to be so happy with the amount of damage that they dealt over there. Wiped out the entire mineral line. They're sitting on 65 SCVs against the 48 drones. That should be the other way around, Nate, and then it's still a close game.
Yeah, this is such a tense moment right now. DRG and True need to buy as much time as possible. Their 1-1 upgrades are finishing. You mentioned the late armory. Pulling the Terran forces north like this and then trying to hit from the south with the Banelings could do a good job of cutting down that economy lead.
Yeah, they are hitting from the north and south right now, Nate. At the same time, these SUVs will be evacuated for a bit. Banelings looking for a couple of juicy connections. Most of the Marines are out of position. This is pretty okay for DRG and True, but of course, the real army of Violet and Masa is not here.
No, they're still rebuilding those forces. Another drop's gonna hit the main base. A dropped Viking inside of the main as well. Those evolution chambers vulnerable. Another army pushing in from the southern position towards the natural. They're just just hitting from every direction at the same time. And Violet and Masa are continuing to run away with this game.
Loving the spread, loving the small micro moves as well, dropping one Marine at a time on top of Banelings and DRG Intruders. There's no way they can hold this anymore, man. The last links will fall. There are no drones mining on this base anymore. This hatchery is gonna go down, and Violet and Masa take game number 1 very convincingly. Wow, I'm actually so shocked right now, Nate.
Very well played. Good control of those forces in the early game to just build up that edge. And, you know, just shout out to the hero tank flying in that medevac in Heart of the Swarm. You just have to sit on the ground and watch your friends die.
I think that's why it's such a great opening for Terra. And of course, I'm still very new to this matchup. Haven't seen a whole lot of TVZ yet, especially not this high level in Legacy of the Void. But, you know, if your opponent opens up very macro-oriented, then you can just use that tank to pick up a couple of drones, be annoying, maybe get a couple links here and there, and you will have eyes on the other side of the map. And if there's an all-in coming, well, great. Just drop that tank in the middle of the map over and over again. You know, you get 5, 6, 7, 8 shots off for free. That's massive in an all-in phase. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, a really, really important victory against a team that's been touted as one of the scariest, period, in StarCraft 2 Legacy of the Void Archon Mode. DRG and True have, you know, they've been shown they can bleed already here. And it's a very good start for Violet and Masa just because of that.
And what about this guy, Masa, man? It really seems like he has a very good grasp on Legacy of the Void so far, especially when it comes to Archon Mode. Even last week, Nate, when he was here for the Washington D.C. Pro AM, he went undefeated. He played like 10, 11 matches, went 11-0. Of course, you know, you're playing against amateurs, you're not playing against DRG and True, but that does say something.
Yeah, and really, really exciting to see these guys come up here. Dongregu and True, just players that we've seen as being so scary. And I do believe before we go into the next game, we're going to learn a little bit more about this very fearsome Zerg duo.
네, 박수호 선수를 언제 만났냐면은 작년 GSL 조지명식에서 처음 만났어요. 저는 사실 원래 제동이 형이나 동원이 형이나 석현이 형이나 이렇게 하고 싶었는데
저는 그 같은 팀인 이원표 선수랑 하려고 신청을 바로 앞에 두고 있었는데 다 적고 이제 보내기만 하면 되는데 갑자기 태수한테 전화 와가지고
다들 일정이 있어가지고 어쩔 수 없이 이제 수호 형을 선택하게 됐어요. 어쩔 수 없이.
아 형 저랑 해요. 갑자기 그래가지고 자기가 공유 많이 해봤다고 캐리 해주겠다고 나만 믿고 오라고. 저도 어쩔 수 없이 이제 태수 쪽으로 제가 이렇게 따라 붙었죠. 예.
수호 형이 말을 잘 안 들으니까 연습을 잘 안 해가지고 수호 형이 처음에는 엄청 안 맞았었어요.
아 산타모니카 때 태수가 자꾸 이런 전략 저런 전략 해보자고 제안을 했었는데 제가 그때 안 된다고 했었는데 막상 가서 진짜 실력을 보니까 뭐 저보다도 더 뭐하니 모르는 것 같고
많이 답답했는데 제가 그래도 착한 동생이다 보니까
그냥 입으로만 자꾸 스타를 하길래
이제 막 말을 많이 해가면서 연습을 통해서 부담 없이 그냥 할 수 있는데 착한 동생이다 보니까 네, 제가 다 맞춰줘서 지금은 아주 좋습니다. 제가 그 스타2로는 우승을 해본 적이 없어가지고
솔직하게 말하면 입었는데 제가 대회로 번 게 하나도 없어가지고
일단 혼자 하면은 겁도 나고 그럴 때도 있는데 대회장에서는 둘이 하는 게 더 든든하고 둘이 하면 나눠야 되니까
그래도 제 생활을 약간이나마 풍족하게 해줄 수 있는 돈의 원천? 너무 솔직한가?
아주 되게 기쁠 것 같아요. 아주 많이 좀 상상은 많이 해봤는데 네, 그게 현실이 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
가장 대회 끝나고 기억하게 될 모습은 박수호라는 선수가 방태수라는 선수를 이끌어 갈 만큼
그 형 좀 머리가 좀 나빠서
능력이 있는 선수구나.
These interviews, man, have been so good. DRG and True, two of the players that we talk about as being scary, but apparently they're more afraid of each other than their opponents.
I know, so far Hawk has been the only one who was just showing non-stop love to his Archon partner, and the rest is just like, I actually have no idea why I'm playing with this guy.
It's been absolutely crazy here, and I'm really excited as we do get loaded into our next map here at the Red Bull Battlegrounds. We are in our second best of 5. We're loaded into Bridgehead for map number 2. On the left side, we have the blue Zerg Archon. We have Dongregu and True.
And on the right side of Bridgehead, we have the winners of our open tournament in Toronto. It is, of course, Violet and Masa.
Is this in the rules somewhere?
Actually, Nate, it's the other way around.
I don't even know what to think anymore.
It's a ZVZ. We are actually watching a ZVZ right now, Nate.
Okay. Well.
It's okay, we still introduce both of them. So.
This is what happens when you bring in the power of Archon Mode and you combine a Zerg and a Terran. Sometimes you put it in and it comes out one way, and then sometimes it comes out the other. And now we have a ZVZ.
It's actually so surprising. Perhaps it has something to do with Bridgehead, but they look so good on Terraform. There's absolutely no reason you would say
it's like, why would you
to even change races, but it has happened.
Maybe they're just trying to get inside of their heads, or perhaps they've got a pocket strategy for this map. That's the only thing that I can think of. Maybe some weird quick evolution chamber, I don't know.
And I mean, let's not forget that when you're preparing for this tournament, you always look at the opponents, right? Who is here? And Dongregu and True, they were supposed to be the only Zerg Archon here. So there's a good chance that they haven't really played any ZVZ at all. Now suddenly Violet and Masa, they switch it up. Or maybe Violet was just like, hey man, that last game, it went well, but the only thing I did is control a tank. I actually want to play some StarCraft too. Let's play Zerg now.
They're taking turns. Yeah. It's like, okay, well, you get to micro the Terran units. I get to micro the Zerg units. And I guess we get to find out how good Masa is at potentially moving Banelings around Lings or big roach-on-roach battles.
I can see Violet give Masa 2 Lings and be like, all right, this is all you do for the first few minutes. Don't lose him, Nick.
Don't lose that first Overlord. It happens, man. It happens sometimes. I think for ZVZ in Legacy of the Void, I guess what I would love to see in my heart of hearts would be some lurker play if the game goes long enough, as that's really shaking things up quite a bit. We've seen it before in the qualifiers as a great way to shut down basically the giant masses of roaches. And there's that Ling fight. 2v2. Who wins?
This is basically a 1v1 right now where all they will take care of are these 2 Lings. So it's unlikely either of them is going to die. So far, this is 100% of a mirror matchup. We see Baneling Nest going down on identical moments. Lings, drones, even Zergling speed is pretty much identical. Very curious to see who's going to be the first player here that's going to make a big play. Who's going to make a lot of Lings? Who's going to try to apply pressure, or we'll just see them go for quick layers?
Yeah, I'm very interested to know which one of these Archons want to get the most aggressive. DRG and True being down a map, being basically forced to just play different matchup at the will of Violet and Masa. They have to be a little bit uncomfortable right now, right?
Yeah, well, I think even we are uncomfortable, Nate, just looking at this. We did not prepare for a ZVZ.
I was not preparing for a ZVZ when I looked at this series, Kevin.
I know, we were not supposed to cast a
It's like, I'm the Terran expert, I demand.
All right, Roach Warren is going down for DRG and True. Leia going down as well, though. These 2 Lings did not get to see what I think they want to see. That Roach Warren just got cancelled. Nice little bit of a mind game there, perhaps going up to quick Spire right now. Giving their opponents the ID, they have to worry about Roaches, or maybe even a couple of Ravages in the mix.
Yeah, and the cool thing about Legacy of the Void, for those of you who don't know, the Spore Crawler is actually much weaker versus Mutalisks. It takes a whole extra shot when you consider just how fast those Mutas are. It's a big deal. So the Mutalisk strategies have cropped up a little bit more as we've progressed forward here in Legacy of the Void.
Whenever I'm watching Archon Mode and I always see buildings go down and then see them cancelled, or Banelings morph and then it cancelled, I wonder if that's part of a mind game, or if the 2 Archons are just fighting with each other. Yeah,
it's like, I want to build roaches. No, I want to go Mutas.
It's like, where did my gas go? Stop those Banelings right now. Give that gas back.
Well, there's the Spire on the way as the first units get denied entry into Violet and Masa's base, and they've got that Roach Warren finishing up too.
Yeah, there's a chance that they still think that this is going to be a very standard Roach versus Roach war, because if you take a look at the view of Violet and Masa, I believe the last thing they saw was still that Roach one, right? And so they're probably still thinking this is going to be a very standard straight-up Roach game. It's very important they start scouting the Spire soon, man. If you don't scout the Spire, with 0 Spore Crawlers in production, you're going to produce Roaches at the wrong moment.
Yeah, that'll make life very difficult. A few of these Lings come in here and nibble on this third hatchery of DRG True. Okay, so they run in. They're going into the main base. They see that the Roach Warren's not there anymore. There's the Spire. They know it's on the way. They can start up the Spore Crawlers. They have some information they can use now.
Yep, they've got a couple of Roaches out on the map. In general, what you want to do, Nidus Network going down. Now, that's a very cool play, and that, of course, could be very massive as well. It's going to be very hard to find out where these Nidus Networks even go down. And they are still invincible, correct?
Yeah, and it's one of the biggest changes made in Legacy of the Void. When you start a Nidus Swarm, it cannot be killed until it is complete. And if you can get those queens out, you can transfuse that Nidus Swarm, and it will allow the rest of your forces to unload and push in.
Now, I like the quick thinking over here. They probably didn't realize it up to this point, and immediately they started up a couple of extra queens. Immediately, that Nidus Network went down. With this Overseer over here, I think it's going to be very difficult for DRG and True to find every single bit of map presence that these boys have on this side of the map. There goes that first Nidus Network. It's kind of outside of that third base.
I was thinking they would try to make a move closer towards the inside of the base, but in this particular position, they want to just force out maybe a cancel or a kill on the third base rather than going for a punch in the main. Or maybe they'll start up another Nidus Swarm once they've started to pull their attention. And yes, that's exactly what they're going to do. They have a Nidus Swarm on the way in the natural.
And there's a good chance they start spraying a little bit of creep as well with all these queens and maybe get a couple of drones in that Nidus Network. Maybe even throw down a Spore Crawler or two, as we know how ridiculously good Spore Crawlers can be. You're forcing these Mutalisks right now to take care of the other Nidus Network, so these Roaches, they'll just run up into the main base. There are Spine Crawlers here, though.
Yeah, they should be able to, at the very least, knock down this third. The Queens are going to continue to push. Another Nidus Swarm starts up. Continue to hit. And yeah, building offensive Spore Crawlers, Roddy. They're really committing to this push, trying to bring an end to this game right now against this Mutalisk army. They've got them locked down on 2 bases now. Can they close it out?
I mean, Spine Crawlers are phenomenal, but as long as there are Queens alive, it's very important they stay on top of their transfusions. But so far, so good. These rocks are actually so annoying right now for Violet and Masa. If I were them, I'd try to take care. Yeah, exactly. Go work on one of them. So maybe you can actually avoid a couple of these spines, or at least have way more surface area to start shooting at them.
I mean, so, you know, some of the Spore Crawlers are finishing outside the base as the DRG chants begin, but with this many spines, it's going to be really difficult for them to actually break into that main base.
Especially running up a hill as well. Of course, losing that third base stings a little bit, but they still have plenty of workers. They're even on workers, and they've got way more army supply. And let's not forget that there are no defensive Spore Crawlers whatsoever. So as soon as these Mutalisks will make their way across the map, they're going to be able to do some very serious work.
Yeah, that Muta count has built up so high, 17 Mutalisks, and there's not that many queens. We have a lot of Spore Crawlers coming in for Violet and Masa, but I mean, realistically, what can they do in this position?
Yeah, I don't think they can defend this base. I would kind of focus on defending my main and my natural. There is one Spore, but this one queen with all that energy gets picked off immediately. One more Spore will get shot down before it's done. This is looking phenomenal for DRG and True right now.
Yeah, everything's just getting absolutely ravaged, losing their Overlords as well. More and more Mutalisks coming out. They're going to run Lings over to the Nidus Worm and try to destroy this. With this, it's the only offensive position that Violet and Masa have.
I mean, it was so smart to not try to defend on the low ground. Instead, throw up all the spines on the high ground, so they have a little bit of extra time as well to let those spines finish. And it's so much harder for Roaches to walk up a ramp and then get a good surface area, get a good attack angle on all those spines. This was absolutely phenomenally handled by DRG and True.
Yeah, just really, really well done. A beautiful defense of such an ambitious push. Yeah, that'll delay the creep. Actually, the larvae generation on that main base. GG's called. DRG and True say, go back to Terran.
Absolutely. That was probably the only ZVZ we will see this tournament, Nate, as DRG and True show, like, hey, 2 Zergs is still better than 1.
Yeah. Really, really well done, and just, it's so crazy, you know, that the snap decision, like you mentioned, and you see the Spire, you know that you're not ready for it at all, so just go for the Nidus, try to bring it home, and it's a cool style. I've actually seen it happen quite a few times in the ZVZs that took place in Santa Monica, but not able to finish it out on this map.
And can we compliment the decision making to keep those Mutalisks in the back of the natural to make sure that even when that Nidus network finishes, they can shut it down immediately. So not like these Roaches are out of position, then they hop into one Nidus, suddenly they're into your main base. They will avoid all those Spine Crawlers. That was such a great call by DRG and True. The moment it was happening, I wasn't even sure if, like, is it really necessary to keep your Mutalisks there right now? But I actually think that saved them the game.
Yeah, just absolutely phenomenal decision-making to be able to pull out ahead in that map. And I guess the big question I'm wondering now, Kev, is what race are Violet and Masa going to play going into the next map?
Well, I think I know, Nate. I think it's going to be, let's go back to Terraform. Let's do what we did best before, as their Terran looked so good in general. They've got way more experience as well when it comes to playing Terran versus Zerg. as I believe we're going to take a small replay. This is the first time they saw that Roach One was cancelled. They saw the Spire, immediately went for the Queens and the Nidus Network, but it was just so smart by DRG and True to defend on the high ground. Don't wait for your low ground expand to finish up. Don't wait for creep to be spread there. Just defend on the high ground. That was just a great call.
Yeah, just a really, really well played. And the way the map is laid out made it so hard to push up that ramp, especially trying to get the offensive spores. Like the Mutas just did so much work too.
And you know, it's so funny as well because Violet and Masa probably reading this at first like, hey, we're actually going to be able to get this hatchery. You know, we're doing great over here, but it's like DRG and True wanted them to attack that hatchery. You know, please waste time. Please let our spine crawlers finish up. Let our queens gather up a little bit of extra energy on the high ground. Let our Muta count go from 8 to 12 to 14 and eventually even 16, 17. And then suddenly 4 or 5 queens is just not enough anymore.
Yeah, just really, really, I think, shows what happens. Like not being able to get the build order advantage in that position really hurts you because they were faked out by the Roach Warren. And I'm just really interested to know where the series goes from here. I feel like it's been completely turned on its head just based on not only them choosing Zerg, but then losing with it.
Yep.
That's got to be also a confidence boost for DRG and True as well.
Does it have something to do with Bridgehead, you think? Is Bridgehead just that map that you don't really want to play as a Terran versus Zerg in Legacy of the Void?
I mean, I think playing versus Zergs as Terran is tricky because of those back rocks, especially if they also go for something with like early Roaches and Ravagers, as the Ravagers will help break down the rocks faster, but then you have so many points of contention where you're trying to defend. But even then, just get flying siege tanks. It worked the first game.
Yeah, it definitely worked very well the first game. We should take a look at Masa right now, perhaps discussing a little bit. You can actually hear your allies so clearly through those microphones. I'm not sure how much you were communicating earlier today, Nate, but it's a very cool little setup.
The only thing I heard through my microphone was, "What have you done?"
Way too many stalkers we cannot hold.
Something like that. Something like that. I think it was the build's not working.
All right, as we're getting ready to hop into game number 3 of the second match of the day. Of course, after this, we're hopping into the winner bracket finals. It's all best of 5 in the winner bracket. The lower bracket matches will be best of 3, and then eventually when we have our grand final, the first match will be a best of 5, but if the team from the lower bracket wins, then it's going to be one best of 3 to decide who is going to be the Red Bull Battlegrounds 2015 Grand Champion. Which Archon Mode will take home that beautiful trophy.
Yeah, that's what we're here to find out. We are loaded in, it looks like, just about ready to kick off the third map in this best of 5, Roddy. It's the Red Bull Battlegrounds, and we are ready on, looks like, Orbital Shipyard for the next map. We get a look at these boys who've learned their lesson. They've gone back to the best race. They've gone back to Terran. We have Violet and Masa.
So biased, Nate, so biased. I'm sure there are plenty of Zerg fans in the building that would love to disagree with you about the best races. We're taking a look at the main base of our Red Archon team. Give it up for DRG and True.
I saw the Terran support in the crowd. There's a good amount of people with the Terran shirts.
And
you guys know who you are.
Yep. And a couple of cool drawings as well. The dream team of MMA and Bomber. I saw that one. It's cool.
And so for Orbital Shipyard, I mean, the most important thing to note about this map, you have your natural behind your main. It's very easy to defend. Hatchery first, Command Center first, Nexus first, all things that are super common on this map because it's really difficult to get aggressive on this map on 1 or 2 bases.
I think it's very easy here to even go up to 3 bases. This is probably the map right now in Legacy of the Void where it's the easiest to go up to 3 bases. Yeah. There are a couple of them out there. However, taking your 4th base, you know, as a Protoss or even as a Terran, I think can become very, very tricky. You have to knock down these rocks or these destructible places, nothing you ever really want to worry about. And if you take it on the other side, well, that's just light years away. You know, it's almost impossible to cover all that ground with a couple of tanks or, you know, whatever race you play.
Yeah, that's like you said, that it's very far away. You have to send your commands by telegram. You can't just click on it anymore. It's a very difficult base to defend. And in Legacy of the Void, it's all about that harassment that we've seen, just non-stop aggression in basically every single game that's happened so far today. So you have to be expecting that, and it makes taking those extra bases so much more difficult.
It was a different opening this time by our Blue Terran Archon team, as Violet and Masa decided to go for that Command Center first. Like you said, it's one of the easiest maps to go, at least up to 2 bases, but even up to 3. As they're going to follow it up with a Marine, there's a good chance they'll go up to 3 CCs very quickly once more. Of course, course, the economy has changed so much, but if there's one thing that holds true in general, it's go up to 3 bases, get them saturated. The moment you do that, you can pretty much do whatever you want, at least, you know, up to the 12, 13-minute mark, where you can get all your production facilities in base or in place. You can get all your upgrades running, and that's just a nice place to be in if you play Terran.
Yeah, I mean, that's the dream, to get 3-base saturation, get those mules raining down, and then you can just churn out those endless masses of bio, but a really fast lair.
That is so quick, Nate. What are you going to do with this?
It's interesting to me, mostly because the Liberator is no longer that big of a threat in the early game. Lots of Zergs would have actually opened mutas to deal with Liberators, since in low numbers they're not that effective. But I guess Fast Spire, I'm not actually sure.
I feel this would be so quick that I'm not even sure if they can afford to have a Spire. So far, it's nothing but drones, so maybe by the time that the layer is done, they'll start mining up 3 or 4 gases. But this is one of the absolute quickest layers that I've seen. I'm very curious where they're going to take this.
It's an unnecessarily fast layer, to say the least. I mean, they're grabbing up some more of those gases. They're going to have enough resources to start a Spire while they start Ling speed. Okay. I'm not sure I know what's going on just yet.
All right, this one Ling is knocking on the front door there. All Violet and Masa, of course, doesn't really get a great scout off. Did that Overlord ever spot Command Center number 3? Didn't see it yet, but they probably expect it. I mean, maybe they are just worried about another medevac tank play, and they just feel like, let's get that Spire as quick as possible. But this is what we mentioned. You know, it even took right now 30, 40 seconds almost for that Spire to go down. So their layer was just, it was too quick for their own good, because they didn't actually have the resources to build that Spire.
They will get to drop creep very quickly on this third base as the Overlord, well, I guess changes his mind. You know what? They actually reveal with this that they've gone for this quick layer too. But I actually really like what you pointed out. The medevac tank drop is shut down very fast by those siege, by those Mutalisk plays.
The thing is, I almost feel like this the moment if I'm Violet and Masa right now, just be like, all right, you know, oversee already, creep is being dropped. Their Spire is going to be very, very quick, most likely. We're going to keep it at 1 tank for now and just get as many bio units out as quick as possible. Make sure you get those E-baits down. Make sure you get a couple of meta. They're actually going to pick up that tank. I'm a tiny bit surprised by that, because by the time that this tank makes it across the map, I feel the first Mutalisk will be on the production tab.
Yeah, this is a really risky move to make, as the Zerg players are spreading some Overlords around outside that main base area. They should see the medevac.
And let's not forget that if they lose that tank, if they lose that medevac, it's going to be pretty damn difficult to defend against a big spell of Lings and perhaps even Banelings as well.
Yeah, to take off the first Ling, Mutas are on the production tab. So DRG and True know that if that siege tank hits, it's coming from the northwest.
I don't think they should be committing to this play. Losing a medevac and a tank in this phase in the game, that could be devastating. It could even make it a lot more difficult for Violet and Masa to secure that third base on the low ground, even though they are throwing down turrets already, and even a bunker as well, because I guess they are aware of this. But look at these Mutalists, they're out. You know, this medevac tank play will do absolutely nothing. Oh, I love this as well. It's like, okay, please fly in, you know?
Yeah, well, the mute. Whoa.
Oh, actually, they're just going to fly across the map.
I think this is a case of the old Archon, hey, you grabbed my units.
No, I think they just feel like, all right, I highly doubt that you have turrets in play on the other side of the map. There's only so much that one tank can do. I can deal with it at home. You try to do as much damage as possible with these Mutalists.
I mean, it definitely makes this tank drop much nicer as they're able to actually get some work done with it, but immediately going in, grabbing an SCV here and there, getting dangerously close to that mine, as you pointed out, and yeah, finding an opening, getting some worker kills here.
Yep, they probably expected these Mutalists to stay at home, just like we did. Instead, these Mutalists fly across the map, get a couple of SCV kills here and there. So far, they have created an 8-worker lead for themselves. That's pretty all right.
Yeah, this is actually really nice, and as long as they can get away with most of them, they should be very happy. At the same time, that tank drop still trying to do some work, but now a few more mutas pop out will bring an end to these shenanigans, as it were.
Yeah, the tank is still being annoying, as that medevac did get picked off. The tank is going to focus fire on a couple of drones. Every drone you can kill in this phase is obviously way better than a Ling. You know, it looks great for DNG and True, and I would say that this was a success. The only thing, though, Nate, those evolution chambers are very, very late. They haven't even started 1-1 yet. Well, 1-1 is about to finish up with Violet and Masa. So I kind of feel, if I'm the Terran Archon right now, I'd say like, all right, you know, let's just recollect ourselves real quick, you know, get a couple of Marines, get a couple of medevacs, and then start pushing out. And it could be very difficult for DRG and True to get good engagements.
Yeah, and we've seen these mutas continue to putting pressure. That mine shot, though, softens up quite a few of them, as it also helps kill one. And the upgrades are coming in now for DRG and True. They've just started their 1-1 upgrades. And Violet and Masa could be looking now to make their first push across the map to try to do something, try to accomplish and get some damage done.
I mean, at least push the creep back yet, because we saw that on Terraform as well. If these games go longer, when you have two world-class Zerg players in the same Archon team, well, creep spread is going to be absolutely ridiculous. I even love that small play there, creating high ground vision with your Mutalisk to get a creep tumor up the high ground there, so eventually you can start spreading it on the low ground again. Very cute, but right now this is still a very difficult army to face for DRG and True.
Yep, and as they start to clear up this creep, Baneling speed's not ready yet. They need to be very, very careful. The Terran army is stepping very far forward.
I kind of felt they had enough there, but I guess they just really want to wait for Baneling speed. It's only 7 or 8 seconds away, and of course you're going to get a much, much better trade if you play Zerg, especially on creep. These bio units have stepped very wisely off creep.
Yeah, and right now just positioning themselves off creep, looking for an opportunity to try to take that engagement. They do not want to fight speed Banelings with that creep spread there, and as you can see, it really does disappear much faster than it used to.
There is a drone that made its way all the way to that left top side of the map, actually morphing in that Fort Hatchery, something that the Terran Archon team is not aware of just yet. This is the first drop. It's going to get shut down immediately, but at least it allowed these bio units to move forward a tiny bit. Most of the Banelings got good connections there, but a couple of Marines still live.
Yeah, and that's all you need with this medevac, pulling the rest of those Banelings over back into the main base, grabs a few of the Overlords as well. Medevac's still dancing around, and they're going to move in. There's morphing Banelings right here. They need to be very careful.
I mean, I don't think this is going to be all that successful. I really think it's very important they spot this fort base. This is the first time they see it, and I think right now they regret even trying to walk up that ramp, because getting a cancel on this Fort Hatchery would have been so massive for a Terran Archon.
Yeah, I mean, in Heart of the Swarm, it's all about denying that fourth base. And in Legacy of the Void, you have so many fewer resources, you mine out so much faster. You really need to be careful with how you handle this, because you need to get your own fourth. If the Zerg's allowed to run rampant with their economy, you're going to have a hard time taking your own expansions.
The best thing is, though, for Violet and Masa, that they're keeping DRG and True on their side of the map. Of course, you can't win a game of StarCraft if you're only defending forever. These are two empty medevacs. They're kind of distracting them right now. Violet and Masa really want to do something about the economy. They're splitting up medevacs right now. This is kind of that phase in the game where in Archon mode, you split up the task. You know, you do the right top side, I do the left side, and let's just try to do as much damage as possible.
Yep, and this first drop pulls away most of the Lings, some of the Mutas to the right side, but this big push on the left side. They need to get the Banelings in position. That medevac is killed. It's one less thing to worry about as they step forward and start to clean up more of this creep.
Yeah, it was full of Marines as well, so pretty nice pickup there for our Zerg Archon team. These Marines made it behind enemy lines. They will get a couple of drone kills immediately. Well done there. But still, though, it seems like there's more than enough Zerg. Of course, 2-2 upgrades already. I believe 2-2 hasn't even started yet for... Well, okay, it's halfway done.
It's a little ways off, I'd say, Roddy. There's definitely opportunity here for Violet and Masa, but they actually lack medevacs with this army, so every sim, like, these Marines aren't even being healed anymore.
Yeah, these Mutalists did a really good job, by the way. In every single medevac they could have potentially picked off, they did get, and they got those two empty medevacs as well in the middle of the map.
It's one of the negative side effects of Archon mode, man. You're like, oh, I can drop so much more, and then you have no medevacs to heal your army. And we see this split view. They're still positioned outside the base, and they're going to also throw this drop into the right side, but there's Zerglings and Banelings pre-positioned here. There's the attempted counterattack to swing around for DRG and True 2, and a drop somehow gets into the main base.
Yeah, definitely doing some nice damage over here, running units left and right, just trying to hit from many different angles. At the same time, a massive counterattack right now on the Terran side of the map. There's only a single bunker. All these SCVs, Nate, are in so much trouble.
Yeah, they break the bunker up, and the Banelings move forward. They're going to get right on top of the SCVs. Command Center lifts off, desperately trying to run away from this push. The whole army stimming back to try and defend against this, while that drop still hangs out there. They've cleaned up most of the Banelings, so these Lings and Mutas should die, at least the ones that are left inside, but even some of those escape.
The counterattack is going to have to be incredibly powerful and has to hit very, very hard for our blue Terran Archon team right now, because if it doesn't, then the Zergs will just run away with this game. This medevac is still alive. This drop is still being annoying. It's still doing some serious work. All the upgrades have finished right now for our Zerg team, as +2 flyer attacks is ready and +2 on the Banelings as well.
Yeah, and this is such a concerning moment right now. Here's that big push you talked about. But look at most of these forces in the yellow or orange health. There's no medevacs here to heal them. The first wave of Banelings comes out. Widow Mines not getting the money connections here. And even though they've killed off a lot of these forces, they still have so much more work to do.
Yeah, army supply is still very scary. There's a Tor in the mix as well. A few more Widow Mines being burned over here. All the Banelings are kind of clumped up, but the mines don't get the connections they're looking for. It seems like the Zerg team is hanging in there, but they're still down in army supply.
Yeah, they really need to keep pushing. The Thor does manage to barely get saved. That medevac micro is so good. Sick. Okay, so here comes a few more of the Banelings. If they can clean these up, that Baneling count is very low. There's only 4 on the map right now.
That Tor should have died 3 times already, Nate.
He's the cat of StarCraft, Roddy. He's staying alive, and we have this push towards the fourth base. Once again, there's very few banelings.
And they never took out those rocks, by the way. That's going to make it so much harder to reinforce his position.
Yeah, okay, so the banelings run for it, try to pick up just the Marines, I think is the ideal way to handle this. You want those Marauders to soak up the baneling shots, and that hatchery, it's getting very low.
Look at the army supply, Nate. Violet and Masa right now, it's 72 army supply against the 36, and once again, it's going to be very, very difficult for our Zerg Archon to reinforce his position, because they never took care of the destructible debris.
Now, I'm really surprised they never killed the rocks. The drones are running away. They're losing quite a few of them. Fourth hatchery will die, and there's a little bit of a counterattack running over towards that third base, or at least trying to grab the reinforcement line, but this is that Thor.
That Thor.
Somebody just killed that guy already?
Yeah, just one of the Marines should start shooting at it or something. Maybe Widow my friendly fire. That's probably the only way this Thor is ever going to go down. But, you know, the aggression just does not stop. The pressure does not stop over here. And Violet and Masa, yes, they lost a lot of SCVs on the other side of the map, but they have killed the heart of the economy of the Zerg team.
Yeah, this is such a powerful push. Really, they needed to make this counterattack win them the game, and they pretty much have. There is a hatchery on the east side of the map that is pulling in a little bit of money for DRG and True, but I don't think it's going to be enough to bring this game back. That Thor.
Yeah, that Thor. We can talk about this Thor for days.
I compare it to my Thors. My Thors are never lucky, Roddy.
It's not even about how many kills it has, about how many times it survived, as GG is called. And Violet and Masa, I'd still say very surprisingly, going back to Terran in game number 3 and taking the lead in this series. Nate, they look so good in TVZ.
Yeah, I'm just questioning why they went for Zerg on Bridgehead again, as that 2-1 lead. They're really showing just their prowess in the control, honestly. Like, they did a good job. They did a good job with the multitasking. They brought the harass on a lot of fronts. Only one of those medevacs was really able to make something happen, which was still really instrumental, but they threw away a lot of resources, and they took so much damage from the counterplay. I think what really sealed the deal was just the way that they were able to spread their forces out, pick off those banelings, and do cute things like keep that Thor alive.
Yeah, a lot of those banelings just kept connecting with Hellbats at first, then with the Marauders. There were multiple Marauders that soaked up 4 or 5 banelings, and those are really, really expensive trades for the Zerg that you can't really afford unless you're just severely outmining your opponent. But that wasn't really the case, and of course, you know, there's so much happening when you play Legacy Devoid Archon Mode that doing something like taking care of the rocks is something that you could potentially forget about, because there's always a drop somewhere on the map. There's always, you know, Terrans trying to clear out creep and whatnot, or just running units straight up into a mineral line. But not taking care of those rocks, I think, really hurt them in the long haul.
Yeah, it's a really big deal to be able to reinforce your position like that. And when you have to run all the way around, while they've also been clearing out the creep tumors as well, it's very, very tough to move in, because those banelings are naturally going to be way slower too.
Yep. And of course, you know, the opening was good. That very quick layer, yeah, it did some damage for sure. Definitely got a couple of SCVs, and it gave them map control for a while when it comes to, you know, the Zerg Archon. But at the same time, their upgrades were so incredibly late because they went for this build that I think it really hurt them. They had to take so many fights when it was either 1-1 against 0-0 or it was 2-2 against 1-1. And that's just not something you can keep on doing if you play Zerg.
Yeah, they really bled themselves out way too much, the Terran forces, and, you know, all those movements of being able to grab those banelings, but also, you know, even once they were able to even up the upgrades, it just never went back into their favor. Like, Violet and Masa are just so good at dividing those tasks of separating, and this is where I figured, you know, if they were going to lose this game, this is where Violet and Masa would fall apart, but they make the march back across the map, that rally continues to pour, and they make it happen.
Would you say after such a big counterattack, the Zerg Archon took this fight a little bit too early? Why not wait until Terrans truly step on creep? Why not wait until they're actually knocking down your front door instead of giving them the fight that they're kind of hoping for?
You always want to take the fight on creep. It definitely seemed, when you look at it from that perspective, that it's a little bit overzealous. And that Thor, man, 5 health, so strong.
Absolutely no baby rage for that Thor.
No, he's very, very, very lucky in that regard, Kev, as we are... Whew. We're having a great start to the day, man.
Yeah, very surprising results so far, I think. Of course, that first series, Hawk and MC did look very deadly, and a lot of people kind of mentioned them as perhaps, you know, the second favorites going into this final, but it's still Bomber and MMA. Bomber, the champion of Battlegrounds last year. MMA, you know, there aren't really a whole lot of tournaments on this planet that MMA hasn't won yet. So whenever you put those two Terrans together, they are incredibly scary, at least on paper. And Violet and Masa, a lot of people looked at them, they're like, well, you know, they won the open bracket in Toronto. Of course, there were a couple couple of good players there, but against these guys, they're going to have a very, very hard time. But so far, the opposite is true. They look phenomenal.
Yeah, and I think that really shows a lot of credit towards the preparation those guys have
Yep.
put in, because if you compare the level of competition, you know, we didn't have, you know, big, heavy-hitting Korean teams participating in the open bracket at Toronto to this extent, and this is them showing up, not only saying we made it here, but we belong here, and we will win games against players that we are not, you know, predicted to beat.
And how awesome is it as well to see an Archon team performing so well while one of them is not even specialized in that race. Of course, Violet is known to be a world-class Zerg player himself. He's still very good, still posts pretty damn good results every now and then, has deep runs in tournaments. He shows up with a Terran partner, and they are playing Terran, but it just seems like they did a very good job in splitting up the tasks. And it seems that Violet is very comfortable, at least, in what he's doing.
Yeah, it's really neat to see players working together like this. It's such a treat to get such a good look into what it really means to work together and play Archon mode in StarCraft 2 Legacy of the Void. But ladies and gentlemen, we are loaded into map number 4. We are on Dash and Terminal, spawning in the top left position as the blue Terran Archon. Give it up for Violet and Masa.
Sticking to the roots, Nate, sticking to the roots. Once a Terran, perhaps always a Terran. There's something Masa forgot for a split second in game number 2. On the right side of Dash and Terminal, we've had our Zerg Archon team. They were coming in as favorites, but they're down 1-2. It is DRG and True. Definitely have their work cut out for them. I'm very shocked, Nate. I'm actually so surprised. I looked at this series and I really did not think that Violet and Masa were going to take perhaps even more than one map. I kind of felt, you know, you can always win a map with a good build order. A lot of the builds haven't really been figured out yet, but I really thought that DRG and True were going to not steamroll, but just be very convincing and very dominant, but it's not happening.
No, Violet and Masa have really shown up in this series, and everyone else looking throughout the rest of this tournament is really going to have to keep their eyes open about how good these guys are. And I'm kind of excited now because we're on Dash and Terminal map. Things get a little bit crazy. You have that gold base right outside your main. There's about, you know, 1,000 different ways to enter the natural expansion with some cheeky Zerglings.
Yep. And, you know, I'm just thinking ahead right now as well. Imagine a world where Violet and Masa make it to the winner bracket final. There is a chance that they will switch it up when they play against Protoss. Because, of course, you know, Terran versus Protoss is a completely different ballgame than Terran versus Zerg. And there's a good chance that they will bust out at least Zerg once or twice in that series.
You can say it, Kev. It's a lot harder to play TVP than ZVP in Legacy of the Void.
I wouldn't go that far, Nate. I feel like you're making an overstatement now.
Well, I would certainly say from the ZVPs that we've seen in Legacy of the Void so far, it definitely is not too much more rough for them than it is to the Terrans. As this Reaper harass does begin as they are starting to get to work here, trying to get a drone kill. At least one or two would be nice, but none so far. First drone is picked off, though.
I think that's very nice, you know, forcing 2 drones to morph into a Spore Crawler and picking one off as well. They forced out the Lynx, of course, as always, so I think this first Reaper has already been pretty successful for our blue Archon team.
Yep, and we have the natural expansion finishing up for Violet and Masa. In the meantime, those Zerglings camping that high ground will make it very difficult for them to do anything else, but Tech Lab, Starport, what do you think, Banshees or Tank Drop?
I kind of think Tank Drop again, because this time we don't see that ridiculously quick layer that we saw on the previous map, so I don't really see a reason not to do it. Also, there's so much airspace around here that I think it's very nice for a medevac to just cruise around and try to find a cheeky angle here and there to drop the tank, get a couple drone kills, just slow the Zerg down further and further.
Yeah, I do like the tank drop option on this map because you can also hit from that gold base area. It can provide support for the Reaper at the same time to help disrupt the placement of things like Queens and obviously drones in this scenario, as trying to move in close to getting a second worker kill here with this Reaper.
Yeah, this Reaper has done a really good job. Of course, spots as well that the layer is going down right now. That's about halfway down. I actually think this Reaper is going to go for glory over. He's going to try to get one more drone kill. Won't succeed in doing so, but again, you know, forced a little bit of lost mining time, forced another drone to morph into a Spore Crawler, and there wasn't really a purpose anymore for the Reaper. The Reaper saw everything it needed to see. Is there a wall off, by the way, in the natural? No, right?
No. I mean, there's so much space you need to cover. You can block the back entrance with a single supply depot, But, you know, they're more relying on investing those resources into that aggressive drop. The bunker doing a good job so far, though.
Man, this is going to be extremely annoying because this is that phase in the game where, again, Masa can say to Violet, you know, just take care of this medevac, take care of the tank drop. I'll do the rest at home. I know how to macro in this matchup. And it's going to be extremely frustrating for DRG and True to deal with this because there is a lot of space where this medevac can fly around. And, of course, the Spire, you know, it's nowhere in sight. It's just now going down. But it's going to take forever before the first Mulers come out.
Yeah, and there we see that first drop of the tank. With 3 queens in position and this many lings, it will be very difficult for them to actually push in and get some work done. You really have to do a good job of staying out of the range of those queens. If you lose that medevac, your tank's pretty much going to die as well.
So far, so good. They took a couple of shots, but you know the good thing about this as well is that you force all these links to stay at home. That gives you such a peaceful state of mind. If you play Terran right now, you know you don't have to worry about anything that's going on the other side of the map. And these queens, you know, they're not doing what they would love to be doing. Maybe injecting on the fly immediately all the time, or at least spreading creep with more than 1 or 2 tumors.
Yeah, it's really forcing the focus to be on that tank drop as the Spire nears completion. Those Mutalisks just not out fast enough to prevent this from being a big nuisance.
1 drone maybe? No, 1 or 2 drones. Instead, this queen is going to eat these shots. Moving it into the dead zone of this tank, so this tank couldn't shoot at this queen anymore. Good move there by our Zerg Archon team, but still though, I think that Masa and Violet are very happy with how this is going so far. It just feels they went into this with a game plan, you know, Reaper, see what's going on, followed up with a tank drop and see what's going on and create a small economic advantage for ourselves and dictate the pace of the game. And that is exactly what they're doing so far.
Yep. First Mutalisks are coming out now. We have 7 of them on the way as Stim is very close to completing. And we've already got 8 Marines being built at a time, Roddy, going actually to 9. So the production capabilities of our Terran Archon are through the roof right now.
Yeah, and it could very well be that DRG and True expecting this to be another long macro game, you know, not a 3 command center setup. This is the first time that they will actually see all these Rexes, and they will see like, wow, this first push is going to be a lot quicker. Bailing Nest is just now going down, Nate. There's a very good chance that the first push is going to hit before, you know, speed is even halfway done.
Yeah, before maybe there's even that many Banelings on the map. Yeah. That's a really scary prospect. And if Violet and Masa were to find out that there's Banelings so far away, that, you know, making that push as soon as these missile turrets finish up could be a game-winning move for them.
It's so nice as well that even when you end up losing this medevac in the tank, you get yourself the time to get those turrets up, you know? It's like, all right, I see where the Mutalisks are, and by the time that these Mutalisks make their way across the map, look at this push, by the way, look at this army, it's massive.
Yeah, this will be so difficult
my God.
for DRG and True to deal with. They've started Baneling speed, the Baneling nest is done, but they don't even have that many lings to turn into Banelings yet.
And of course they can just push via the rocks as well, and there is no creep there, and that's also because the tank drop kept all the queens busy, so the queens didn't get the creep spread down that they were normally hoping for. DRG and True are helping at Blue Archon right now by taking down those rocks. I guess eventually you want to take care of it, otherwise, you know, there will just be elevating play into the main base over and over again, but it's going to be so incredibly difficult for the Zerg Archon team to engage his army, Nate.
Yeah, they're going to try to elevate her straight into the main base, building missile turrets behind the tank line. This is so smart, really locking this position down, and because they have the tank drop ability, they can also move those up and just slowly inch their way further and further into the Zerg base.
Yeah, a couple of Banelings will connect with the first few Marines. These Mutalisks can shut down the high ground vision. That medevac is the only high ground vision, but good control there. A big Zergling counter will actually get the wraparound here. That should be enough Zerglings to shut down these Marines and the tank.
Yeah, they're killing a lot of these forces off. SCVs coming out of the natural mineral line to help fight against this. The siege tank does survive as the next stage of that drop tries to move in.
These Mutalisks are doing an absolutely phenomenal job in, you know, forcing these tanks to stay as passive as possible, making it very hard for Violet and Masa to unload all those units into the main base, which is obviously what they were hoping for. Bailing speed is ready now.
Yeah, this is very important now as they're in a position where they can try to do another counterattack, what looks like they want to go for. They could also try to sandwich this army if they push in too far.
They're stepping on creep now. This is going to be very tricky. Mueller is doing a very good job in intercepting reinforcements and a counterattack at the same time. Man, DRG and True are playing this so well. Of course, they still have a big army to worry about. Ooh, not really taking care of those Banelings. Could have done more there, but it's something.
Good target fire on the Banelings approaching, but then the Mutas coming back with the target fire on the siege tanks, really just making this such a dance between both teams.
Yep, and there's only a single medevac there as well, Nate. You mentioned this before. All of these Marines are so low on HP already. These Mutalisks will take care of the last medevac, and DRG and True have shut this down.
Another drop is going to land inside of the main base, but there's more than enough Banelings to deal with that as they retreat over towards that missile turret that they have next to that bunker. But I'm really concerned now because the lack of the third base for Terran just makes life so difficult. DRG and True have that third. as soon as they hold that push off, they can immediately start to saturate it.
Yeah, they don't even really have to push the issue right now. Just make sure you don't take any damage of drops whatsoever, and then just keep expanding yourself and make it harder and harder for the Terran to go up to 3 bases. That missile turret and the bunker still make it rather difficult for DRG and True to shut down Medivacs over there. Gotta be careful with these Mutalisks though, but I'm sure they are.
Yeah, I mean, the Banelings and Lings will be enough to clean this up. The Mutas are going for the counter harass right now, picking off some depots, but they're also opening up attack paths. And the drones on the 3rd base are exposed. This drop is very important to cut that economy down. They really need to do everything they can to slow the Zerg team down as they've taken so much damage themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the Zerg player, of course, the Zerg players are on 3 bases, but they're only on 39 drones. You know, that's not an overwhelming economic advantage that they have for themselves. So they got to be very careful. Good focus fire there on a couple of these Banelings, picking up those Marines as well. And Violet and Masa are really doing absolutely everything they can to hang in this game.
Yeah, they're certainly making one of it, that's for sure, Roddy. These Mutas are going to fly back and might actually run straight into these Marines. Would be unfortunate for them. They do respond in time. Focus firing down more of those Banelings, getting the best trades out of these Marines as humanly possible as the Medivacs try to fly back towards that turret with the bunker. But nothing doing just yet.
I mean, where do you take this right now, Nate? If you play Terran, you have no armory. Well, while I say that, the first armory is going down.
Still a little late, Roddy.
Yeah, it's still a very late armory, and there's no 3rd command center. What are you hoping for?
I mean, at this point, the lack of evolution chambers for DRG and True, I don't think you need to worry about the armory. I think the focus should have been toward trying to get a 3rd. The only move that's really left in this position is to float your main over to the gold once it mines out and try to do one last parade push down the map.
Well, maybe this is one of those moments you kind of need to squeeze that in, though, because DRG and True have more units to work with currently, so it's going to be very hard to do that. But maybe when those Medivacs are, you know, distracting the Mutalisk in the left bottom side of the map whatsoever, maybe that would be the right moment to go up to 3 bases. Because this main base of Violet and Masa must be pretty much mined out right now, right?
Yeah, it's, I mean, both players' main base is very low, but you also have to consider that all that harass that's gone on has made it difficult to grab those last few minerals as the Mutas are going to fly around where this drop is. They're looking for it. They can smell it. They're just not sure where it is.
Well, they should be able to spot it. Man, what a beautiful split there on Mutalisk. That just looks awesome. Just look at the mini-map. Mutalisk coming in from every angle.
And that Medivac will die for sure now, especially as it runs out of that boost. Cannot unload into those Bling Banes. There's one more big push. I feel like for Violet and Masa, this push, this is it. This is it, all or nothing. I don't see any way they're going to be able to recover if this doesn't do catastrophic damage.
But I kind of feel while they're making this push, this is the moment where they should maybe float over that main base. You know, just mining a little bit of that gold base can already make that push eventually so much stronger and can give it so much more life.
Yeah, I'm really worried right now. They have a Thor, but that Thor really needs to get right next to that tank so that it can help keep the Mutalisks away from the drop. You really want to be able to elevate your forces up. Mutas were the reason why it didn't work last time, and they're going to be the reason why it won't work this time.
That's the only high ground vision they have over there for now. There is another counterattack in the natural, I believe, of Violet and Masa.
All the
tanks. These tanks are just forgotten and get picked off immediately.
And that is just so rough. The Thor also had to come back, so nothing to help deal with those Mutalisks. And I honestly don't know what Violet and Masa are going to do. There's Lings in the natural as well, picking up even more of their SCVs. They're down to just 18 workers, Roddy.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely difficult. There is still a tiny bit of hope, though, Nate, because they're still working with 50+ army supply. If they can get a magnificent engagement, you could say maybe it's doable. Of course, everything has to go their way. I'm not sure how many Banelings we're currently looking. Oh, 19 Banelings already. Okay, a couple of them do get picked off immediately. Now, that was a great start for Violet and Masa, but they need to do that like 2 more times.
And they need to do it without Medivacs either. Every stim they use is just irreplaceable hit points. The only Medivac they have is out of energy and life as well.
Well, I love that as well with the Mutalisk picking up those reinforcements, making it harder and harder for Violet and Masa to make that push even stronger. There's no missile turret anymore in that natural, so all the SCVs will pretty much go down as we just have a couple of Marines remaining. Banelings getting reasonable connections.
But GG is called. DRG and True are going to secure another map to tie this series up to a piece here at the Red Bull Battlegrounds.
Yeah, the Terran Archon team just too broke there, right? They still had a couple of units to work with, and they were trying to push, but they had less than 10 SCVs left, I believe, at the end of the game, and that just makes it so much harder. You know you can't reinforce, and like you said, the Medivac count was very low, so it's like, all right, 1 stim, 2 stim, and then even Zerglings will take care of Marines.
Yep, and it's so difficult to play from a position like that, even when you have the upgrade lead as Terran. I talked about it on Orbital Shipyard. They do a great job with constantly being out on the map, but they really make themselves vulnerable with the number of Medivacs that they fling across, the number of drops they do. They just don't have any healing power for the actual army.
Awesome game, though. You know, Nate, I really felt, if I look back at that game, don't you feel when they made that first push, the first time, you know, with the big army, if they would just go through the rocks, there was no creep threat there.
Yeah.
If you just set up your tanks there instead of trying to elevate everything in the main base, wouldn't that have been a lot more effective?
I think pushing the natural, that's kind of what I thought they were going to do.
Me too.
There's no creep spread by there. You can put the tanks on the edge and then drop across it. It makes it a lot easier for the extra Marines that you have to support, because we can only move 8 at a time. Then the Mutalisks actually can do a good job of shutting that down, because otherwise you need Thors, and a little bit too early for them to have Thors with that army.
I kind of feel the only way that the elevated play would have worked if the first time they tried to push a couple of units into the main base is if you have an SCV or two there as well, and you actually get 2 turrets up on the high ground, which of course sounds very ambitious and maybe should never finish up, but then at least you can actually use it as a staging ground and then put more and more units into the main base. But right now, DRG and True, they just did a great job in pushing that medevac away. No high ground vision means, well, nothing for the tanks to shoot at, and you can just deny Marines every single time they drop. When you drop Marines one at a time, they're just not that effective.
Now, we get another look at this early game harass. Every stage of this map where Violet and Masa tried to claw out some edge, they really focus a lot. They were really fixated on that cliff leading into the main from the gold base, and I have to agree with you, Kev. I think that was their undoing.
Yep, this was that push, and that was such a big army. It just looked powerful. They had an upgrade advantage. Bailing speed was, you know, right now it's not even halfway done yet. DRG and True even forced to feel that they had to counterattack. This was a good counterattack, I felt, because they took out so many Marines. These Bailings definitely got a couple of SCVs there as well, but just now they went through the rocks. Well, if they would have done this a minute ago, you know, there's no Bailing speed. There was no creep threat there either. I think it hits 2 times as hard.
Yeah, definitely had a lot more opportunity there if they had been able to push straight towards the natural expansion. Most importantly, like you said, no Baneling speed, and without creep, you're never going to catch those Marines. You'll never get those connections because you'll never catch up to them.
And this was a kind of a painful moment as well. You see the Marines running to the left, and then suddenly they go back, you know. Who pulled my Marines away, Nate?
That's tough, man. That's tough, as DRG and True showing they are still very dominant, very scary players here in this matchup. And I think right now, just looking at the maps, getting ready to find out which one we'll be playing on next here as things are tied up.
I think that was definitely their best game by far. They handled it very well. I think it's a tricky map for Zerg to play, especially, you know, when it opened us with that Reaper, and that Reaper was reasonably successful. Then they followed up with that tank drop that was also quite successful. It didn't do catastrophic damage, but it just slowed the Zergs down, it slowed the creep threat down, and it gave Masa and Violet the opportunity to set themselves up for that big push they were aiming for. But DRG and True just doing a good job in identifying it. It was a little bit late, because just the first time that Overseer flew into the main base and realized, hey, you're not actually going up to 3 bases. You got 5 racks right now pumping out Marines. That's when they threw down that Bailing Nest, but they still did a phenomenal job in buying time for themselves. But of course, you could still say it could have been a different game if they would have gone through the rocks immediately. Violet and Masa, that is.
Yeah, for a push like that, you need to win the game with it. Their attack actually felt more like harass than an actual assault on the Zerg base. But the deciding map for this best of 5 is going to be Moonlight Madness, Roddy. And I'm still... Yeah, I'm going to assume they're going to stick to their guns, play Terran for this one.
We might just see a PvP on Moonlight Madness, Nick. It's pretty good Protoss map.
That would be true madness, Rodney.
However, it's awesome for them that they were able to stay in there, staying alive, especially when you face the build, and there's definitely a panic moment there. It's like, oh my god, and I love the way you just put it, right? You said it felt more like a harass, while the build is shaping up to be an all-in. You know, Terran without a third command center, there's only so long that you can hang in there, and I must say they actually did a really good job in staying alive for as long as they did. But eventually your push just starts running out of steam. You just don't have the same reinforcements as Terran normally has.
Yeah, I mean, if a goal of your push is to be like, yeah, I've got those mules, give me all that money on 2 bases, yeah, you can afford a lot of Marines, but you also run out of those minerals much faster, and you're forcing yourself in a spot where you need, like, even just like those medevacs. Like, you need so many more medevacs. That's, to me, the biggest thing that stands out when it comes to their bio play, is they play with such little support for all those little men with guns.
Yeah, that's kind of what you said as well in that previous map. Sometimes you get so carried away and by dropping everywhere because you are playing Archon Mode that you forget you actually need medevacs with your main army as well.
But it's time to find out if these guys can close out the series or if we'll have a Zerg advance. In the top right of Moonlight Madness, we have the Blue Terran Archon of Violet and Masa.
On the left bottom side of Moonlight Madness, we're looking at the main base of our red Zerg Archon. It is DRG and True.
And I think you're going to look at this bracket. If they were to advance, they would be in a pretty tight spot playing against MC and Huck, who were able to defeat Bomber and MMA in the first series of the day.
Those are depths, though, Nate. Those are depths.
Yeah, well, that was what I was worried about at the start of the day.
What a nice new unit in the Protoss arsenal, if I may say so.
I'm so glad. I cannot wait to see the Roddy build with the depths.
They'll come, they'll come. For now, these openings look relatively standard as the pool is halfway down. Hatchery first. It was for DRG and True. And I believe it was a command center first there as well for Violet and Masa. Moonlight Madness, of course, one of those maps that we don't see super often. It's a map that's currently being played in Heart of the Swarm as well, but a lot of pro players, they just kind of avoid it. The rush distance from natural to natural, it's not very far, and it's also a crazy map with backdoor rocks, 2 backdoor rocks even. There's just a lot of stuff you have to worry about, and I think especially, you know, if Violet and Masa can gear themselves up for a strong mid-game, this should be a great map. As long as they keep track of where the Zerglings are, it's going to be very difficult later on for Zerglings and Banelings to get great engagements against a very well-spread Terran.
Yeah, and I'm very just interested to see how it develops, right? Because we've seen what the drops can do when they work, but at the same time, I'm still kind of interested to see what happens if this were to go to a really long game. These have been very scrappy maps, to say the least.
Yep, a very quick 3cc over here, so that's very different than what we saw on Dash and Terminal. I like this a little bit more, Nate. I like the idea behind Dash and Terminal. I just think the execution wasn't there, wasn't where it could have been. But I think going up to 3 bases on this map, it makes sense. Just try to get your production in place and then just start going. A very quick layer once again. Do you think that maybe DRG and True were a tiny bit worried over here about maybe that medevac tank play on the high ground that is possible on Moonlight Madness, as Funka and Flo are showing us?
I think they showed the confidence they had in dealing with the tank drops on Orbital Shipyard, to be honest, and it didn't seem to me like they were really concerned about it. But I guess with the fast lair, they just really like to open up with those mutas to deal. It's more like a Swiss Army knife type composition where they can handle anything the Terrans throw their way.
Of course, if you haven't seen a whole lot of Legacy of the Void yet, you might just think like, oh my god, these layers are so quick. But it's a little bit deceiving as the clock has changed. We're no longer using Blizzard minutes. We're actually counting in real minutes right now. So it's still fast. Of course, this layer was still fast, but I guess you can compare it to, let's say, 4 minutes, 50 seconds in Heart of the Swarm, something like that.
About a 5-minute layer, which would still line up for a 2-base muta very nicely in Heart of the Swarm. And we do have some Widow Mines coming out. Maybe we're going to get a little bit of drop play out of Violet and Masa.
Interesting that there was a single evolution chamber going down. I kind of wonder what the purpose of this single evolution chamber was. Oh, they cancelled it.
Okay, maybe it was the accidental evolution chamber. They keep it thinking maybe we'll go for a drop with Overlord, and then like, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think you actually need layer for that anymore. They changed it back.
You need an evolution chamber, that's all.
Yeah. But I guess then the quick layer wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense. This Overseer is going to identify what's going on over here in the main base of our blue Terran Archon. We'll see the Rexes go down, Rex number 2 and 3. We'll be very happy to see that. I believe there is not a single engineering bay down yet. That's very nice, of course, for this potentially very, very quick Mutalisk play.
Yeah, I mean, not only will there not be missile turrets to deal with the Mutalisks, but they also don't have to worry so much about being behind in terms of the upgrades, which they've been in most of these maps.
Burrow being down as well. I kind of like that. We might actually see some very quick Burrow Baneling play over here. That would be sick. Not something we've seen yet, but of course something that once upon a time was very famous in the Red Bull Battlegrounds.
Yeah, would be a pretty interesting way to steer this series. And with the number of ramps and choke points on Moonlight Madness, I'd say that it's probably even better on this map than any of the other ones. You have the most opportunity to catch those Terrans running through choke points where you can actually pick them off with those Burrowed Banelings.
That's cute, Nate. So how cute it was. It's green even.
Where's the Roddy Nadalope?
One day, Nate, when we truly make it. As that first Overlord will get picked off by these Marines, Zerglings will be brought into position to make sure this hatchery doesn't take more damage than it has to. These Widow Mines are going to be a little bit annoying there. I'm not sure if True and DRG are aware of it. I don't think they've spotted it yet, Nate. It's going to get dicey.
And they could bait these Lings into that Widow Mine. They will kill all of them as the pressure at this third base continues. Violet and Masa got to be feeling good just about the way this push started.
Man, actually, I'm surprised that they just give it up there because those are pretty much the only Mutalisks right now. Most of the Lings just died. They're going to unload it on the high ground over here. It makes it very tricky for these Mutalisks to pick up all these Marines. They will get 1 or 2. Widow Mine almost connects, but Mutalisks get out of there just in the nick of time.
As they terrorize these poor critters stuck up on this cliff with them.
They really did not ask for this, by the way. Like, they were peaceful. This is what you get. You're like, all right, I'm going to just like stick here by myself, you know. I don't want to be bothered.
We're cool. We're cool.
Yeah.
We're just chilling.
Man, they're actually so afraid right now to terrorize me.
Yeah. They're just waiting for these intruders to leave their world. Because that Widowmine actually grabs the Mutalisk and they clean up these Marines. So getting a little bit of work done here as that high ground area is clear. Those animals can frolic freely once again, Roddy.
Yes, and hopefully they will be for the rest of this game. Widowmine is sneaking behind enemy lines over here, but most of the, man, good reaction time there by our red Archon. As this one queen is going to take one for the team. Widowmine actually being unburrowed and burrowed again. That's a cute play. Might still get 2 drones. Man, there's all these small things, you know, only in Legacy Archon mode, I guess. You'll see people pay that much attention to one Widowmine behind enemy lines.
Yeah, that's the power of Archon mode, being able to split the attention that much. We have, once again, the medevac drop madness coming in here, and I'm still kind of worried. I'm very interested. Okay, this Mutalisk to find one of these drops. This is a really important snipe, and they're going to keep that medevac count just so low once again. That's what I really feel has been killing Violet and Masa in this series.
And it's so sweet to pick up a medevac with still 6 Marines in it as well. Like, if all 8 Marines get unloaded, you're probably going to end up losing a Mutalisk, or maybe even 2 in the process. Marines on the subset of the map doing a lot of damage there. No, that went completely undetected. Violet and Masa are actually up 20-30 supply already. I'm not sure if there are any Bailings inside. That hatchery is just going to go down.
Wow, they kill the third base and pick off quite a few Mutalisks as well to boot. Another full medevac will get killed. This one Marine medevac dream will die as the main force pushes on the center of the map trying to clear up that creep. But I really feel like Violet and Masa have just created such a huge advantage, pumping out Bio on 3 bases against a 2-base Zerg. Gotta feel good as a Terran in those shoes.
That was still completely worth it. There are a couple of burrowed Bailings over here. There's a good chance that these Marines will get very close to that. But still, that was a great trade. You know, 8-10 Marines for a hatchery. Hell yeah, any day of the week.
Yeah, I'm very curious. This is an intense moment where those Burrow Banelings could really be a deciding factor in the coming engagements. If the Mutalisks and Lings can push them away or just take 1 or 2 more positions, they could really do a lot. These Banelings run up. They clear out a lot of the Marines, actually. They're also going to kill the Widowmine, so pretty good trades here for DRG and True.
Yeah, that was an awesome trade. Of course, it's very difficult there for Violet and Masa to reinforce. They kept most of their units at home. They will once again try to get a cancel perhaps on his base on the bottom side of the map. If not, at least get a couple of drones or even a Mutalisk or 2 in the process. These are just phenomenal trades for single medevacs.
Yeah, they're really making the most of the units that they have as they now start to go back into those stores that we've seen them utilize over the course of this series. And using those scans, I think they've realized now they do have to be a little bit cautious about Burrow Banelings.
Yeah, they lost a couple of Marines there. It wasn't the best detonation of all time, but they got a nice couple there. Army supply is still heavily in favor of Violet and Masa. And of course now, like you said, Nate, they know they have to worry about these Burrowed Banelings.
Yeah, oh, there's a few here.
Do you want to use it for that, though?
Trading dangerous water. I mean, the Marine's a Marine, and they will blow them up. Get about 6 or 7 Marines right there. Not bad.
Yeah, it's all right. They need more than that, though. 2-2 is on the way. It's going to be done a lot quicker for Violet and Masa than it will be for DRG and True. Of course, the winner of this game will move on to the winner bracket finals, where Hawk and MC are waiting for them.
Yeah, waiting to find out whether they'll be playing it.
Where's this medevac going, Nate?
Into the lava is where it's going. Just trying to buy some time, I guess, with their fellow brothers.
I hope the sight was beautiful.
This big army moving out, and that scan doesn't see these few Banelings as that army advances once again. The Thors being mixed in is a really good way to completely shut these mutas down.
And plenty of Widowmines in the mix as well. That makes it so difficult for Banelings to get the connection that they're hoping for. A single medevac doing a lot of damage on this fort base on the left top side. Won't get it, as these Banelings will actually take care of it in time. But this is still an incredibly scary army, especially because of all those Widowmines.
Yeah, I'm really concerned right now as this push looks close to unstoppable. Those 2-2 for those Marines. You just run those Marauders and Thors up front. They'll kill everything for you. The Marines just sit back and clean up afterwards.
Yep, so far still so good for the winners of the Red Bull Battlegrounds Toronto. They came in here as an underdog. These Banelings got some phenomenal connections there over there. All of the Marines pretty much got picked off. Except for a couple of them that were loaded into the medevac, but there's so much Terran.
Yeah, there's just so much Terran in that rally across the map. Having the Thors and Marauders to anchor this army really gives so much firepower, and they'll clean up this third base once again, Roddy. And I just don't see any way DRG and True can handle this. They only have 3 Banelings.
This time the medevac count is very healthy, as we got 4 or 5 medevacs hovering above this army. There are beefy units in the mix as well. Those Marauders, Widowmines are helping out. There's still a couple of Thors as well. 1 Viking will get picked off, but with that upgrade advantage, they're pushing the issue really hard right now.
Yeah, and shutting down this base, that's pretty much it. They're going to kill the upgrades. No +2 is so huge. They will never be able to even those upgrades. And I think in this position now, Violet and Masa have done it, denying that +2 attack at the very last second. They're in the main base. They're killing everything that spawns. Marines shooting down all those overlords and mutas. The Lings are here, but they're not going to be able to save the day.
So incredibly impressed with this unlikely Archon between the Terran and the Zerg, but Violet and Masa looked so good in their first series as GG is called, and they'll move on to the winner bracket final.
For a showdown with MC and Huck. Perhaps a matchup where we will see a little bit more of their Zerg play, but just phenomenal coming in here and shutting down one of the most feared teams in this top 4.
Yep, and especially the games they won. I felt they were so convincing, so dominant, pretty much from start to finish. It weren't really scrappy victories. You know, if they would have won Dash Terminal, then you can say like, well, you know, that's a once in, not in a lifetime victory, but that's something you do once in a best of 5. You know, you skip that third command center. But that's actually the game they lost. The games they won, they were just incredibly solid. And even when things, you know, you look at the build orders, like it's kind of even. Suddenly they just skyrocket ahead in supply, 20, 30, 40 supply ahead, and then it's just 1 or 2 medevacs that actually need to find an exposed mineral line, and the moment you find one, well, more will follow.
Yeah, that's the power of playing Terran in Archon mode, is just those medevacs constantly zipping around, looking for opportunities to capitalize on, just to grab a few drones here, but also to pull the army away. I really felt like any time that there was a push or some sort of harass going, there was always something about to happen elsewhere on the map.
Yep, I am very, very impressed. I really did not see this one coming. Of course, they looked phenomenal in Toronto, but we said this before. The playing field in the Red Bull Battlegrounds Toronto wasn't as strong as what DOG and True went up against in Santa Monica. And, you know, in Santa Monica, almost nobody picked DOG and True. Nobody wanted to play against them. It's like, you don't want to play against 2 of the pretty much best Zerg players in the world, you know, 2 very accomplished Zerg players as well, especially DOG. But they did it here. They showed up, and, you know, this is something that if you put Violet in a 1v1 against Masa or against DOG, you wouldn't really go with Violet. No. And you wouldn't go with Masa against True either. But as an Archon duo, they made it happen, and they just worked so well together.
Yeah, really, really capitalize on the strengths of Archon mode and each other as they are able to advance to the winners final. Like you said, they're playing against MC and Huck, some of the cheekiest players that we have here, 2 of the most fearsome players. We do actually have a video we'll be showing you guys now, a little bit more about them as teammates.
I feel like MC is great under pressure just because he is so confident.
My teammate is under pressure is 9.
MC on a scale of 1 to 10, under pressure is a 10.
Huck's macro play is not bad, so 8 point.
I feel like MC is a pretty good macro player. I feel Legacy of the Void kind of tailors to what strategy he wants to do right now. I would say that he's a 9 as far as macro goes.
His macro is very good, 10 point.
MC micro-wise, it's always been his biggest strength. I feel like he's a great micro player, 9 out of 10 in micro.
Huck's awareness is 7. He doesn't care about enemy, just make what he wants. So yeah, maybe 7.
MC's awareness is obviously very good. There isn't too many negative things I can say about him. Overall, it's something he could have always been better at, but because he is a champion, I would give him 8 out of 10 as far as awareness.
I think my teammate is looking good, but he's not tall, so 8.
I feel like MC's a pretty good looking guy. I mean, he's a little thicker, I would say, but all in all, 7.5.
Huck is 7 in Showman. He doesn't do like pro wrestler or like me, but he has good trash talk.
On a scale of 1 to 10, MC is a 10 as far as being a showman. He has always been considered a great showman.
T-shirt or cap or Red Bull Battlegrounds mouse pad, and make sure to do it, because later today in this area we're going to do autograph signings as well. The players will come over and the casters will come over, and what's cooler than having a mouse pad signed by the one and only Johan Merlo? Like, that's pretty much what I've been dreaming of as well. Now, if you're not here and you think that stuff looks really cool, how can I get it? You can always head over to redbullshop.us, which is open 24/7, obviously, and you can pick up your stuff there. That's it for now. Make sure to come back here later, because there will be signings, but let's go back to the experts.
Thank you so much, Rotterdam. Welcome back to the analyst desk. I'm joined alongside Vibe and Nathanius. I am Greytorp. We just had an awesome best of 5 show match right there, where two teams, I think one was really favored, which was DRG and True, went up against Masa and Violet. Masa and Violet, let's talk about them. They played fantastic in that series.
Yeah, it was awesome. They were all over the place, you know. Those are the things that you dream about doing in a 1v1 as Terran. You always want to be that guy who's got drops flying all over the place, who's constantly creating pressure on the map, and they work together to do it perfectly, in my opinion.
Vibe, you're the Zerg analyst, you're the Zerg expert here. Give us your insight, like what went wrong, do you think, for True and DRG? What went right for the Terran team?
Well, I feel like it was more like a flashback to Heart of the Swarm for the Terran. They were definitely doing the heavy bio style with a good economy going into Marine Widowmine medevac, whereas we have the Zerg on the other side going for like a defensive 2-base Muta style opening usually. Game 1 was just like the Roach versus tank drop. That's just like a whole recipe for disaster for Zerg, I feel. But the series kind of just summed up, seriously, too safe of a Zerg versus an economical Terran. I feel like one thing I would have loved to have seen would have been maybe more of an aggressive third earlier with more queens, possibly, to instead of going for the really fast mutas to deal with the potential tank drop.
Yeah. Definitely so. There is something to be said, though, about these guys' styles, because we're seeing probably not the most efficient Terran build coming out of them, but it favors utilizing that Archon APM. It utilizes the multi-pronged attacks and all the different, you know, forcings that you have to put your opponents on to basically put them in a crisis management state.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the biggest thing that we saw was just they being all over the place. And to some extent, as nice as it is to utilize that Archon power, it hurt them in a few aspects. And I think for this final game, the most important part was really keeping it together. They lost a lot of their jumps, but they did a much better job of focusing on it. And I have to agree with what Vibe said 100%. In this game in particular, they had their third base up and running so much faster than DRG and True. You couple that with how they actually shut it down, like they got that pick off on it with the big drop in that early mid-game stage. It's a recipe for disaster for Zerg players once you're behind economically against Terran.
Yeah, and in Zerg vs. Terran overall, we always see that Terran's kind of on a timer there, you know? One's Ultralists pop out, fully upgraded Ultras against Marines. Marines are actually only doing 1 damage. Marauders did get nerfed against Ultras, so they don't do as much damage, but it's getting there. How do you get there? And it looks like Masa and Violet were able to just shut their opponents down before they could even think about Hive Tech.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's all about the economy. If you can sustain a good economy and get it quickly, you can definitely have like a heavy swing into the mid game, and like you were saying, the Ultras are just really like your goal against Bio. It's such a good state. That unit is just so strong against Bio. It's definitely what you want.
Well, we are moving into the winners finals right now. Remember, this is double elimination. The winners matches are all best of 5. The losers matches are all going to be best of 3. So it does change things up a little bit. This is a very unlikely event. These are the considered foreign teams, or the foreign splice teams, matching off against each other. The losers are actually the 2 Korean teams that are down there. Not a lot of people actually predicted this to happen, but Huck and MC, Violet and Masa will be facing off. The champion Bomber and MMA, Bomber of course the defending champion here at Red Bull, and DRG and True are going to be facing off in the losers. But let's talk about Huck MC and Violet Masa. This is going to be a very interesting matchup. I feel like on paper I'm thinking Huck and MC, but Violet and Masa have really redefined expectations of what they are capable of.
I mean, the most important thing for Violet and Masa is that they've been able to see what happened in that first match between Huck MC and Bomber MMA. They know if they want to play Terran, they have a pretty good idea of what they're going to be up against. They have an idea of what they'll be looking for, what they need to prepare for, that heavy gateway style with very well-controlled adepts and blink stalkers. And maybe they just play Zerg because of that. I don't even know.
I mean, there's definite possibility that they switch over to Zerg. We saw that in game number 2. Didn't work out nearly as well. I felt like they should have kept with just their Terran because it was obviously dominating enough to take the win. But yeah, I think that's really important. Seeing what your opponents are capable of, seeing all the different builds, it definitely is kind of like a tip-off to know exactly what to do. But in your opinions, PvZ, PvT, what do you think is better for these opponents? Because adepts have been such a huge problem, I think, for some of these players.
Well, I feel like if Masa and Violet decide to go for Terran, I feel like you know, Huck and MC don't even need to change their build. Even though Violet and Masa have seen it, I feel like Huck and MC will be thinking, can you stop it? You've seen what we're doing, but we're just going to continue to do it and crush Terrans with it. But on the Zerg side of things, I do feel like Zerg has a better chance against Protoss than Terran does right now. It's just going to it's going to come down to how much did Violet and Masa actually practice ZVP over TVP.
And it's crazy because, you know, these teams are enigmas. We don't really know too much about them, but we're going to find out right now. This is the winners finals. Let's kick it over to the casters, Total Biscuit and Todd.
Thank you very much, Kritorp. And we are going to see a fantastic Protoss versus Terran between these two teams. Now, I was actually talking to Huck and MC down in the green room before they came in, and they were watching the series, and it was interesting to watch their opinions change. They started by saying, yeah, who would we want in the next match? Like, yeah, we definitely want Violet and Masa. And as the series went on, it started like, you know, would probably prefer DRG and True right now. These guys are doing pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like Don Gregor and True probably thought the same thing as they were playing, and they probably thought it's much harder than we had anticipated.
Yeah, no doubt about that. All right, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Terraform and to the southeast position in the blue trunks. They will be playing Terran, this time around the blue Archon of Violet and Masa. Versus their opponents to the northwest position, the red Archon players playing Protoss. The one and only Huck and MC.
Violet and Masa, they already got to watch a little bit of Protoss versus Terran earlier today, and I'm not talking about Roddy against Nathanias, but we saw MMA and Bomber earlier go up against Huck and MC. I'm sure they were paying a lot of attention here to those games, and they probably made the right deductions in how to try and go about properly countering here their opponents in terms of making sure, you know, they don't take any damage, not just early on, but later on, you know, when adepts come into play, when there is blink stalkers. Huck and MC, I fully expect them to play the exact same style they did earlier.
I would imagine so. At this point, if you have a style that works, you might as well stick with it until it ceases to work. And I have to wonder how much Violet and Masa have been practicing against Protoss. They must have thought going into this event that Huck and MC are a threat. They absolutely saw what was going on with the previous tournament where Huck and MC were just dominating.
Yeah, I really wonder actually what their approach is going to be. You know, I talked about how kind of turtling and not playing as aggressive as you would usually might be really good for them, just because Huck and MC, they skip on those upgrades for a very long time and they don't go for any kind of huge AoE like High Templars or Disruptor or even Colossus. So if Violet and Masa were to play a little bit more passive, make sure they go up to 3 bases, they don't take any damage against the War Prism, I think they'd be in a good position to win the upcoming fights with some Ghosts in particular.
Nice move so far from the Reaper, controlled by Violet and Masa, using the grenade to knock that adept back, which can do huge damage. But what do we have here? We have a proxy starport of all things going down here for the Terran Archon.
Yeah, since they went for a gas first, actually, it's going to come out very, very quickly. And there could be a Cloak Banshee here in the plans, I think, from Violet and Masa. They probably picked up on the fact that Huck and MC, they don't really check everywhere on the map like this. There was one time, I think in the series, it was on Moonlight Madness, where they put some real effort into making sure something like that wasn't happening. But in this case, I really feel like Violet and Masa, this is a little bit of a gamble, but if it somehow is not expected and it pays off, they're going to do so much damage with it. It's going to be insane.
Yeah, and Proxy Banshee is most likely. Some people might be thinking, well, why couldn't it be a Liberator? Well, generally speaking, the Liberator is not so amazing early game against the Protoss, but more importantly, a couple of days ago there was a patch which actually removed the Liberator's ground attack unless you research it, which means that it takes a lot longer, and what was going on is not practical anymore. But it looks like that is actually Liberator tech, though.
Yeah,
they're actually going to do it, even regardless of the fact that it was patched. That is really interesting.
Yeah, they want to try it, probably prepared it, and well, I guess we'll see how it goes. If fucking MC really don't expect it, this could do quite a bit, but the War Prism is going to start heading across the map, and we've got 4 gateways in the production tab here right now from our Protoss Archon, so that's going to be quite a few gateways here to be able to reinforce and make this aggression a very strong one.
I like the moves from the Protoss Archon there. They were repeatedly using the Ghost from the Adept to scout. Now it gets cleaned up. But the thing is, the Protoss now have a good idea of the force composition, how many units are available for the Terran. So perhaps they're feeling a little bit more confident that Widowmine not borrowed and now scouted here. And down go the Adepts and immediately engaged by a Marauder.
Yeah, and they're going to start whopping in a lot of Adepts there. Huck and Hemsey, they know that they can do a lot here with this if they micro it right as well.
They absolutely can. Adepts just chew through Marines, but there is a Widowmine in position, which actually goes off in the middle of the Terran. Absolutely not what you want there. That's going to soften them up. Marauders being produced, they do a decent job of cleaning up the Adepts. There's another Widowmine going off, but now, of course, worker harassment. In the meantime, though, of course, over the other side, and that was a lovely hit right there. The Liberator will be on its way.
Yeah, Defender mode just completed. The first Liberator is now out and headed for the mineral line here of the Protoss Archon. Starting to do some very good damage there.
Yep, it's forced everything to be pulled back. In that particular position there, you can use that photon overcharge, which is kind of why that doesn't work quite as well. And in the meantime, if we look back to the Terran base, you can see the amount of Adepts that are coming in is getting overpowering. And I don't know if the Terran production can hold up. There's a lot of damage being done to those Adepts, though.
Huck and MC, they just love making this many Adepts. They're very good with it. Now we see more harassment in the natural. So many SCVs have already died. They're down to 25 against 41 probes. This Liberator didn't do nearly as much as this War Prism did here with all of the Adepts that were whopped in, and now they're even going for a Stargate to make sure they can shut down the Liberator.
Well, they just cracked the front, didn't they, with that Immortal, and I don't even know if they'll need that considering the amount of damage. Doing lovely micro there. Look at the difference in worker count. 10 to 41, equal-sized armies, but that's not going to make much of a difference when you've got Immortal tech coming down to hammer home on those supply depots. It eats the hit, which is damaging, but I don't know if the Terran can come back from this position.
Yeah, there is a Void Ray now on the way to make sure that they can shut down the Liberator properly. With 38 SCVs dead, Huck and MC. In this kind of game where there's a lot of action and they are across the map countering, it just seems that they can't lose. No matter what, they don't lose.
When you head, get further ahead. Yeah. Third base coming down there, which inadvertently spots the proxy starport, which frankly isn't going to provide anything for the Terran player anymore. Oh, what a bait! Wonderful play there by the Protoss, using a hallucination to bait the mine shot right into the middle of the Terran.
Even now, a Void Ray going to town here on that starport behind this, even getting the third base in front of the starport. I mean, why not? They don't even care.
Sure.
And Huck and MC, unless you get some kind of build order win, or very lucky in terms of build orders, like MMA and Bomber did in map number 1 on Bridgehead against them, it seems really hard to beat these guys in this matchup.
It really does. I have to wonder about that Proxy Liberator play. It's obviously something they prepared prior to the patch, because that would have come out quite a bit quicker as a result of that research there. But even then, you get a few probe kills, and then you get, there's the GG. Unsurprising, really, I suppose. I mean, the Protoss player was so far ahead at that point. The Terran was bottled in his base, wasn't able to get out, and that, as they say, was that. But I mean, do you think, from your perspective as a Protoss player, if somebody did that to you, it seems like the response from Huck and MC was pretty much perfect. They lost very little to that.
Yeah, and the thing is, they were already going for something that's very good against some kind of proxy, even if it had been a Cloak Banshee, to be honest, or even Banshee without Cloak in this case. Because they were going for the Adept and War Prism across the map with a lot of gateways, and because it's so strong, any kind of counter-attack like this from Violet and Masa, unless it's something like, say, a factory with some proxied Widow Mines, which even then it's not that great because they go for a robo quickly, I don't think any kind of counter-attack works. I really feel like right now the only way you can go about playing properly against this is to play defensively. Focus on the defense. because just this Warp Prism with Adepts just kills everything.
Yeah, and there's only 2 coming in, but then he warps 4 more, so you've suddenly got 6. There's like 1 Marauder in the mix. You're kind of relying on mine hits, and they did get a few decent ones, but Widow Mines don't outright kill Adepts. They just have too much health. So as a result, once your Widow Mine defense is gone, your Marines just get cut down incredibly quickly. And as you can see, if a small group of Adepts moves to, and that was just such a lovely play, if they move to the mineral line, that's suddenly a bunch of workers killed almost instantly.
Adepts don't just do a lot of damage, they're also very tanky, and I think that's what makes it really difficult for a Terran player to deal with them, and that's why we've seen quite a few Terrans today here, or Terran Archons rather, have trouble to deal with them, really.
And I wonder what the solution is to that. Obviously, people are trying to figure it out. If you're able to extend the game, then maybe the Ghost Academy is a decent answer, but this is early game Adept play for the most part, and it's dangerous.
Yeah.
It's very hard to stop. I mean, what do you think? You know, if a Terran player, for instance, went mech, would they be in the same position?
I think you just need to focus everything on the defense, no matter what. If you're across the map, it's going to be just so hard to have enough back at home to defend against this kind of play. And in this case, being able to spot what was coming definitely would have helped a lot more here for Masa and Violet. It just seems like they just caught off guard. Really.
Yeah, that is very true. If they hadn't gone for the proxy play, they'd have had a lot more resources to dedicate to defense, and they would have been on the same number of bases as the Protoss. It's cool to see the Terran trying these little aggressive moves here and there. Obviously, it worked when Bomber and MMA attempted it. Didn't really work out this time. Would expect perhaps a more standard game in Game 2.
Honestly, also, Reaper opener on this map, like, there's this one pylon that doesn't allow you to jump into the main, so then you're locked from the natural by Mothership Core, by sometimes a Stalker, or even an Adept, which in this case was even chasing the Reaper on the map. So Reaper opener is probably not that strong, I think.
Right.
Probably better to just go for an SCV scout early on and then just try to have a well-rounded defense in general.
Yeah, they're going to have to figure something out, and hopefully that was just a little pocket build that perhaps they tried before the patch and thought, we'll give it a shot. If it works, great. If not, okay, we've still got a couple more maps to play with. So we'll see if they decide to play a little bit more standard, or indeed more defensively, as you were talking about earlier. It does seem like the only way, because that build doesn't seem immediately punishable to me.
It takes incredible discipline, though, in an Archon Mode match to say, all right, we're just both going to stay at home, macro, and wait for something to come and then defend it, because then you're essentially not doing much.
Yeah.
You're just sitting there waiting for something to happen from your opponent. And MC and Huck, even though, you know, they do very well aggressively, if you sit back at home and you defend, they're still going to take that very quick third base. They're still going to go for the gateway explosion and reach their composition. So it's still very, very hard to deal with them properly here in this case.
Yeah, as you said, it's a little bit counterintuitive. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into the second map of this best of 5 series here, and it's going to be played on Ruins of Ceres. Ladies and gentlemen, to the west position in the blue trunks playing Terran, it is Violet and Masa. And their opponents looking nigh on unstoppable against Terran at the moment. Will they be able to maintain the streak? We will very soon find out. It is the team of Huck and MC.
It's so funny to look at them. MC is the only one talking. He's giving orders, and Huck is listening, I'm guessing, and applying everything that the boss stops himself is saying.
Yes, Master. Right away, Master. I can imagine that. Whatever the case, it works, and that's all that really matters. The teamwork between them has obviously been fantastic up to this point. It's shown really no signs of breaking apart. The only trepidation, I suppose, we saw from those guys was in the first game against Bomber and MMA, where they just ended up in an unusual position. It didn't go as planned, and I wonder if you can throw them off balance like that again. Is that something that's possible, or was that just a one-game fluke?
It took something very special. You know, the Reaper with the grenades allowing the Widow Mine to jump into the main like this. It came so fast, and it was just such a strong build altogether. So unless they play on this map again and somehow they're not ready for it, it seems like Huck and MC in any other kind of game, they're just so confident. They're so good at using Adepts and Stalkers together.
That's interesting. So we've got a CC first there into 3 barracks here from the Terran player. Perhaps maybe a few more than we're used to. I believe it's a gasless opening as well from the Terran.
Yeah, they're going to be massing on some of those Marines here early on in the game. We've seen that earlier against Huck and MC when Bomber and MMA did a similar build. And back then, Huck and MC, they identified it very early, and they went for the quick third Nexus themselves with an Oracle doing some harassment. So 2 passing ships in the night here. That's what we say when 2 walkers like this pass each other. And right now, both teams are going to start realizing where exactly they're at, but they're not. I don't think either of them will be able to get a good scout here early on.
Yep, Nexus goes down here, and tech-wise, we see a very, very early robo here out of Huck and MC. As I suppose if it isn't broke, don't fix it. We will be perhaps seeing a very early observer. They're maybe just a little bit worried about something with Widow Mines, but more to the point, it lets them get their Warp Prism out.
Last game, it was actually a much higher amount of gateways than they did before. I think they made 4 at first, and then they did on some more as well. So when you go up to 5 gates this early on in the game, you're really committing to heavy aggression, and you want to do a lot of damage with it. Why were these Marines even there?
Yeah, it doesn't really work, does it? The problem is you can just do that. Traditionally, you do that just obviously to block off a probe scout, but you can't block that. That's the problem. And right now, he will not commit. There's no way, but he doesn't want to get his adept trapped. He's just going to scout with it. Oh, so close. Very uncharacteristic micro slip there, perhaps by Huck and MC.
By Huck.
Okay, fine.
MC wouldn't make the mistake. He's probably scolding him right now. Would you lose so many hit points? War Prism is now going to start. Where are the gateways? Siege time. How many of them?
All right, 2 to begin with.
There's going to be more.
Yeah, you would think so, wouldn't you?
At least 3 more here for now. For Protoss Archon, who just love this build. War Prism and Adepts, that's where it's at right now in Protoss versus Terran. And they just seem to do well with it every single game that they use this build. But in this case, I feel like Violet and Masa, they finally picked up on what they might need to do. Just sit back at home. They opened with 3 barracks, remember? So they're going to have a lot of Marines. They're going to have a bunch of Marauders as well to help against this. And if they can shut down the first War Prism very well, they're going to be in a good position, but they're moving out now.
Risky. I do like the decision to go for the earlier concussive shell. That's very nice. You're trying to disable the ability of the opponent to actually micro around. They miss the War Prism. We could end up in a very similar position here. As you said, it's very hard to be patient, it seems. As an Archon team, you want to use those actions per minute. You want to get aggressive, and that gets spotted on the way in there as well.
The pylons are at the front here, by the way. For Huck and MC, they're going to react on time, pull back the Mothership Core, double photon overcharge here on these pylons will go down very quickly to make sure they don't take any damage. But now the Terran Archon can just wait it out, by the way. It's only 11 seconds on the photon overcharge.
This Marauder is doing a good job at tanking, but bear in mind the micro capability of that War Prism is kind of ridiculous, and damage is going to be done here. The follow-up comes in, but he's warping up additional Adept. The question is, has the Terran army managed to push into the base as of yet, or is it coming back?
It's pulling back. I don't know why. They could have just waited until photon overcharge had handed and then tried to get back in there, but Violet and Masa, they pull back instead. Now a single Adept will make its way to the main. They've already lost 7 SCVs here. It's not looking good.
Oh, and they're fighting the Adept, that's the worst choke point possible. It eventually beats it, but there's 4 more on the follow-up here. We need to see the Terran army move into that base incredibly fast to deal with this, but they're losing so much. And really, how big of a commitment is this from the Protoss?
Not much. Even if they lose this here now, the damage has already been done here by the Protoss Archon. Violet and Masa are going to be stuck in their base. And behind this, what do we see from Huck and MC? More gateways. They made so many gateways. They just added 4 more. They can go for a 3rd base if they want to. They've already massed so many units here back at home. So they're just going to be in a fantastic position. And usually what we see from them, when they have this much against a Terran who has this little, they just move across the map and try to end it.
I mean, why wouldn't you at this point? Unless, of course, the Widow Mine has something to say about that, which so far they've managed to avoid it. Ultimately, you've got an economic advantage. You know your opponent is struggling. You know you've got a composition that works. Why not try and hammer the point home?
Absolutely, yeah. Huck and MC, they're going to be getting right in there. They've got sentries. That's when MC says, let me micro the army, man, because I've got the better force fields.
Oh, Stim is done, but there are no medevacs at the moment. The force field's not doing a great deal up to this point. We see the Viking doing a good job of trying to shut the Warp Prism down. It hasn't managed it yet, though. Focus fire from the sentries. So far, there we go. The big engagement coming in. The force field set up. The SCV's kind of trapped, but a lot of Terran firepower raining down on the Protoss army at the moment. Warp Prism goes down as well. And there goes the Viking. But I don't know if there's enough numbers here. There's so many Adepts. So what do you even do from this position? You give up. GG again. Huck and MC once again proving that build works incredibly well. And hey, if it keeps working, keep doing it. Violet and Masa now have 1 game to figure out what is the answer to that.
These adepts, man, they're just too good right now. It seems like there is really not much that can be done. You need to play a perfect game, and I think it was far from that here from Violet and Masa, but they can't give up just yet. They need to continue. They need to find a way. But man, I have to say, these adepts.
Adepts are very, very good. There's no doubt about that. Although when most of your army is across the map when they land, I guess there's not much you can do about that. Do you think they should have continued to commit? You mentioned earlier they were waiting out the 11-second photon overcharge. Do you think they should have gone in and tried to kill that natural at that point and then pulled back?
Yeah, definitely. Photon overcharge really doesn't last very long. Maybe they didn't read about the recent changes, and
I hope
a little
they
bit
did.
longer.
Yeah, it used to be 21 seconds. It's now 11. And that's really not all that long. You know, it's a few shots off those two pylons there. And unfortunately, they decided, maybe a moment's hesitation, maybe they bottled their confidence and they actually pulled back. And I'm looking at the size of the army and I'm thinking, that kills that natural 99% of the time.
Yeah, I think there was 3 adepts that were warped in back at home for Arc and MC back then, and there was a sentry as well for Guardian Shield. The sentry is actually so smart. You can tell how meticulous Arc and MC are with this build, how much they practice it. This is typical of the MC. We've seen him in the past always in the Terran versus Protoss matchup, get a sentry early on, make sure he has some Guardian Shield to fight those early on attacks. And in this case, that sentry, maybe that's what scared Violet and Masa. They saw a sentry, they saw 3 adepts, they were like, okay, we don't want any of that, because they didn't have Steam Pack yet. Yes. They made Combat Shield, but Steam Pack was still a long way off. So moving out in the first place, I think, was the big mistake here out of them.
Yeah, you mentioned it before, and it seems like it's holding true. You do need to be patient. You really do. I mean, think about it. That move out achieved nothing. No doubt about that. And it basically lost them the game because they weren't able to defend. And the Protoss was able to build up a position, actually warp in safely. Yeah. And their warp prism, there was basically no risk to it. There was nothing to kill it. The Viking came out eventually, but it didn't matter. By that point, the army was over the other side of the map, so it doesn't really make much of a difference.
You know, these Adept and Warp Prism drops here, they really remind me of these double immortal drops that you do in PvP if both players open with an expansion, because then there is no Stargates for Phoenix to shut it down, there is no blink, and a lot of the time you can snipe a lot of stuff, pylons and all that. But then Protoss, they started getting a lot better at splitting their units and having enough on the ground that when these immortals finally land and you drop them down, they start getting damage immediately. So then you can't do any damage with them. And I feel like this is what needs to happen as well in some of these games. If Violet and Masa had stayed at home, if they made sure that those adepts never landed from the Warp Prism and the Warp Prism was never allowed to warp in anything, they would have done fine this game. They would have stayed alive, maybe got a bunch of Vikings, make sure that they can shut down the Warp Prism properly down the line. You go into a third base, and then you have a normal games on your hand. At least you don't die early on like they do.
What's interesting is that so far we have not seen TVP go to the late game in this tournament. And that interests me because I wish to see where it would go at that point. The problem is nobody's surviving that long. And I wonder if there is a passive playstyle that would allow that to happen, as you mentioned. Maybe there is. And hopefully Violet and Masa can find it. Otherwise, they will be finding themselves quite quickly in the lower bracket.
I was theorizing earlier, actually, with Greatorp. Imagine if both teams here, both Archons maxed out, and then you have a Terran that's controlling the Bio and the Vikings, and the other one that only does the Ghosts. Imagine how good the Ghost control will be. Scans everywhere, a bunch of EMPs going on these High Templars that should be there as well. And on the other side, imagine one Protoss controls the main chunk of the army and the Disruptors, and the other one controls only High Templars, War Prism, and maybe the Blink Stalkers as well, to try and snipe the Vikings and zone them out. That'd be crazy. I want to see that.
We did see a little bit of that, if I recall correctly, in the previous tournament in Santa Monica leading up to this. And as far as I'm aware, it did work incredibly well. But it seems pretty rare for Terran to get Protoss to this point. And I think that perhaps these guys maybe should have looked at QXE and Beastie QT's VODs, because they have a very different way of playing this matchup. And it seems to work out for them. Didn't work out quite well enough to get them to this tournament, but their performance was very impressive. And I think they were playing a very different style to every other Terran team in that tournament.
Violet and Masa, it feels like they have a very good grasp on how to play against Zerg when they use Terran, but against Protoss, they are a little bit lost right now. They tried here in the previous game to go for a command center first, 3 barracks, make a bunch of Marines, move across the map, but it just didn't work out. It's time to change things up again. They need to try something different, and they need to start some sort of a comeback here, because otherwise they're going to be heading to that lower bracket, and Huck and MC will be waiting and sitting pretty in the grand finals.
Oh, yes, and that would be a great position for them. All right, folks, we're heading into map 3, which could potentially be the last map of this series. We're going to be playing here on Moonlight Madness. So, ladies and gentlemen, to the... Oh, ho, ho, ho. All right, then. To the northeast position in the blue trunks, switching to Zerg. It is Violet and Masa. Versus their opponents to the southwest position, who may have got a little bit of a shock there, but still have a couple of maps in hand. It is Huck and MC.
Yeah, well, I guess they couldn't figure out Terran versus Protoss, so let's try to do it in Zerg versus Protoss instead. And Huck and MC here, surely they know how to play against Zerg as well. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what build they head into. And Violet and Masa, unless they're very well prepared, I expect them to still meet trouble here against Huck and MC, who just seem poised to do very well this tournament.
This is a gamble, certainly, from Violet and Masa, and it seems to me that they have concluded they can't figure out a good solution to that adept attack. So as a result, they're going to deny the Protoss the ability to do that build in quite the same way. They could still do it, absolutely, but there are a lot of different factors to consider when you're playing that against Zerg as opposed to Terran.
It would be funny, actually, if Huck and MC, they try to prove a point.
Did it anyway?
Yeah.
How well
without the War Prism, just Adept.
All right, sure, why not? Just pure Adept. How well would that work exactly? I mean, obviously Roaches and Ravagers do pretty well against Adepts, so you've got a more basic unit that seems to function reasonably well against
I think you're just even massing on Zerglings, you can like shut it down a lot better, and that's probably like part of their plan here. Like the initial Adept will not do nearly as much, and then War Prism or not, as long as you have enough back at home here as Zerg, you're not going to worry, because you're going to have creep, you're going to have vision all the time of where that War Prism is, and you're going to have a lot of speed on that creep as well. So some kind of War Prism flying into the main and warping in Adepts, I don't really believe in that against Zerg particularly.
A couple of lings out already, just chasing that probe away. A little bit of scouting information given away to the Protoss player, although nothing too crazy. Speed on the way as well. So if we do see some Adepts out there, once the Speedlings are out, as long as there aren't too many Adepts, you can surround and kill them. It is, of course, worth noting that the Adept does a lot of damage to light units. Nice save on the probe there, just driving those lings back. And going to try and chase them down before they get speed, perhaps.
Yeah, going straight across the map. I don't think it's going to be cancelled. Yeah,
it's going to warp out. Yeah, that works. I mean, you get the lings out of the way. You're able to put on some pressure. Queens actually deal relatively well with Adepts, by the way. They don't take a lot of damage. They've got a lot of hit points, and their attack will absolutely deal with them.
Oh, actually went through with it here. So
surprising.
He's going to start taking a little bit of damage here.
Well, he's going to be able to get some lings, but he will certainly eventually die off.
See already the difference between versus Terran and Zerg here.
Little photon overcharge used there, I think, to deal with some scouting Zerglings by the looks of it. But yeah, there is a huge difference. As you said, it's like Zerg starts off with a unit that handles the Adept well, and that's the Queen that you always have. Whereas the Terran, your basic bread and butter unit is the Marine, which gets chewed up by Adepts. So it can be a little bit tricky. So nice start here for Violet and Masa. The question is, what does the Protoss do from here? Well, looks like they try and do exactly the same thing. Give it another shot. Why not? You've got your 2 maps up, your strategy works, give it a try. There are a couple of sentries there. I do wonder if they'll maybe vary it up a little bit, try and split off the main from the natural.
I really wonder actually what Violet and Masa are planning here, because they went for a pretty quick lair. They're only on 2 bases for now. They're taking additional Cassis. Do they try to go for Hydras, Mutas? I don't think an Infestation Pit is likely.
I like Mutalisk here, honestly. Especially if your opponent's gone heavy Warp Prism, you absolutely want to do that. That's a little cheeky. Oh, there we go. Just trying to actually a bit of a supply block there for Violet Masa as well. And it is going to be 2-way Spire, and that is a well-hidden Spire. Interesting place to put it. That is not going to be scouted for quite some time.
That's actually pretty risky. If the Warp Prism flew through there, then that
would be dead. Yeah, that would be awful. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen based on the flight path. I believe there are sentries in that
There's not many units here out on the map for Violet and Masa. They're on 19 army supply. The Squints are going to help, but they need to be careful. They could lose a lot here very quickly.
Force field whiffed. No, that is uncharacteristic.
Oh, that War Prism, no! He's going in that direction.
That was nicely warded off there by Violet Masa, just chasing down, said, go that way, not the other way. Nope, nothing to see here. Third base coming down here for the Protoss player. And there's the third base for the Zerg as well. But the Spire play seems good. You know, if you're going to invest a lot in Adepts, then you just don't have that anti-air capability.
Huck and MC really haven't been able to scout anything. They haven't seen any tech building here, so they're playing as if they think it's going to be some kind of Roach Ravager play standard right now. But in this case, with the Spire about to finish and 800 gas in the bank, those Mutas, they're going to start coming out now. And Huck and MC, they're not ready at all. They made an Immortal, they're queuing up a second one.
Oh no.
Stalker counts. Do they even have a single Stalker?
Well, they're working on Blink at the moment. I assume they're going to start building some Stalkers, but like you said, they're investing a lot in Immortals. Well. I mean, Colossus does not count Mutas in, not even in this expansion. And a nice surround there with the Lings. We could, of course, see a quick hot pickup there, but Adepts are dying regardless. There are a lot of Lings there. Yeah. Eventually they'll be pushed back, but hello, he says. The Mutalists come in, and suddenly that Warp Prism is dead, and everything on the ground is going to shortly follow, but not before. Oh, he cancels the warp in. Okay, I thought he was going to just go for a last-ditch effort. They're going to... I thought they perhaps believed there were a few more workers there, but there weren't. And that was 3 workers traded for a Warp Prism, 5 Adepts, cannons going up everywhere as a result.
I don't think Huck and MC had a single Stalkers back at home here, so getting all these cannons.
They got a lot of sentries, but yeah, this is a really awful situation. Let's see how good Photon Overcharge is.
Oh, it's pretty good. We already knew that, I think.
Oh, that is a nice, lovely gift basket of gas-heavy units there for the Mutas. No Photon Overcharge used as of yet. I imagine that Violet Masa will try and bait that out and then switch position.
It's interesting how Huck and MC, by the way, didn't panic, didn't start making a lot of Stalkers. They made cannons instead. They know that they have the Photon Overcharge to work with. Would be interesting if they don't even care about the Mutas. They just go like for very few Stalkers, which actually is not a huge commitment to Mutas right now. We see a Hydra then about to finish. Already quite a bit of economy here for Violet and Masa, and behind this, they're going to get Ling upgrades and a bunch of Hydralists, whereas Huck and MC, they are adding on the extra gateways and getting the Adept upgrade as well.
Interesting. This game is playing out in a very intriguing way. It certainly looks like the switch to Zerg was a good idea here, but the question is, can Huck and MC adapt before they're overrun?
Yeah, those Hydralisks are going to be pretty scary here.
Yeah.
Even if we see a high number of Stalkers, Hydralisk in huge numbers, they can deal very well, you know, with the fact that you have Sentries, Guardian Shield. Infestation Pit is now going to go down as well, so I think Violet and Masa, they might already be thinking about taking to Hive were they to be safe. But Huck and MC now move out.
I do like the commitment to Hydras there. Hello, got a little bit of a Ling run by going into the base. This could do damage. There are, as we said, a decent amount of Photon Cannons, and of course harassment coming in to the left screen there. You can see with the Mutalists doing some damage as well. I love this multitasking here by the Zerg player, but the Power Army is making its way across the map. Nice blink. The Hydra count isn't that high yet.
Yeah, I think Violet and Masa, they might have to pull some drones here. They need to make sure that they hold this attack. Force fields is really going to be very important here. And it's very threatening here to a position like this against a Zerg player.
Oh, here come the Lings trying to make their way through. Down goes the Warp Prism almost immediately, and the Hydra firepower is being concentrated, but that is a lot of Blink Stalkers regardless, and the Lings can't get in. Mutas are coming from behind, but there's not all that many of them.
Yeah, there might be enough here for Huck and MC to do more damage, maybe even finish the game. They're trading very nicely, stamping all of those Mutas, and right now Violet and Masa are struggling to stay in this.
Lings are trying to make their way in, but they just aren't quite enough to get to grips with the Stalkers. A bunch of coming down. Drones are now pulled. Interesting that they do it now. Maybe they should have done it earlier, but it looks like that Immortal's going to get caught out of position. With the drone pull, the Protoss player is pushed back for the time being. Now, if they could just get some more Lings and Hydras.
Yeah, absolutely. Huck and MC being pushed back there. They didn't lose too many probes back at home. They're on 56 against 67 drones, but being 3 base Protoss against 3 base Zerg definitely is going to be a nice position here for them. And it looks like they don't want to slow down here just yet. They just keep on moving across the map. Pathogen Glance now starts.
Interesting. All right, that's going to mix things up, but will they even get to that point? More Lings being added in. The Sentry count is relatively low, and the Lings get the surround here on the Adepts and try to do some damage, but pushed back. The Hydra's doing damage from behind, but is there enough Zerg here? It doesn't look like there is at the moment.
Absolutely, these Adepts will trap these Hydralists here and force them to fight.
Oh, here we go. The Adepts are taking a lot of damage, but they're also chewing up the Hydras as well. Drones have been pulled, and now the Hydras will attempt to engage a huge count of Blink Stalkers. More Lings getting contact, but look at the big warp in from behind there with the Warp Prism. Additional Adepts and a little bit of Micro coming in here as well, and the Zerg army is starting to fall apart. It was a brave effort, a brave attempt here to switch, but it wasn't enough. GG 3-0 sweep for Huck and MC. They find themselves sitting pretty right at the top of the table.
Adepts and Stalkers, total biscuit. They are good against Terran, and apparently they're pretty damn good against Zerg as well.
It would certainly seem that way. It was really interesting to see that they got completely caught off guard in terms of the tech. They had no idea what was coming, but it didn't seem to make a difference. They were able to defend against it without taking too much damage. And then they decided, okay, we're just going to make a big, powerful army. We know you've committed quite a lot to these Mutalisks. We're just going to go for it. And it was a shame. If they'd held out a couple more minutes, got some Infestors out, built the Hydra count up, that would have been a very different fight, I think.
Yeah, they had a lot of gas as well. If our Zerg Archon there had been able to make a bunch of Infestors, that definitely could have changed something. But Huck and MC, I have to say, they play very impressive. You know, they do everything right. They drop down a bunch of gateways, they move across the map, they keep on being very aggressive, and every single time the execution is really good by them in the offense and the macro at the same time. Archon Mode really allowing them to shine a lot here today.
That is very true. We'll have a look at a couple of the highlights here. A single Adept eventually getting taken down, not before trading fairly well for a few units. And we see that they were going for the same kind of build. The Warp Prism on its way out. We're not really sure what was going on there. And then you've got that Proxy Spire, which doesn't get scouted. And yet it still isn't quite enough to make it happen. Adepts are very, very strong. The Mutas finally come in and do clean this up. But after that, loads of cannons go down. You see all the harassment being warded away with photon overcharging cannons, and then comes the big push. Lots of gateways backing this up, a couple of Immortals, a lot of power in that army.
I feel like Violet and Masa, they needed to either stay on Mutaling or go into Ravagers. Because going into Hydralists there made Force Fields and Blink together really, really strong. And it really also like made the Mutas having to come back and defend. So that just wasn't good together. Like if you think about what's going to be good in terms of having a lot of sentries and Stalkers, I feel like if you get Lings and Ravagers together to break the force fields, it's going to be going a lot better for Violet and Masa. In particular, I mean, the Lings, they even do very well, I think, in high numbers against the Adepts.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right with that. And we are about ready to head down to the main stage. We're going to be having a few words with Huck and MC, who continue to advance through this tournament and are looking perhaps like the odds-on favorites.
Guys, I'm here on stage with Huck and MC, who've just made it to the winner bracket final. You guys just went up against Masa and Violet. They looked so strong in their first series in the day, but at the same time, it felt like you guys were always in control. Was there ever a moment where you worried?
No, just when I come to here, it's ours. Where's trophy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Already wants the trophy. You know, even in that final game when the Mutalists kind of surprised you guys, wasn't there a tiny bit moment where you worried?
In the game, I asked him, they have third base, maybe Muta, and 100% Muta, so I made cannons. And you know, I think now Protoss only one have Imba unit is Mother's Core. So Muta, no clue because many overcharge. So I thought, yeah, it's maybe dumb choose for them.
Well, I thought it looked dicey, but you guys handled it very well. Chris, you know, in one of the pieces earlier, one of the video segments that we played, you mentioned how much it would mean to you to win this tournament, you know, with your longtime friend MC. You're not there yet, but you're in the winner bracket final, and it seems like everything is going so well right now. You know, what's going through your mind? What are the thoughts so far?
Well, like MC said, we both came to the tournament thinking we're going to win. On top of that, we both brought large luggage so we can pack the trophy in, and we just looking forward to hanging out tonight, maybe drinking a little bit. That's about it.
Wow. Well, you guys still got one very important series to play. Of any of the teams that made it here, is there one team in particular that you're looking out for? Is there anyone you rather avoid in the finals, or does it just not matter?
I want to say something, but it's bad word, so Yeah, beep, please.
Chris, any of the teams scare you a little bit, or are you feeling so good right now that it doesn't matter?
No, me and MC are confident against all teams, and I'm sick of people talking trash about Protoss right now on Twitter, especially Hydra opening his mouth when he's played no Legacy of the Void. I think it's kind of sad to chime in when you haven't played. And me and MC have been top of the ladder among like 10 Terrans in the last 2 weeks. So maybe people should practice more before they open their mouths.
All right. Well, I'm digging it. Congratulations so far, boys. You've played awesome. Of course, more StarCraft is coming your way, but for now, let's take a look at the team segment of Bomber and MMA.
긴박한 상황에서 기성이 형은 좀 실력 발휘를 제가 볼 땐 못하는 것 같아요. 그래서 4점.
아무래도 성원이는 대회 경험이 많기 때문에 딱히 그렇게 긴장할 것 같진 않아서 9점 주겠습니다.
지성이 형의 외모와 패션 센스는 3.5점. 보세요. 보세요.
3년 전에는 한 8.9점은 줄 것 같은데 최근에는 좀 많이 늙었더라고요. 그래서 3점 주겠습니다. 성원이의 마이크로에 대해서는 후반 점수를 주고 싶고요. 9.5점.
은영 9점.
근데 성원이 생산력은 조금 실망스러운 수준이기 때문에 0.1점 주고 싶습니다.
솔직히 토스전 컨트롤 되게 잘하거든요. 근데 저그전 할 때 보면은 상기하면은 거의 다이아급. 지성 형의 손속도 잘 모르겠어요. 확실한 건 제가 옆에서 같이 연습할 때 보는데 아니 테란님들은 의료선을 잘 써야 되는데 의료선은 태우고 내리고를 잘 못하더라고요.
성원이가 예전에는 견제로 되게 유명했는데 요새는 늙어서 막 견제 보내면 의료선 터지고 막 안 되더라고요. 그래서 1점 줘야 될 것 같습니다. 성원이가 인성은 꽤 괜찮은 사람이기 때문에 10점 주고 싶고요. 내가 사실 게임 실력으로 뽑은 건 아니기 때문에
지성 형의 인성 10점. 왜냐면 날 뽑았으니까.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2015 Red Bull Battlegrounds Grand Finals. We are live here in the Fillmore in Washington, D.C. I am Andre Greator Pengsho, joined alongside Johan Merlot, aka Todd, and Dan Vibe Sherlong. We are here witnessing some really exceptional stuff. Now, first off, guys, what's more surprising to you guys? Is it Huck and MC being in the finals, or Huck and MC dominating to get to the finals?
I don't know. I feel like they're a really strong team coming into it. If I had to say, I'd say dominating. I felt like they were a really good favorite to go into the finals, but they're doing really, really well.
Same thing for me. I mean, I thought they might be able to play really well and do well in general here, but I feel like I didn't expect like it will be a 3-0, you know, in this winners bracket finals, and I didn't expect these adepts to kill so much and die so little.
Yeah, in the winners final, we just saw a little bit of desperation, I would say, in game number 3, switching over to Zerg. And, you know, we were talking about it. There's a lot of different things that I think they could have slightly adjusted to stay alive a little bit longer. But I know you were a huge proponent of roaches. Are roaches the real way you deal with adepts in that matchup?
Yeah, I definitely think that roaches give you the key to really take that map control early on against Protoss, and it gives you the good economy you need. And, you know, if you're fighting something like Immortals, you can use Lings instead of something like Hydras. I think Hydras are kind of sketchy in ZVP just because of the fact that Adepts can just phase walk onto you and kill you. And if the Adepts get out of control, you can always switch into Mutas later on, but rushing Mutas is a little scary.
Yeah, well, it's definitely going to be interesting who they go up against. One of the teams that want to get to those grand finals will be Bomber and MMA. That's right, Bomber right now is in one of the elimination matches. He is the former Red Bull champion. He's looking here to defend his title alongside MMA. But they're going to have to overcome a lot of adversity if they want to get there. Remember, all of these loser matches are going to be a best of 3, so a lot on the line each time.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, you know, there's only 4 teams in here, and seeing Bomber and MMA or DRG True going out in the loser first round is surprising in either one of them. Both these teams so stacked. I don't know, it's lots of pressure on right now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, these skill graphs aren't exactly representative of what we think about these guys, but it's more so what they think of each other, which is kind of hilarious here. But DRG and True, they came into the Santa Monica finals, and they just crushed. And let me tell you, I feel like those finals, those playoffs, were some of the toughest matches that we saw yet, some of the best matches that we saw yet. We're going to find out who's going to be able to stay on top. We're going to kick it over to our caster. It's going to be Turtle Biscuit, and once again, oh, not yet, I'm sorry. But it looks like, you know, I thought they were tried and true. They were the ones that really went through everything. They went through an open bracket several times and then went to the playoffs to fight against 7 other teams. Only 2 out of the 8 went to these grand finals over here. That's a really, really big accomplishment.
Yeah, just to make a point on that, I feel like their playstyle would have been amazing pre-patch with like the Liberator, the way it works. That build, the build DRG and True are using is extremely good at dealing with that. But post-patch, I feel like they're kind of sticking to it, maybe, you know, seeing if it still works. And I would love to see them switch it up in this next match.
It really felt like they felt forced to go very quickly into Mutas, and then the third base was very late against Terrans that don't mind taking it very early. So then when you this far behind economically compared to where you will be usually, it just seemed very difficult for them to somehow pull it off. So I don't know, like how do you feel? What do you think they need to do exactly to be able to overcome this kind of play with like the tank drop early on into solid macro?
I would love to see them go more queen heavy, take a faster third, really use the queens instead of rushing to Aspire to deal with the medevac with the tank, which will allow them to have way more ground control, lots more Ling Bane to really deal with the marine pushes that are coming in. And once they've stabilized 3, possibly 4 bases, then go into Mutas, then take out all the medevacs with good upgrades behind it.
So you're saying instead of going for like a hard counter, go for like a soft counter, make sure that you can deal with it and not really take that much damage?
Yeah, just be greedy, man. Take all the money you can. Go 3 base really fast.
It's Bomber and MMA we are talking about, though, and both of them, they are known for their Terran versus Zerg in Heart of the Swarm. Realistically, they're the huge favorite, right?
Yes, I would say so. I mean, they were considered on paper to be the big favorites coming into this tournament. I mean, once you think Bomber and MMA, we know MMA has had a lot of Legacy of the Void experience. In the beginning, we didn't really know a lot of them afterwards, but, you know, we assume he knows he's going to be training for this. He knows that there's going to be a lot of money on the line, $30,000 for the total prize pool from just this grand finals alone. I mean, that has to say a lot. So we're going to find out if they're going to be able to take it over their opponents. It's going to be DRG True against Bomber and MMA, kicking it over to the casters. It is, of course, Total Biscuit and Rotterdam. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Screetorp. I don't think I'm quite full Brit just yet, but very glad to be here with you again, Roddy.
I saw you do your British accent, though, at WCS, so maybe that's just why, Nate. It's just that good that now people assume you're from the Great Britain.
I wouldn't want to bring that much shame to Total Biscuit to try that again here, but we do have an awesome match ahead of us, and Roddy, this is where everybody's towing on fire now. If you lose a series, you're out. It's over.
Yep, and we're no longer playing best of 5. We are playing best of 3, so there is even less room for mistakes. It's a very surprising lower bracket match because all of these names, Nate, they're so massive.
That's right, and here we have our returning champion with his friend in the Northwest, the blue Terran Archon. We have Bomber and MMA.
And on the right bottom side of Terraform, we're looking at the main base of our red Zerg Archon that looked invincible in Santa Monica, but they got to step it up right now. It is DRG and True.
Already with a little bit of a cheeky opening, Roddy, from Bomber and MMA. A second barracks out on the map. I'm getting some Reaper vibes out of a push like this. Very strong.
What are the shenanigans you can pull off right now with the new Reapers, Nate? Because, of course, they've got a new ability. They can throw grenades. They can mess things up a little bit. Does this make builds like this even scarier, even stronger?
You know, I gotta say, I really love what you can do if your control with the Reaper is on point. In Archon mode, it's so much easier to do that, but if you really think about it, once you have 3-4 Reapers running around, even if they get speedlings, if you time those grenade throws properly and you just splash on those lings, the damage from the grenades will stack. If you hit 2 grenades at once, you can do a lot. Very important for that Overlord to see that the SCV went to the gold base, but I feel that it all comes down to building up momentum because those grenades really allow you to make big plays when there's vastly overwhelming numbers from the Zerg.
Well, bunkers will be going down already in the natural from DRG and True. They must know what's happening right now. An evolution chamber is being morphed in, Nate.
Oh, okay. So they actually did something like this in the Santa Monica playoffs. They used the well, I mean, they didn't need an evolution chamber back then, but they used the quick Overlord drop to get lings out of their base once they were contained and just drop them straight into the Terran player's base. So it's possible that they're going to go for a similar play or use it to hit from the other side, but that was with Marines. This is with Reapers, and Reapers are strong.
Yep, and you're going to have a lot of them as well. These bunkers will finish up. The first one is done. The second one actually is not going to be done, Nate. Both SCVs died. I feel that's massive.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Having that extra bunker, having those extra hit points to rely on are very, very nice, but the Reapers still have a lot of damage that they can do. It's also important to note that you don't want to be pushed away from your hatcheries too much. Even those grenades can kill the larvae in front of the hatcheries.
Yeah, it's going to get very tricky for sure, but I feel solidly this position, it's manageable, right? Just stay passive, try to get as many queens out as possible, try to get the link count up, and the moment you can get a full surround on that bunker, if it's just a single bunker, it should be very doable to save this hatchery.
Yeah, the focus has to be on getting speedlings and getting the surround on those Reapers. We see speeds very close to completing, and at the same time, many more lings in production. There we see Reapers starting to die, and this is where you lose the momentum from this push, but Bomber and MMA have already started to transition away from this composition.
And look at the amount of gas, though, that's in the bank. Is there a chance we see a Baneling nest go down and maybe a big knock? It's just going to be a very quick layer. I wonder how a Zergling Baneling counter would have done.
Did they finish the evolution chamber? It's possible they can still build, go for a couple Overlord transformations and try to drop. Okay.
I think the moment they saw that only one bunker finished, I think that's when they canceled one of the evolution chambers. Reapers are out of position. There's one bunker on the lower.
Oh, preventing them
for these links.
Yeah, they're blocking the Reapers from trying to run back into the main base, and they're not going to make it. They're not going to be able to get away.
This is suddenly so terrible for Bomber and MMA. They will get a couple of Marines behind the supply depots, so they will be able to keep the depots alive, but it's going to take a long, long time before they will be able to mine from their natural. What an awesome start in the end for DRG and True.
Yeah, really, really great start. That Reaper play just not making it happen for the Terran bros, and this is a tough spot. I mean, they have the third command center coming in. They have a siege tank on the way. There's no third base for the Zerg, so it's not like it's completely unmanageable, but they've been put in a really awkward spot where they're really going to be jockeying for positioning.
I mean, this is almost similar to what we saw before. Of course, there will still be 3 command command centers, right? So they will be able to get their SCV count up at rapid speed.
Mules are still good units, Roddy.
Absolutely, and that one tank is going to secure their natural for now. But look at it, they're 9 workers behind. The Spire is already on the way. If you think about stuff like Stim, you know, there's not even a tech lamp on any of these Rexes.
Yeah, very far away from having that mid-game tech setup. And with that lair that fast, putting even that creep on the natural. How often is your natural get blocked by creep like that, Roddy?
Yeah, unless you play against cats, not very often.
The Spire is about halfway done now for DRG and True, so Mutalisks are going to be the answer to this tank drop. How much can they actually get done with this? It's going to be really tough, to be honest.
Yep, there are still a couple of queens out there. I don't think this is the best map ever for this kind of tank harass. Of course, you can drop the tank on the high ground. That could be rather annoying, but there's quite a bit of creep threat already. And with that Spire halfway done, it's all about just not taking any drone damage over here, you know?
Yeah, and with the way these Lings have been positioned, that siege tank has not accomplished anything just yet for Bomber and MMA as they start to take a couple of shells onto that queen, but they're still really not able to do too much.
Nope. You know, the best thing they can hope for here is a couple of Zerglings here and there, but DRG and True will be absolutely okay with just losing a couple of Lings. They are going up to 3 bases very quickly, relatively quickly, considering the start of this game, right?
Yeah, I mean, all things said and done, I still think that Bomber and MMA get a pretty good end of the deal by not completely dying to the counterplay since they do have the 3 orbitals. This Reaper's going to run in, seize the Spire, very important since the engineering base just finished up. This will allow them to throw those missile turrets up and start to pump out more Marines, but it's still kind of awkward because that creep spread is going to run rampant too.
I think most Zergs will be very, very happy and satisfied if they can start firing 7-8 Mutalisk on the production tab while still being ahead in workers. That's not a scenario they find themselves in super often, and if they do, then at least it's going to take a long time before they can saturate the 3rd hatchery. Right now, 15 drones ahead, more drones on the way. Creep is looking very healthy. It's already going into pretty much every single direction it can possibly go to. I think that DRG and True are loving life right now.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what they can do as these drops come in. Their Mutalisks are crossing the center position of the map with that creep as they begin their evolution chambers. Only one upgrade is actually being researched for Bomber and MMA, so they're not focusing super heavy, and I feel like that could hurt them in the long run. The Mutalisks come in, they start to poke in, not finding too much just yet.
One thing that is working for them is that they already got missile turrets in position. This drop in the main base could potentially do quite a bit of damage as most of the Lings are out of position. There are no Banelings either. Of course, the Mutalisks are on the other side of the map, so this is a very successful drop.
I don't even know if there's a Baneling nest on the map, Roddy. These Marines don't have too much to contest them at this point in time. If they can get into choke points, if they can continue to jump around and trade against these Mutalisks and Zerglings, they could do a lot of work. If they kill this Mutalisk, they buy themselves so much freedom with that medevac.
That Mutalisk is being micro. The Lynx taking care of those Marines on the low ground. Mutalisk will still live as well. Well done there in the end by our red Zerg Archon. That could have been a little bit worse, but of course they've lost some momentum. Suddenly you have to defend. You're not applying pressure anymore. This gives a little bit of breathing room to Bomber and MMA, and they will start trying to harass more and more from this point on.
Yeah, really nice. This fresh mule dropped at that 3rd base. Immediately gets snapped up by those Mutalisks. Such an important part of your economy as a Terran player to hold intact.
I love it when there's still a flying tank just for absolutely no reason.
Yeah, the flying tanks are awesome.
I mean, it's a little faster than a moving tank, I guess. A couple of Marines will take care of a couple of these tumors. The Mutalisks have been spotted as well. They're going to try to intercept these reinforcements once again. They've been very good with this throughout the entire day, even in that first series. Despite not winning it, they did do a very good job in intercepting reinforcements.
Now let's see what they can do here as there's still no Banelings. The Baneling nest is just now starting. Marines, Recklings head-to-head like this. The Mutalisks get absolutely shredded. This has to have been a huge oversight by DRG. There's no way they would intentionally say to themselves, oh, we don't need Banelings versus Terran.
Unless they just really thought the Bomber and MMA were going to be very passive, but that is not happening. The Baneling nest is almost done, but a lot of drones have gone down already. The Mutalisk count is not that scary anymore either, Nick. Look at all these Mutalisks going down.
They've killed every last one of them. The last 2 Mutas are forced to run away. The 3rd base has been evacuated, and that Baneling nest still isn't even done. And even when it finishes, Roddy, there'll barely be any Lings to turn into Banelings, and there won't be Baneling speed.
Well, this game is on its head for sure, as this hatchery is going to fall. All the Mutalisks have fall as well, and there are 3 command centers on the other side of the map doing work when it comes to the economy.
GG.
Man. They turned that around so quickly.
You know,
of course, why were there no Banelings?
I don't think that's a question even DRG and True could answer about why there's no Baneling nest in Archon Mode. Perhaps that comes down to the communication of, hey, you're going to build a Baneling nest. No, it's like, well, I thought you were going to build a Baneling nest. And for MMA and Bomber, it's just really nice considering that their early attack wasn't able to make it happen. And this is still very scary now because we have to remember this is a best of 3 and it's an elimination match. So DRG and True, off the back of basically forgetting one building, are now at the brink of being knocked out of the Red Bull Battlegrounds Grand Finals.
You can see it as well. They are not happy right now, as that's just a silly mistake for getting a bailing nest in this phase in the tournament. That should not happen. We're going to head over to one more video piece of DRG and True before we hop into game number 2.
방태수 선수 위급한 상황에서 능력 2점이고 그 이유는 위급할수록 더 차분하게 게임을 해야 되는데 더 텐션이 올라가지고 게임을 집어 던져가지고 네, 그래서 2점인 것 같아요.
수호 형은 그래도 나름대로 잘 막는 것 같아요. 한 7점? 7점 정도?
운영 능력?
운영력은 한 3점 정도? 그러니까 막 너무 드론을 많이 누르는 것 같아요. 제가 봤을 때. 그냥 생각 없이 막 드론만 누르다가 지는 경우를 많이 봐가지고.
운영 능력 10점 중에 4점. 4점만 준 건가요?
컨트롤도 한 2점? 네, 딱히 컨트롤보다는 물량 유저여서 컨트롤 딱히 잘하는 건 모르겠어요.
2점. 걔는 상대방 뭘 하든 신경 안 쓰고 그냥 자기가 어떻게 죽일지만 생각하는 거기 때문에.
또 눈치도 수영이 없어가지고 그거는 눈치가 아예 없어요. 제가 아까도 말했듯이 드론만 누르다가 죽고.
따로 점수를 매긴다면 얼굴은 6점, 패션은 1점. 그 이유는 얼굴은 그래도 평균 이상은 되는 것 같고 패션은 맨날 트레이닝복 입는 거밖에 못 봐가지고 그래서 1점이야.
수호 형은 0.5점 정도? 관리를 좀 안 하는 것 같아요.
강태 선수 인성 1점. 그것도 100점 만점 중에.
인성은 한 7점? 8점? 인성은 제가 볼 때는 앞에서는 약간 막 안 좋은 말 많이 하면서 뒤에서는 잘해주고 약간 그런 스타일이어서.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Red Bull Battlegrounds Grand Finals. Some loving words exchanged between DRG and True, Roddy.
Man, these guys are also mean towards each other. Nate, in my heart, your micro and macro is a 10.
Wow, Roddy. I think your micro is an 11 out of 10. Maybe your macro could use a little work.
Wow. Well, so does your map awareness, Nate.
Well met, Roddy.
All right, we're getting ready to hop into game number 2 between Bomber and MMA. I think they are quite pleased with how that game turned out, because in the start, not everything came together. I think if that second bunker finishes up, you're looking at a completely different game. Suddenly, it's so much harder to take care of 4 Reapers that are hopping in and out, not just 1, but 2 bunkers. So even if you surround 1 bunker, you end up losing 10, 12, 14 links in the process. Then there is another bunker. Suddenly, that second bunker didn't finish up, and I kind of felt like this is DRG's and True's game. I felt they could have potentially gone for a massive counter, maybe even Link Bane. Of course, risky, but especially after denying those Reapers, I think it had potential.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can swing things back as we are loaded into map number 2. It's elimination time. On the left side of Bridgehead, we have the blue Terran Archon up 1-0. Give it up for Bomber and MMA. Looking very cheerful as they potentially about to eliminate this red Zerg team, this red Zerg Archon on the right side of Dog Regu and True.
Well, I just actually realized the APM tab, as both teams have over 500 APMs. They thrown down that first extractor like a boss.
Yeah, and this very important moment for them. As we said, it is an elimination match, and perhaps a very important moment for those of you at the venue, I believe, right now. I believe Huck and MC are actually taking autographs outside the front as well.
I think it's after this series, actually. As soon as this series ends, that's when Huck and MC will be doing some autographs. And of course, all the other players will be making their way down as well, just in front of the merchandise booth. Make sure to get those Red Bull caps, Nate. Do you have one?
I do, actually.
Me too.
It's very nice. It's very nice. So definitely something to keep in mind.
Right. They are starting right now.
Yeah.
Nate, so on top of your game.
I'm a wizard sometimes like that. Except not when I'm playing StarCraft, of course.
Bomber, of course, trying to keep his dreams alive of going back-to-back when it comes to Red Bull Battlegrounds tournament victories, as last year he was able to win in Washington. One of the coolest tournaments, I'd say, of 2014 back then. And Bomber was unstoppable. So far, he hasn't looked as unstoppable yet as he did last year. But
he had such a weird year last year, too.
I know.
You think about Bomber, it's like, oh, he won this championship, he won this. But then half the other people are going to say, I remember him flying 6 of his full medevacs into Pulse base twice in 2 different tournaments. And then it's like, well, yeah, but he actually still ended up winning both of those circuits. And it's pretty amazing when you think about it, just the amount of prestige these guys have. And I love this, you know? The little Reaper does a little hop, skip, and a jump over. A little rocket jump, never hurt anyone.
The rocket jumping, it's not just in FPS anymore, Nate. It's now a thing in RTS.
Nah, all I need now is to bring the rest of those functions over. But it's so nice to be able to scout like this. You're basically saying, yeah, I know that main ramp is a bit difficult to get into. In Heart of the Swarm, your Reapers aren't going to be showing the mad hops like this. Whoa, ho, ho. Barely making it out alive.
Yep, 3 HP, of course, will be able to regenerate. You know, both Bomber and MMA last year made it to BlizzCon. That really does say a lot about the level that these guys in general show. This year, it's been a less successful year for both of them, but still had their runs here and there, especially MMA in Season 1 of the GSL. You know, it feels like it's a long time ago, but that's just 5-6 months ago that MMA made it into the best 8 back then.
Yeah, and I think this is where they're looking to really show how you can work together to cover any of the weaknesses that either of them might have developed over the course of the year. Although, you know, asking them, they both think that each other has quite a few weaknesses.
Yeah, that seems to go for most of the Archon teams here, besides Hawk. Hawk had nothing but loving words for MC.
Those guys are 100% pure confidence.
Another CC going down, of course, right below that Overlord. So DRG and True know what's going on. They're looking good so far in the drone department, but this is just a winner mine, right?
Yeah, just a cheeky mine going out, Roddy. Perhaps looking to score some drone kills in this early game.
Could potentially be denying that third base as well. That could be very annoying, as no drone has made it out yet. But I guess the medevac has changed direction, so that is not going to happen. Well, they're not mining gas from the top extractor. Okay, now they will.
Okay, so the Spire is on the way. And we've seen, I guess, quite a bit of this fast Mutalisk play. I think for the most part in Legacy of the Void and my games on beta, that's like something that pretty much most Zerg players are doing these days, and Vibe mentioned it earlier as well. But good call, Roddy, just blocking that third base, being annoying.
Yeah, but it's one of these small things. If there is no overseer yet or it's out of position, you know, you buy yourself another 20, 30, 40 seconds before a hatchery can go down and stuff like that, especially in TVZ, which can be such a fragile matchup. It really does end up. I guess this Widowmine did manage to kill one drone. That was first blood in this game. But, you know, it's a small thing. This drone died 10, 15 seconds ago, and just now this hatchery is going down. Small things do add up.
Yeah, delaying that as much as possible. Also drawing attention as this siege tank makes its way over towards that main natural area. Be careful, there's queens around here, as they're going to do a great job of zoning away. You know, I remember in the beginning of Legacy of the Void beta, everyone thought, it's like, can't deal with siege tank drops, it's not possible. And it's like, actually, don't deal bonus damage to queens. And we've seen this heavy queen pushing as a pretty good response, because it does take so many shots for a tank to kill a queen, but you can just use them to push the medevac away. And, you know, on maps like this, it's really not that hard to deal with.
I love how early the bailing nest is this time, as Funk can show.
Won't make that mistake again.
Exactly. Rather be safe than sorry when it comes to a bailing nest in this matchup.
Yeah, that was pretty, I mean, I felt like they were in a pretty solid position on the last map, and it just kind of fell apart when they realized, like, yeah, we got so many Zerglings and Jeks, but they don't kill Marines alone, so, yeah.
Even the Evo chambers are quite early this time. I think they're just going to stick to 8 Mutalisks for now, and then to start producing a lot of Lings and a lot of Banes, and just trying to get map control and trying to shut any sort of movement down when it comes to Bomber and MMA. Let's not forget, we are playing a best of 3. It's now or never for DRG and True.
I've seen the first time that these guys are a little bit desynced in this Archon Mode game. We have 2 more evolution chambers on the way.
Oh my god, no. Well, that's some next level meta, Nate.
I don't think you get Vipers out this fast.
I know you can get 3 upgrades at a time, but 4 just seems a little ambitious, unless there is a new upgrade, which I'm not aware of yet.
Yeah, so now the 1-1 begins. Baneling speed is on the way as the Mutas show up, but they're going to be immediately pushed back.
I mean, stuff like, we joke about it, but stuff like that does really hurt. You know, those drones just not doing what they're supposed to do. That could be a very nice catch, though, but I think this time most of the Marines will get unloaded. But it still gets picked up. Will any Midlands go down? Nope, not at all. So that's a nice break there.
Yeah, nice. Not so bad at all. Big Drop's going to hit into the natural expansion. 8 Marines looking for some damage, and they're going to clean up a lot of these links. The drones are going to come in, try to help get the Manibles working on this to help clean this up faster. But look at this drop. Nice little choke point usement. And there we go. They actually clean up all the links and score a few drones to boot.
Yeah, and they got the Queen as well, so there's no more Queen over here. So that is going to be very frustrating. And again, Bomber and MMA just focus so much on having the action on the other side of the map, which gives them so much freedom. Right now, they don't even have to worry. They just floated over that command center, didn't lose a single SCV in the process. There are no links, there are no banelings around the corner morphing, trying to blow up a bunch of SCVs. It's just like as soon as the action started, it just seems to all go into Bomber and MMA's favor.
Yeah, and now we have more medevacs moving out. There's one headed towards that northeast 4th base. There's also this one going into the natural expansion and just really just trying to pull everything apart.
There's nothing here. Not a single spine crawler, not a single spore crawler. One Mulus is going to try to save the day.
Another queen dies.
It's going to get picked up immediately. Drones will have to be evacuated. That's not enough links, man.
Oh, there's a 2 banelings here, though. If those can get it. Oh, great focus fire on those banelings, completely denying them from being useful. And at any means, the drones weren't mining from this space. The Mutalisk distracted with the drop up top. And 2 more medevacs headed to the natural, Roddy.
Yeah, the Overlord did spot it, but the Mutalisk are all the way on the north side, and now DRG and True really have to bring all their units over here. Now both just press F2, Nate, as quick as possible.
Trying to deal everything they can against this, but without banelings, you cannot defeat Marines like this. And more drones get killed. The rest of them are going to be pulled away. There's another drop moving into the main base, picking off a few more units. And this is just so difficult, so frustrating to deal with in an elimination game where Bomber and MMA are starting to slowly pick up more and more momentum.
Yeah, but take a look at the unit loss resource tab. We can see that the trades have been solid for them. 2,900 against 3,900. And of course, Terran is comfortably mining up 3 bases. This is not a 2-base all-in by any sort. It's the opposite, you know. They're setting themselves up for the latest stages in this game as well. They're ahead when it comes to upgrades. I believe only 1 upgrade is currently on the way for DRG and True.
Yeah, they just finished their 1-1. +2 was a little bit later. The second engineering bay was late for Bomber MMA, but they're still in a really good spot.
Yeah, what I mentioned is that armor is a little bit later than attack when it comes to DRG and True. It's not a big deal, of course. In the end, it will perhaps still sort of line up. But right now, I think Bomber and MMA are very happy with everything other than the creep spread. Look at the minimap. Holy hell, it's all purple.
I mean, when you only drop, they actually haven't pushed on the ground once this game. And I guess the side effects of that are going to be a lot of creep spread down the center of the map.
Now, that's very nice for DRG and True because they need to buy a little bit of time. This was a good pickoff as well, taking down once more 8 Marines and a medevac. They just ignore it.
This is so Bomber, though. Yeah. Isn't it? How many times have we seen Bombers be like, oh, you know, this map's purple. Cool. Yeah. I didn't realize they updated it.
Neil Talsat. Come on, Legacy of the Void is a really cool game.
They're going to push into this 3rd base area. There's just so much here for the Terran players. They're not even, they're not worried about the creep. They're not worried about the banelings. They're just going to pull the Marines back, let the tanks Marauders shoot those banelings. And the Marines, they're just going to dance around looking for those Mutalisks. Here comes the last big push from DRG True. Can they save themselves against this? So far, so good. The Marines are continuing to run back, but most of the banelings are dead now. The Marines can keep marching forward.
The parade push is still going strong. The tank does get picked up, and there are not too many units remaining, but still a couple of Marines going healthy. And just look at this river of reinforcements streaming in. No more banelings, no more Zerglings, and it seems like Bomber will keep his tournament dreams alive.
GG! Bomber and MMA will eliminate Dongrigu and True from the Battlegrounds Grand Finals.
Don't you just love that? Like you said, that's so Bomber. It's like, well, the entire map is purple. Yeah, I could waste a lot of time scanning 3-4 times, or I could just run across the map and pre-split my army. And then, of course, you have MMA as well, complementing all your splits. Well, even if you're on creep then, Nate, I guess it's manageable.
I immediately think back to last year's Battlegrounds. Like, wasn't it one of the first things? It might have even been DRG that said, yeah, all Bomber knows how to do is just drop Mule, never scan. And, well, he had a lot bigger army because of it this game.
Yeah, just 40, 50 army supply ahead. Don't waste any time. Just run across the map. And it's just one opening, man. Just one time when the medevacs find an opening. Mutalisk got distracted on the top side of the map. Well, 2 more medevacs fly in. And, you know, at first it's nice. You get a small pick off, a queen, a couple drones, and then the next drop is just so much more successful.
Yeah, you really start to build momentum with that. And then taking into account not only the drop harass, but the focus fire on things like the banelings during those pushes. You kill the queens, you're preventing injects, you're preventing larva, the reinforcements. Everything is slowed down to such a huge degree in these scenarios.
Well, let's take a look at a couple of the highlights over here on Bridge. As we had that funky
cheeky Reaper.
Yeah, that was a cheeky guy. But I think it just really started with that first drop. And the tank drop, once again, I think how Vibe said, I think what Vibe said pre-game was very accurate. You know, you don't really have to rush up to a layer. Why not just focus on queens? Why not focus on getting a very strong economy and delay those Mutalisks a tiny bit? The Mutas did all right, but this is just where things started to spiral out of control.
Yeah, and we see here, even right there, he picked off the Baneling. Only one of them detonated on the Marines, and that wasn't enough. And that just forces you to send so much attention on dealing with these pushes that Bomber and MMA are like, okay, we're just going to build units back home because that's the only thing that both of us are really known for.
Yeah, but this is just a very strong army already. When you're 34 enemy armies fly ahead, you got Marauders, you got Widowmines, you can even land the Vikings you had left, 1 or 2 tanks, and that is just going to be it. It doesn't even matter anymore that you step on creep or not. And I think that was a very nice series for Bomber and MMA, a series they can definitely build on moving forward in this tournament.
Very important series for them. You know, you consider that you come into this, you're the reigning champion with, you know, his bro basically as far as things go with MMA, and then you go up against the young whippersnapper, Hog, you got to deal with MC. Both those guys completely clock you. They get rid of the next Terran. They got to be thinking so much further down the line for this tournament. They still have a lot of work to do, though.
Yeah, but I do think this is a series you get a lot of momentum from. Like, winning is one thing, but if it's a very scrappy victory, I felt other than on Terraform, where the early game build didn't really work out because the second bunker didn't finish, I felt it was very solid. You know, the moment they started attacking, they pretty much won in true Bomber style. You know, that's pretty much what Bomber has always done.
Bomber style.
So that's definitely something they can move forward to. Of course, their next match is going to be against Violet and Masa. Should be a good one, Nate.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see if we're going to have TVT or ZVT or who knows. We do have another video piece to bring you guys actually about Masa and Violet working together as teammates.
Masa's speed is 9.5 because he's really good at micro. That means you need a really good fast speed too.
Violet's speed is like, it's a bit faster than normal, so 6.5 out of 10.
Sometimes my decision is better.
His decision making is like 9 out of 10 because he knows where to grab the units from and where to send them. His macro is about 3 out of 10 because I do most of the job.
I will give him macro point 8 because he had some supply block when I just focus on micro. You know, when he supply block, I'm like, oh my god, are you kidding me? You know, you only focus on macro, but you also get supply block. And he got a couple of times in the Toronto tournament. So 8, I think is much. I give him well.
Violet's micro is like about top any Terrans, so I would give 9 out of 10.
His micro is much better than macro. A lot of people know his micro is good, so I give him like 9.5. It's the best.
My teammate is really fun and funny, but sometimes he makes sexual jokes that I don't get, so I would give him 7 out of 10.
You know, I give him 4. I mean, pretty low, right? But you know, he's a Canadian, he's not Korean, but he's just shy. You know, I'm a Korean, I moved America, I'm not shy anymore. For him, because he got 7, so he needed more personality to get 7.
I would give my teammate 8 out of 10 in looking because there's not many other players who's better looking than him.
For his age, he's a little dark. He get 10 a lot, so, but he's still, I think, 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2015 Red Bull Battlegrounds Grand Finals. This is the StarCraft Archon Mode edition. We are live here in Washington, D.C. I am Great Torp, joined alongside Vibe and Nathanius. Guys, we saw our first elimination and the biggest surprise, I think, in my opinion, DRG and True knocked out, first one's out, and in pretty decisive fashion. Vibe, your Zerg heart, let me hear it.
Every Zerg is scorned by the Liberator, which is why you're so afraid of them even after they were nerfed. So you gotta rush the mutas, but unfortunately that meant that was their downfall and they lost to Terran.
Yeah, Nathanius, I mean, you casted the series. How did you feel overall with DRG and True?
Honestly, it kind of felt like what we were talking about earlier when we looked at the Moonlight Madness map when they played against Violet and Masa earlier, which was like, they didn't really take any risks as far as greed went, where they could have, I think, without the Mutalisks, defended against the tank drops. So they kind of put themselves in this spot where they never really had enough stuff to actually kill their armies, because we still saw the 3 command center openings. Like the Reaper game aside, which was more just like, okay, you forgot to build a Baneling. That's because I felt like they were ahead. They just didn't have any Banelings. Like, you can't win without Banelings against Marines.
Yeah, if you delay the mutas, it really like puts a huge surge on how much ground armor you actually have. You just have enough at that point to just run everything over and have a big bank of units after that, which you could then like launch a counterattack with, go kill economy, remake more, take a 4th, stuff like that.
Yeah, well, it was actually really well played by the Terran team. Of course, we saw Bomber and his iconic stepping onto creep, killing everything, and also including siege tanks, which we haven't seen forever since his Wings of Liberty days. Yeah. And also, we saw him just crush with siege tanks back then. He's going to now face off against Violet and Masa. Now, these 2 players really surprised us with taking out True and DRG in our second series of the day. Are they going to be able to prevail over here against Bomber and MMA? First, I'll ask you, Vibe, how do you think it's going to match out?
Well, I do not think Violet and Masa are going to play Zerg. I think they're going to probably stick to Terran, and I feel like MMA and Bomber are 2 of the most elite Terran versus Terran players in the world, and they have been for a very long time. I give a definite edge to MMA and Bomber in this series.
Yeah, I really like the Korean players in this particular instance. You have just so much skill in that particular matchup where perhaps, depending on how much Legacy of the Void-based style they choose, like maybe, I imagine that if Masa and Violet are going to win this, we're going to see them bust out very BCQXC-esque strategies that we saw from the Santa Monica playoffs, relying not so much on out-macroing and out-muscling Bomber and MMA, but making really good plays using positional tools like late-game Liberators or just really, really great usage of the Medivacs, moving those tanks around while they're pre-sieged. I think that's the key to success here. It's so much more about positioning, but especially air control in this meta right now.
Yeah, very finesse style, you're saying. So make sure you have an accurate, very, honed in composition every single time you're going into that. I think that will be the most interesting over here. You can see Bomber and MMA. They've had a little bit of strife, it looks like, in their interviews, but I would say not as much as DRG and True, that is for sure. But they've definitely gone back at each other. Really nice to see their personalities show over here. I think they definitely have the capabilities of getting to those finals. But Huck and MC, they are looking very scary. They're going to await them. Remember, this is a double elimination tournament. These guys are in the loser's bracket. That means they're all playing best of 3s for their lives and also to move on. That being said, this is the semifinals. The finals of the loser brackets, and then the winner of this will move on to face off against the finals of the winners brackets. But as you can see here, Violet and Masa will be MMA and Bomber's opponent here. Violet and Masa, I would say, have definitely shown and surprised a lot of people at home, but they have a lot to go to be able to get to those finals.
They definitely do, and a TVT mountain of Bomber and MMA to climb is one of the biggest you can attempt to do. So good luck to them. That's all I can say. Good luck.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. I think, both of these teams were knocked down here by MC and Huck. Whoever wins this will have to play against MC and Huck. That's the part where I'm really just like, yeah, good luck, man, because those guys make Terran look, I don't know, they make Terran look terrible.
Now, Terran vs. Terran has received a lot of changes, I would say, overall. You were talking about the Liberators and being very decisive, but also going into Bio and Mech, I think it's really split these days. Like, some people really, really like Mech. Some people really, really like Bio. I'm not sure which I like better right now. I mean, both of them have their merits, but Nathanius, you are a resident Terran expert here. Talk to me a little about it.
I think these teams with Archon Mode, they're just too fast to play mech. Like, mech is pretty good in Legacy of the Void because that air control is kind of like a natural thing you trend towards since you want to build Vikings anyway. And I feel that with these fast players, we'll probably still see bout versus bout just because of how all over the place they'll be, hitting each other really fast and all over. Like that's, to me, that's just kind of what Archon Mode is all about. I'd kind of be surprised if we saw them really stick to mech, but I mean, it'd be cool.
Yeah, in the playoffs and in the qualifiers, we saw a lot of really cool TVT series.
Oh, yeah.
Where we had, you know, multi-pronged drops, 4 different drops going around the map. It was just absolute madness. We had drop siege tanks. We had liberators, as you were saying. We had ravens. We had all these things to just edge forward a little bit closer to something more lethal, whether it be a command center or a refinery, something to do some catastrophic damage to really influence how the future battles go. I mean, TVT really has so many capabilities of going in so many directions. And we're going to find out right now, guys. We're going to head it over to Total Biscuit and Todd to see the outcome of this loser bracket finals.
Thank you very much, Greetop, and a TBT to decide who gets fed to the Protoss by the looks of it. The question, I suppose, will be, have they learned anything prior to heading in, and of course, which team will it be?
I thought there was a joke to be made, but I couldn't have phrased it properly, so you went for it, and it was pretty good, yeah. Terran versus Terran is, I think, what everybody expects here, and this is actually looking like it's going to be a Terran versus Zerg.
All right. In that instance, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to Moonlight Madness in this best-of-3 series. Spawning to the northeast position in the blue trunks are Terran, Archon, Bomber, and MMA. Versus their opponents, who appear to be having an identity crisis at the moment. To the southwest position in the red trunks, now playing Zerg, Violet and Masa.
Zerg has been having a pretty rough time so far this tournament against Terran. We saw Dongregu and True really struggling, both against Bomber and MMA, and then Violet and Masa as well. Violet and Masa, though, remember that they have a Zerg player here in their Archon. So they're probably going to know better, I guess, how to play exactly here in the matchup. They're going to know what's work. They know the matchup here from both perspectives very, very well. And against somebody like Bomber and MMA, who had just a fantastic series against Dongregu and True, they're going to need that.
It's a really awkward choice, isn't it? Because you have to choose between TBT versus 2 of the best TBTers of all time, or TVZ against people who are also really, really good at that as well. So it's not exactly a situation where Violet and Masa now have the upper hand. They just feel that they can't deal with Bomber and MMA in a TBT. And frankly, I don't blame them. Most people couldn't.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can blame them here for this choice now. They need to somehow pull it off. And Bomber MMA, I have to say, I think they don't mind playing as either Zerg or Terran.
They'll be totally fine with either, yeah. You're absolutely right. A little bit of a whiff on the grenade there, just trying to zone out the units and try and do a little bit of damage. Only a single Reaper, so scouting information. If it doesn't damage anything, not really a big deal. He's got something of an idea of what's going on now.
I wonder if we're going to see more of that Widowmine jump over rocks in the future. I feel like against Zerg is probably too risky because you have to proxy your factory, remember? But actually even walking a Widowmine across the map, jumping over some rocks and then somehow getting it into your opponent's main when they don't expect it could be good, I feel, almost no matter what. But here it's going to be Hellions being made from our Terran duo. So still, it seems like Terran versus Zerg in Legacy of the Void is very similar to Heart of the Swarm, I guess, with the exception of sometimes lurkers coming into play once you're safe. But getting to that safe position on 3 bases with Zergling, Baneling, it's very, very hard in the first place.
Oh, so very, very disappointing.
You waited long enough to make sure that you could get that. Yeah,
what can I say? My Terran timings are crisp. We've got a couple of Hellions moving across the map at the moment. Please do ignore the 4 drone kills there. That is actually not true. It's a little bit of an issue right now with Legacy of the Void not detecting the grenades properly. Anything that gets hit by a grenade counts as dead in that UI, so it's a bit odd. We've got a lair coming up here pretty quickly for our Zerg Archon here, and that is on 2 bases. And a couple more gas being added on as well, which, I mean, makes me think we're looking at a Spire here.
3 additional barracks here for Terran Archon, so they're going to go into heavy bioproduction
4 as well, actually.
even
more.
before going into a 3rd command center.
This is going to be very interesting indeed. And it's probably the right way to go if we're going to be seeing a lot of Mutalisks coming out of the Zerg players any moment now. A little bit of a drop coming in here through to the south of the Zerg main base. There are already Lings there, though, so don't expect too much coming out of that.
Oh, there was a spawn on the way. I think it just got cancelled somewhere.
Yeah,
So
yeah, you're absolutely right there.
detection-wise, we got an overseer on the way, but I don't know if it's going to be ready on time here. Widowmine is going to be burrowed in the main.
Some damage done, not perhaps. Oh, almost lost that dropship there. Only a couple of workers killed, but yeah, the Overseer's here now, so they get the cleanup. Not a particularly cost-effective drop here for the Terran. Did they spot the Spire, though? I don't believe they...
Yeah, they did.
Yep, they did. Okay, so as long as they clicked on that, they know what's coming. And honestly, they went down the right route for that anyway. They're going to be having ridiculous marine production.
I wonder if Violet and Masa here, the fact that the 3rd base is so far apart from the main and natural, they try and, you know, squeeze some links in there, work on these rocks. They can't really get across the map with any forces right now because they're going to be the ones being attacked at home. Remember that Bomber and MMA, they went very quickly into Medivacs here, and being on 5 barracks, they're going to be getting so much bio out all the time that they're going to keep on applying pressure, keep on dropping. And guess what? This time around, there is no adepts in their main killing then.
No, no. Thankfully, there indeed are not. Only 5 Mutalisks coming out, so they didn't have a huge amount of gas. Now 6. But what was interesting, was pointed out earlier, is the addition of that burrow that started to be worked on right as the Baneling nest was coming up. We've seen the effectiveness of burrowed Banelings in this matchup time and time and time again. And Bomber had some very interesting encounters with them at Red Bull Battlegrounds New York, as I recall correctly, versus Scarlet. Probably not something he really wants to remember. But they are very effective, and with this many Marines on the way, we could be seeing a nasty turnaround if they happen to get caught.
Maybe a déjà vu here.
Indeed, I think you may very well be right on that one. The question is, will they be able to figure it out? There's the Baneling speed coming up here as well. And 6 Mutalisks, enough to just poke away, get some scouting information, a little bit of light harass, but there's a turret and a Viking. They're not going to get all that much done
This
here.
is a massive, massive commitment here for Bomber and MMA on the bio on 2 bases. Still no 3rd base on the way, so they're going to be committing every force they've got here onto the aggression. 67 army supply for the Terran Archon right now, against just 42 for Violet and Masa. They don't have the Banelings here to defend properly against this.
No, they don't. And speed isn't done yet either, so that will be even more awkward.
Oh, they can kill the rocks. Oh, if Bomber and MMA had killed those rocks, that 3rd base would have been free.
Nice little catch there, but there are not enough Mutalisks, and the units get onto the ground safely. And look at how many more are on the way. That is ludicrous. The combat shield isn't done yet, but the amount of stuff that is just being flooded. Look at it, 83 army supply to 42.
That is massive, and these Banelings are totally being naughty on the left.
Yep.
It seems like as Bomber and MMA, they just want to attack the 3rd base here. They don't want to go towards the natural. Oh, there's another Bomber here, though. They're going to see it. And that's a big, big information here now, because they know that there's going to be more attempts here from their opponents to try and do that down the line. So they're just going to keep on scanning, make sure it never happens. Is there enough Banelings here for Violet and Masa to hold on against this attack?
Against MMA and Bomber splits, that would be very difficult. They're going to try it anyway. They're moving in with the speed, and they don't really get the connections they need at this point. They would needed hell of a better connection than that. They did some damage, but look at the size of the Terran army. Those Banelings will not see the light of this world. GG, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute crushing victory by Bomber and MMA, who look to be in their element at the moment.
Yes, definitely. Violet and Masa, I think they realized too late what was happening here. Maybe made a few drones too many and not enough Banelings. And in this case, the Mutas really didn't do much against that many Marines. And you said it yourself, Bomber and MMA. Imagine these two splitting together. One of them is like, I take the top part, you take the bottom part. That's better than any machine-conceived split scenario thing you could ever see. This is crazy. They really didn't lose much in that fight.
You know, I'm going to be honest. If you threw either MMA or Bomber up against a Zerg Archon, I'd still bet on MMA or Bomber. It's just a match they're so good at. But Violet and Masa, we're just going to see a little bit of what actually ended up happening here. A nice idea, of course, to go Zerg. I have to wonder if they'll stick with that. Bear in mind, this is a best of 3, not a best of 5. So there isn't much room to gamble. Now, this was just tragic.
It was really. I don't know what to say there.
He was thinking about his future plans for later life, then tragically cut short after
they
that.
need to try Archon, then maybe somebody would have been watching that Reaper.
Absolutely, just get a third person to deal with that Reaper there. But once the parade started going, you mentioned it earlier, the barracks count was ludicrous. There was no intent to ever hit a third base.
Yeah.
And going two-base Spire against that many Marines is just not something that often works, for obvious reasons. Just look at the amount of firepower brought down here, and that was it, like just out. Like, they gave up at that point, and rightfully so. There was no way, really, of coming back from that position. MMA and Bomber looking pretty pleased with themselves, justifiably so.
It looks like they're having a lot of fun here, smiling, looking at the maps. They're like, yeah, we're going to do this and this. You drop some Marines there, you do your job. No, you do your job first, and you macro right. And in the end, they look pretty good against Zerg right now.
They do. They really do. I have to wonder if Ling Bane Ling Muta is the right course of action. Is there something else they could do in Legacy of the Void that might work a little bit differently? Or do they have to stick to that style, which they know that MMA and Bomber have played thousands of games against, and most of them successful?
Yeah, I think they have to play like that, but maybe try and play it a little bit more greedy, draw on a powder, and maybe take a third a little bit earlier. Could be one of the good ways here that they can propel themselves into the mid-game. And Bomber and MMA here, I'm sure they would love to get a rematch against Huck and MC here in the finals.
Yeah, after seeing as much of Huck and MC's TVP as they have now, I wonder if they've figured it out yet. That is perhaps the one weakness that Huck and MC have up to this point. They've been playing against a lot of Terran, and their build is obvious. We know what it is. The question is, has anyone figured out how to stop it yet?
Yeah, and also, I mean, even if they have, assuming they're thinking that MC and Huck are going to be doing one thing, MC and Huck are definitely capable of mixing it up a little bit more.
Very true. Yep. They have that staple build, but how many more have they prepared? How many pocket strategies do they have that they have yet to reveal? That's the wonderful thing about being able to win so many games off the same build. You don't have to reveal any more strategies. So if it eventually does get countered, you bring a new surprise in.
Yeah, Archon Archon here looks so convincing in the previous map. Violet and Masa, they started the day pretty well, but it's not been going nearly as well. They got 3-0'd by Huck and MC, and all of a sudden, they're facing elimination in third place here if they can't turn things around.
And of course, they would love to get a little bit further than that, but they are sitting up against two consummate veterans at the moment, people that are so experienced in this matchup and indeed in tournament settings. You know, you can't rattle MMA and Bomber. They've seen it all. They've done it all by this point. This is just another day in the office for them.
Is it time for a TVT?
It may very well be, but would you want to? I mean, in any circumstance, would you want to TVT either of these guys, let alone both at once?
Yeah, I mean, not really, but considering how it went with Zerg, maybe.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? The problem is they don't really have much of an opportunity to try anything new. They're on match point. They're on the verge of elimination. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are in our second map, and it looks like we're going to be seeing more Zerg right here out of Violet and Masa. However, they're going up against two Titans of Terror. In the west position here on Bridgehead, the blue Archon, Bomber and MMA. Versus their opponents, who I certainly hope have a new build in mind, otherwise they will be facing elimination. The red Archon once again playing Zerg, Violet and Masa.
I think Violet and Masa are definitely capable to do a lot better here than what we saw in the previous game, and the map being Bridgehead here definitely, in a way, could help them, you know, early on. There's not that many avenues that you can be super aggressive from. And as long as they can scout properly, see exactly what Bomber and MMA are doing, and then they adjust, they go for, say, the proper economy and then into units, I think they're going to be okay. The thing is, Bomber and MMA, they're just solid in general, that even if their opponents manage to keep up in terms of build orders, tech, everything, as soon as they start having a bunch of medivacs and they drop all over the place, that's when you start falling apart as a Zerg player, or as any player, really.
I'm slightly disappointed not to see an SCV building a factory over the other side of the map at the moment, but it looks like we're going to see some more standard play here out of Bomber and MMA. They're not in a position where they would need to try anything silly, because they're already ahead. They're very confident in this matchup, so their previous build worked fine. Give it another shot, see how it works. If it doesn't, you've still got another map to play with. Reaper moving across the map now to have a look around and see what he can see.
This actually could be a very good preview as well of how Bomber and MMA would want to play in the potential grand finals against Huck and MC. You know, a little bit more of a relaxed style where they make sure that they don't die. They're the ones applying some pressure themselves, and they just, I guess, find a way to do some damage.
That is very true. Grenade goes off in the middle of the drones. Unfortunately, not killing 4. It would be lovely if it did, although I have a feeling there might be some balance concerns there.
Yeah, then Reapers will be half as good as Adepts.
Oh. Someone get the Soul Shaker. It looks like this Reaper may very well get out.
Wow.
The Queen is a little bit out of position. Oh, maybe not. Oh, the regen kicked in, and it was enough.
Not quite the same disappointment as in the previous game here this time around. Reaper gets out, and behind is Bomber and MMA. They've got the starport here about to finish.
And right now with Hellions, Marines, where we've certainly seen this kind of aggression before from them, they can do a lot with it. You know, you can just go for a straight drop. You can attack the natural and the main using the Medivac and then just running the Hellions in. You can add a couple of Widow Mines into the mix. There's all sorts of possibilities. There's now a third base going down here for the Zerg.
This is a bit weird, by the way. Violet and Masa, they're still mining gas for this whole time there.
That's a fairly good point. Now, I'm not seeing layer tech anywhere, so I have to wonder, what can they do on hatchery tech? There's an Evo chamber coming. Double Evo chamber. Couple of possibilities with that, as we have a little bit of a scrap going on here that probably won't end in too much going on. Interesting thing about Evo Chamber now, of course, being that it's a prerequisite for drop tech for Zerg as of the patch 2 days ago. So you can still do it on hatchery.
That would be crazy if they went for that, like dropped some links in the natural, some in the main, try to do some harassment while they go for a 1-1 upgrade for Zergling as well. But I'm thinking just 1-1 upgrades here. Carapace and melee usually is going to be the choice.
Yep, and so far the poking hasn't really done a huge amount. That Reaper finally goes down, which I think is a little bit of a moral victory there for the Zerg Archon, but they're going to have to be dealing with this double Widow Mine drop. And here's the problem, that it seems like they delayed their lair, so detection, they're basically relying on spores at this point.
Yeah, which should be enough. The Overlord's going to die, though. Is there enough links on the ground here to deal with this properly? There should be. Yeah, Bomber and MMA don't commit. I really like this about them. When they see that whatever they're going to throw at their opponent is going to be defended, they make sure that they don't go in there too early.
Yeah, it's a nice little move, just a bit of caution, and I think that if we have learned anything, as you mentioned from this event, that just because you're an Archon doesn't mean that you can take gigantic risks, and doesn't mean you should be doing ridiculous micro all the time. Being cautious is a good thing. Widowmine goes down in an interesting position. Looks like it's just out of detection range of the Spore, but a quick hot pick up and go, and the Queens are out of range. So outside of that, I mean, the Terran has acquired some scouting information. It's not too bad. They haven't lost too much as long as they get out with that.
Violet and Masa are doing a pretty good job of defending so far here in this game. Bailingness now goes down, I think, on time for them to be able to get those to defend as soon as those attacks, those big attacks with a lot of bio are going to be hitting them. In this case, that one Medivac here still being annoying. They're going across the map here with some Zerglings to try and make something happen on that third base and might be able to catch a few units, but there is enough Hellions.
Yeah, 4 Hellions, they should be fine if they're able to catch it outside of that. There goes the Widowmine, not really doing a huge amount. I do like the fact they're being active on the map with the Lings. I just envision this scenario where maybe those Lings get caught out, but it looks like they're not overcommitting. They didn't go into that third base anyway, regardless of the fact they immediately pulled back, which I like a lot.
I feel like Zerg needs an incredible synergy in this kind of scenario in terms of being able to produce enough units, because whoever's macroing right now is probably like, well, I want to make as many drones as possible so that we can pull ahead. But whoever's using the units and trying to defend is probably like, can you give me more links and give me stuff to defend with? Because we're going to die if you don't. Whereas Bomber and MMA, well, one of them is making units and the other guy is having fun flying around and killing stuff with.
Oh, yes. And there's another drop. Widowmine put in position slightly out of range of the Spore again. But it does mean that he's not getting those big hits on the workers that he was hoping for. So far, the harass has been annoying, but it's been deflected very well here by the Zerg Archon.
They are just relentless, man. The entire game is just units streaming across the map, and Bomber and MMA applying more and more pressure all the time. They never slow down.
which is exactly, I think, the strength of both of those players, really. But will it be enough? Because Violet and Masa are looking a lot more solid. Now, they did build the Spire, but at this point, they're on 4 bases as opposed to 2. So it's a much more interesting situation. And, of course, the Terran player went up to 3. In the meantime, we do see a drop over at the Zerg 4th base. No defense for that as of yet.
The surround was huge here.
Lovely setup and kill of those Hellions. That's a huge amount of map control they just gained from that. And it looks like they're going to clean that up before the 4th goes down. Great defense.
Yeah, Violet and Masa in this game, they are doing what I talked about earlier. They boosted their economy properly in the start of the game, and now heading, I guess, in the mid-game, they're going to have enough creep spread to spot this Terran army from afar, but Bomber and MMA macro-wise, they are just doing so great. 78 army supply against 58. They want to do more damage right now. They want to try and get a snipe on that 4th base, and I think they're going to be able to get it.
I love the timing as well, coming in before the Baneling speed. There's the split, and they are forced out for the time being, but they have that nice little pivot point with the Widow Mine there on the edge of the creeper, and yet more drops coming in. Looks like 8 Terran workers died there from something, possibly a run-by.
Yeah, it must have been in that 3rd base, maybe some Banelings detonating there, and Violet and Masa doing a fantastic job of holding on, but Bomber and MMA supply-wise just quite a bit ahead still here. Especially in army supply here, 87 against 62.
Oh, that was a few more seconds. That could have been disastrous. There's a hot pickup, and oh, it still could be, potentially. They're doing a good job of avoiding what they can't see at the moment. Oh! Could have been better, but not bad nonetheless. And another drop comes in, and as you said, relentless pressure, back and forth, hit every base you possibly can, while maxing out behind this, and it's working well. They have the supply lead.
Yeah, Violet and Masa, I'm pretty sure they're splitting the task here of defending on multiple fronts. More Baneling detonated here in that 3rd base and getting 8 SCVs here. This is starting to pile up. It's now 46 SCVs against 66 drones, but there is not enough in that base here to defend right now from the Zergs.
Yeah, the Mutalisks are going to be spent in a desperate attempt to hold that back, and in the meantime, there is a push towards the 4th base. Drones will now start to die as a result. This drop is starting to get ugly. They're going to have to pick up now since a bunch of Banelings just spawned, and they're now engaging up to the 4th base over the Widow Mines. Connections go off. They're pretty good. A lot of Banelings go down. The Mutants take a huge amount of damage, and this push continues forever and ever and ever.
Yeah, Violet and Masa had caught up on supply here for a second, but now they're starting to fall behind again. They never started 2-2 because all of the pressure that Bomber and MMA are applying this whole time, whereas Bomber and MMA, their 2-2 is about to finish now. They're going to be in a fantastic position to start trading a lot better here than their Zerg opponents.
That is very true, and it really will come down to the good Baneling connections if they can get them. And that was not too shabby, not too bad. A split comes in, but they do take a lot of damage, more so than you would expect, and the Terran force is starting to get cleaned up, but the reinforcements just keep coming. More Lings comes around. Look at the number of Terran coming in that direction, and no connections this time around. They say they will not make that mistake again, and they confidently push onto the creep with Widowmine support. This is starting to look very dicey here. In the meantime, we get a shutdown on that Baneling run by. Lovely play there by the Terran. They prevent that, and they take the 4th base as well.
Yeah, it's just a massive supply lead now, and with that 4th base being dead, Bomber and MMA even escape with a last
shot.
A parting shot. One last bullet.
That's all they need at this point, because Violet and Masa are undoubtedly on the ropes. They have an economic advantage in terms of workers, but the army supply is pitiful. If we get a huge push right now, bearing in mind 2-2 is nowhere near done for the Zerg, then this is going to be incredibly hard to stop without miracle Banelings.
I don't know, TB. It's not looking all that good for the Zerg players here as they try to hold on a little bit longer in this game. They've got 2-2 on the way, but there is not enough Banelings ready here for this attack.
And the connections mostly land on the Marauders. That is not going to do it at all. Look at the number of Terrans streaming at 115 army supply to 18 at this point. They are completely and totally outnumbered. Bomber and MMA putting on a masterclass of Terran versus Zerg as they go to the finals. GG! Never, ever, ever count Bomber out in a Red Bull event. Time and time again, people keep saying, oh, you know, he's not going to manage it this time. But once again, he finds himself in a final. An uphill battle for sure, but they're looking strong right now. They were looking a lot better than they were earlier, I have to say.
Yeah. Violet and Masa here, they did their best. They changed it up a little bit, but in the end, Bomber and MMA in the matchup was just
insane. They just kept on attacking the whole time, even though they took some damage back at home. They ended up dealing 3 times as much damage, and it started to add up. They got way more supply, and then they know how to close this kind of game perfectly when it's the case.
Yeah, it seemed like that game was a bit more of a played-out version of the first map. It's where we logically saw that going, but unfortunately, it seems like if you end up going Ling Bane, Ling Muta against people as good as Bomber and MMA, then you still don't have that great of a chance of winning.
Yeah.
It ended up as we've seen so many Zergs fall towards both of those players. It was a massacre at the end of the game. And we'll see a few highlights here. Very standard opening. Nothing to really write home about there. The Reaper gets in and, of course, manages to sneak out thanks to a quick kick-in of the regen there. Out it goes. And I've got to say, Violet and Masa did look a lot better. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's a best of 3. You don't really have all that much warm-up time. You can't afford to concede 2 maps because you're done by that point. And it seemed like Bomber and MMA were just supremely confident going into this.
They actually called the supply, I think, for a second. Violet and Masa did just before this fight started happening. It lasted like, what, 3 seconds, then they started getting engaged into. And I think it was really the natural base that got breached at first. And that's what allowed Bomber and MMA to finally break that 4th base, because Violet and Masa, they had to send more forces to properly defend here the natural. So just look at his splits. So insane.
Textbook splitting. You know, you could definitely mistake that for a split thought, honestly. And between the 2 of them, it's very... How can you even play Baneling against that? How do you do that? They're too good.
Yeah, but you don't have a choice, though. That's the thing. No. You have to.
No, it is... I certainly can't figure a way out of that, but then again, that's why they're that good, and that's why, of course, they're in the finals. And commiserations, of course, to Masa and Violet. They put on some great series today regardless, finishing in a very respectable 3rd place, taking home several $1,000s in prize money. Now, we're going to be heading on down to the stage with Rotterdam with a winner's interview.
Alrighty, we're here on stage with Bomber and MMA, who just advanced to the grand finals of the Red Bull Battlegrounds 2015. James, I want to ask them a couple of things real quick before they can get ready for that grand finals.
Finally, some work.
All right. After game number 1, there seemed to be a lot of discussion. It was almost like Bomber was giving MMA a lot of orders. Like, I really want to know, what were they talking about?
자, 문성원 선수, 최혜선 선수 일단 진출하신 거 축하하고요. 1경기 끝나고 나서 문성원 선수 우코만 있고 옆에서 최혜선 선수가 좀 뭐라고 오더를 좀 많이 내리는 것 같았는데 어떤 내용들이었나요?
1경기 때 약간 맞지 않는 부분이 있어서 그 부분에 대해서 얘기를 했고, 그리고 1경기 끝나고 2경기에 대해서도 빌드 관련해서 얘기할 게 있어서 네, 그 부분을 집중적으로 얘기했습니다.
So at the end of the first game, we found a couple of areas that we weren't really communicating properly, some errors here and there. So we mostly talked about that, and towards the end, we just talked about the build and the strategy for the second game.
Well, I think game number 2 worked out very well for them. And I actually want to go back to one of the things that MMA said in one of the earlier pieces that we recorded before the event. We played it earlier today, but MMA basically said that Bomber has platinum/diamond level splits. The split seems to be very good in the last game. Was it all MMA or was there a little bit of Bomber?
자, 사전 인터뷰 진행하고 있을 때 문성원 선수가 최지성 선수의 커는 산계는 한 다이아몬드급밖에 안 된다고 얘기를 했었는데 경기 중에 그 산계가 좋았거든요.
노 코멘트 할게요.
Actually, Bomber just said, say whatever the hell you want. And basically, MMA just said, I'm not going to have any comments on it. Because it was actually Bomber doing all the splits. So obviously, he's not having anything to say. And Bomber's like, yeah, bring it.
All right, James, they had a rough start of the day, with the first series not going the way they obviously would have wished for. They will face the same players again in the grand final. MC and Hawk are waiting for them. Did they learn anything from that first series? Is it something that they picked up on? And can we expect a different result in the final? Because MC and Hawk, they seem very confident.
자, 오늘 첫 경기로 문성원 선수랑 최진 선수가 장민철 선수랑 크리스 로렌저 헉 선수랑 경기를 하면서 좀 지셨는데 이번 결승에서 다시 만나게 되셨어요. 이제 앞으로 이겨야 되는 세트도 많고 하는데 거기서 좀 뭔가 배운 점이 있는지 어느 정도 팬들한테 이번에는 성적을 좀 예측을 다르게 해도 될 것 같다 이렇게라도 한마디 좀 해주시죠.
제가 이제 첫 경기 MC 팀하고 MC 헉 팀하고 하면서 배운 거는 사도가 너무 사기적으로 세다는 거하고 일반적으로 해서는 이길 것
같지가 않습니다.
If there's one thing I learned playing MC and Huck in the first game is that adepts are strong. And if we do it like the way we played, I'm not sure if we can win it.
Alrighty, well, I want to thank them very much, and I want to let them get ready for that grand finals. Guys, don't go anywhere. A very small commercial break, and after that, we'll be back with the grand finals of the Red Bull Battlegrounds 2015.
It's been a long, long road through qualifiers and Red Bull events, but we are finally here at the Red Bull Battlegrounds Archon Grand Finals. Where so many Archons began, we only have 2 remaining, with Huck and MC putting on a dominant performance. They, of course, finish in the winners bracket with the challengers. The defending champion Bomber and his teammate MMA, they will be coming from the lower bracket. What that means is we're going to have a best of 5, and if it turns out that Bomber and MMA are able to win, we will go on to another best of 3 to determine the winner. We're going to be talking a little bit to both teams before this final match. And I'm joined, of course, here by our wonderful translator. Now, let's bring over first, perhaps, Bomber and MMA to hear a few words from them, because I would like to know how they're feeling as we go into this final match, considering they've seen just how incredible MC and Huck are playing at the moment. Have they been able to really bring themselves together as a team? They've come in, of course, to this having not really shown all that much in terms of their Archon play, but perhaps they've found their footing now. So we can welcome, of course, to the stage the Terran Archon, MMA and Bomber. Bomber and MMA, I'd like to hear your thoughts. You've, of course, played some incredible games up to this point, but you've also seen Huck and MC look almost unstoppable. Do you feel that you've come together as a team? Do you feel that your teamwork is now good enough to finally defeat the Protoss?
자, 두 선수들 많은 경기 치르면서 여기까지 올라오셨는데 약간 좀 어렵게 올라오셨어요. 올라오시는 과정을 통해서 또 이제 장민철 선수와 크리스 로렌저, 헉 선수 거의 뭐 무적의 포스를 보여준 걸 다 보시면서 올라오셨는데 그거에 대해서 어떤 생각이 드시는지요?
아, 그거는 제가 잘 모르겠고요. 지금 지성 형이 시키는 게 워낙 많아서 그것만 하기도 벅차네요.
Right now I'm just totally blanked out because Bomber just giving me orders and orders and just orders. I'm totally blanked out right now. Bomber, any words?
뭐 해야 되지? 잘 모르겠네요.
I really don't know what to say about that. I can't tell if it's like, you know, like not undefeatable or like I really like I'm totally blanked out.
So I suppose the question is, how do you feel right now as a Terran player going up against the Protoss? Is this a matchup that you think you can win? Have you learned enough from watching MC and Hux play in order to defeat them now?
자, 그럼 질문을 약간 바꿔보도록 하죠. 테란으로서 토스를 상대하는 게 지금 경기를 많이 봤으니까 뭔가 좀 배운 점이 좀 있다, 아니면은 어떤 식으로 좀 경기 위주로 풀어 나가야 될 것 같다라는 드시는 거는 뭐 그런 생각 있으시죠?
오늘 얘기하기 어렵겠죠. 없어요. 머리가 너무 하얗네요. 네.
Just like my jersey, it's just all pure white. I got nothing in my head.
아무 생각 없습니다.
Me neither.
Well, here's hoping that means that you're hiding some secret strategies from our guys over there. So we'll spend a few, possibly more than a few, words with MC and Huck. So if Bomber and MMA, you'd like to return to your station to prepare for the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for MMA and Bomber.
감사합니다. 준비해 주시죠.
And now, of course, the seemingly unstoppable Protoss juggernaut and his friend, MC and Huck. Huck and MC, you have a very good reason to be confident going into this. You seem to have steamrolled all challenges. Are you even the slightest bit worried going into this final?
Not at all.
지금까지 거의 무적의 포스를 보여주셔서 뭔가 지지 않는 포스로만 봐서는 걱정이 별로 안 될 것 같은데 어떠신지요?
Yep.
Meaning not at all, yeah. The language of Korean is a little bit different. It's like no, no, yes, yes. It's a little bit opposite.
So I want to know, what is your secret? Why do you work so well together as a team?
Well, for starters, if you guys watch the interviews, which I'm sure you have because they're great interviews, me and MC are the only two people that are actual friends that have partnered together. Everybody else hates their partner, so that's a pretty big deal to do with it. And then on top of that, our play styles are very similar, and we actually practice a lot. I think we're the only Archon that's been top of the ladder for the last, month or so.
And, my nickname, Obama Toss, and here is Washington. So that's why I'm strong.
Sure. So one final question before we go to this grand final. Protoss is looking pretty good this tournament. Do you think it is even possible to beat the Protoss as Terran right now?
Of course. Santa Monica wasn't too long ago. Protoss was stronger in that patch, and we were the only Protoss team to come out of Santa Monica. There was even a team of 2 Koreans, as far as Alicia and Crank, that were there. Protoss is definitely beatable, but me and MC just aren't.
Yeah.
Confidence overwhelming. Ladies and gentlemen, going into this grand final, give it up one more time for Huck and MC.
Thank you so much, Turtle Biscuit. We really appreciate that. Really cool insight into how confident these guys feel. We are joined on the analyst desk by Dan Vibe Sherlong and, of course, Johan Merlot, aka Todd. Guys, this is a really exciting finals. As you guys can see, the crowd is absolutely electric because Huck and MC have generated some ridiculous momentum coming into here.
Absolutely. It feels like the Terrans are lost and the Protoss are confident. This is what we gathered from the interview. But now, this must just be a facade here from the Terrans. I do feel like they've had enough time to reflect, to maybe come to the right conclusions and attempt something better than what we saw from them earlier.
Yeah, I was actually perusing the root chat, and TT1, who is a consistent performer in the top of the ladder, has been saying these guys have to go Ghosts. Ghosts are the way you are able to deal with it. And if you think of how MC and Huck have been playing, we've seen a lot of sentries, we've seen a lot of adepts. Ghosts do really well against light units, and they get rid of a lot of shield. They get rid of a lot of energy. But
yeah, not only that, but they put the Protoss in such a spot where they have to really commit to defending that as well. So if you throw that into a series, it really messes up the rest of the series, being like, am I going to play too safe? What's going to happen? And you got to really think about it then.
And it wasn't too long ago, back in the Wings of Liberty days, we did see that these guys would a lot of times go either Medivacs or they would actually go Ghosts. And, since then we've had kind of just a convergence to a single style, but Legacy of the Void, you have to be very divergent with your thinking. You have to think outside the box and really take up a lot of different styles if you want to be successful. These guys have had a very tough time getting here. Let's actually take a look at the overall bracket to see how they have gotten here, because remember, not only did they have to make it from the playoffs, they had to beat some of the top Archon teams to, really in the world. On top of that, $50,000 for first place, $8,000 for second place, a $7,000 disparity. So these guys definitely need to put on their hiking shoes if they want to climb this mountain. That's for sure.
Yeah, and one thing that I think is really cool about this tournament format, with looking at the loser bracket, is Bomber and MMA have actually been the final ones to knock out every team in the tournament so far. It would be cool to see, reigning champ come back, knock every single team out of the tournament himself. It'd be a cool thing to see.
Especially after that insane intro video. Bomber he was waiting to see if there was challengers. He finally found some, and they beat him earlier here in MC and Huck. Now maybe it's time to apply some of the dominance that we saw out of him last year in Washington.
Well, it's evident that both of these teams are very hungry for the win, and we're going to find out. Gentlemen, before we get to the finals, last thoughts about this matchup, starting with you, Vibe.
It should be better than the last one. I feel like Bomber and MMA have really shown throughout this tournament what they're capable of, and it's definitely winning. They're very, very good players. I would love to see them come out with maybe some new stuff in this next series. Maybe a ghost build like we talked about. That would be awesome to see. But I still do give a slight edge to Huck and MC because they're just crazy dominant.
I feel the same way. I feel like it's unlikely they will go for Ghost because maybe they're not fortunate enough to count TT1 as one of their friends. And in this case, I really hope they try something different and at least win the first best of 5, and then so that we will have a second best of 3.
Well, we're going to find out right now. We're going to kick it over for the final time over to Nathanius and Rotterdam. Boys, take us home.
Thank you very much, Greetorp. We are so excited. You guys in the crowd seem so excited. I love these little signs, these cheerfuls. Yep. It's good they didn't get eliminated super fast because, you know, it takes a little time to remake those signs, Roddy.
Yeah, absolutely. The Terran Dream Team is still alive. And the Thundersticks as well, adding a lot of extra, you know, just excitement. Like Andre said, the crowd has been awesome so far. And we are ready for the grand finals of the Red Bull Battlegrounds 2015 as we are loaded into our first map on Terraform.
That's right. It's time to kick it off. The last matchup of the night. In the bottom right position, we have the blue Terran Archon merged together. It's MMA and Bummer.
And on the left top side of Terraform, we're looking at the main base of our red Archon. They are so confident. Give it up for Hawk and MC.
They said nobody could beat them right now, Roddy. Protoss is not OP, Huck and MC are.
Yeah, I like that. Good line. I think he studied for it, you know. He had a couple best of trees to think about it. And I was like, all right, Hawk, well done. Very quick Nexus going down on the low ground there. It's going to be a very quick factory. You know, Nate, I watched the series earlier today, and I felt if there's one thing which I truly felt was the downfall of Bomber and MMA, I felt it was their inability to shut down those warp prisms. They just did too much, and especially they did it for too long. It wasn't a lot of damage once. No, it was a lot of damage, a little bit of damage, more damage. It just kept on going.
Yeah, and I honestly feel like dealing with those warp prisms can be so tricky. And there are a lot of players. We saw even Beastie QXC in their matches against Protoss in the Santa Monica playoffs. They liked a little bit of that Viking or fast Cyclone play. I mean, obviously I've shown today I like my fast Cyclone play against this sort of thing. But you have to be so aware of the other options the Protoss player could also go for. And in this instance, they're going to open up once again with a fast starport. We're going to see the mine play. They already busted this out against Huck and MC in the first series they played today.
Yeah, that was going to be the very first scout for our red Archon team. It's going to make sure there is no proxy factory, anything like that. But the factory is still quick. There has been no probe scout. As we can see right now, these are the eyes on the map. This is the only time that they're actually checking this side of the map. You know, scouting for proxies is nice, Nate, but it's also very nice to know what's actually going on the other side of the map.
Yeah, they are going to be defensively postured. We look at the Terrans like that. The Widow Mine is tucked by the orbital command in case an Oracle were to fly in. So it would be an easy kill.
Yeah, I like that. Of course, Legacy is going to make this game quite crazy, right? There are so many different build orders, even the start with more workers. It's just a completely different game in so many ways. But it doesn't mean that you don't have to forget about the good old dirty Protoss cheese. You know, proxy Stargates is still going to be a thing as well. Oracles, they will still kill your SCVs very rapidly.
Yeah, we already saw Huck and MC actually bring that out on Bridgehead against these guys earlier today. And I think that's one of the biggest strengths is, you know, they open with this Adept, they delay this expansion just a little bit, but look at the Warp Prism follow-up. They just have such a large repertoire of builds, it's impossible to know what they're going to do.
Yeah, showing us a lot of variety in their openings, and I like this already. You know, the 10 workers ahead, they're going to have 4-gate Warp Prism, and with this build that Bomber and MA are going for, yes, it's going to be very strong aggressively. Let's see how much damage they will be able to do, but at home, they won't have a whole lot of production, so this is going to be quite dicey. Mothership Core's a little bit out of position. Force fields will go down.
Yeah, Solid Force is actually pushing a good number of the Marines away. There's the overcharge on the pylons, and there actually is enough energy to overcharge another pylon if they can make it to the north of their base, but so far, losing absolutely nothing.
Nah, this was so good for them already. A couple of probes did take damage. There are Hellions in the natural. They will be able to do a little bit of work, because the Mothership Core is out of position. It's very low in energy as well. The Mothership Core will go down, not before casting one photon overcharge. So that's something, but let's not forget about that Warp Prism that's heading across the map, and a lot of Adepts will make their way into the main base of Bomber and MMA.
Yeah, this Widow Mine really needs to do a good job of killing some economy, really pushing these guys back. Those targets on those probes are giving me a little bit of anxiety. The Observer is in position now, and that Warp Prism, here it comes.
Imagine if they can just shut down the Prism with a Widow Mine shot or something like that. That would be absolutely phenomenal. Huck and MC took so much economic damage then, Nate. Only 24 workers. They were 10 workers ahead. Right now, they're 8 workers down. They find the Prism as well. This is so big for Bomber and MMA.
This is really, really important. They have a Viking on the way as well. This will be a phenomenal answer to this Warp Prism. And honestly, that's been the biggest key to success. We have an Adept doing a little bit of harass here, but it's not able to really cause too much disruption just yet. It hasn't equalized that worker loss.
No, but that one Adept will make its way into the main base. It will just spot that everything looks very standard. Widow Mine is going to do friendly fire. No, it's actually not going to shoot at all. This Prism is perhaps going to go down over here. That Widow Mine will not be able to burrow in time. Unfortunate.
Yeah, the Viking is. I need to be careful. That's a fully loaded Warp Prism. Oh
my God.
That'd be a lot of resources lost if that got picked off, Kev.
Yep, the Mothership Core is just now being rebuilt, by the way, so it's not going to have a whole lot of energy. We saw it before, you know, 3-4 photon overcharge going down, and life is good defending as a Protoss. When you only have 1 or 2 to work with, it's very easy to avoid a pylon that has photon overcharge on it. So I kind of like this start for Bomber and MMA, needless to say. You know, they're up in workers, or at least 1 worker ahead. And besides the robotics facility, there isn't really a whole lot of tech to work with right now.
Yeah, and even though it's, you know, even workers, they have meals as well. So that economy is still raining down, going very well for Bomber and MMA. They've got a good amount of economy behind this, and this is the kind of start they need, considering that they have to win 2 full series in order to win the championship.
And that's such a great way to scout for Protoss. That's something we're going to see for years and years, unless it gets changed, of course. There's an observer now in the natural as well. Let's not forget that we are in the grand finals, but Bomber and MMA come from the lower bracket. They need to win this best of 5, and if they do, then we're heading into a brand new best of 3. However, if Hawk and MC win this best of 5, then it's all over, and they will be Red Bull Battlegrounds champions.
Yeah, it would be such an iconic story for these guys. I mean, both not really having success recently in Battlegrounds. MC with his championship years ago, Huck with his participation, but never finding that trophy. There's a lot on the line for both teams in this series.
And of course, Bomber is still our reigning champ. It was a very different year. We're playing Heart of the Swarm. It was a 1v1 tournament, no Archon Mode, but he is still the reigning champ of Battlegrounds.
We have these Adepts continue to shark around looking for anything there is to be seen. Blink is on the way. We have a Templar Archives coming into, and these Stalkers more than ready to receive this medevac. They'll push this back from Bomber and MMA.
Hidden command center as well on the right top side of the map. I don't think that Hawk and MC are aware of this yet. This could be a phenomenal play. If
this is a really big deal. You know, it could be possible that Hawk and MC's big aggressive explosions are triggered by those, you know, the taking of additional bases and trying to get up in their face, but we do have a pause. Hopefully everything's all right.
Yep, it should be fine real soon as we're still into the game. Nobody dropped, Nate. That's the most important thing over here. Take a look at the supplies. Not sure if all players still wearing the headsets. Yes, they do. Always careful. I mean, I've been incredibly impressed so far with what Hawk and MC have shown us, and I really like the attitude as well. It's like, yeah, Protoss might be good, but it's not Protoss, Nate. It's us.
Yeah, it's a really confident thing to say, especially considering that we're sure to see them competing together again in further tournaments down the line, especially as Legacy of the Void's release date gets closer and closer. For those of you that have been following the tournament circuit, it was announced not more than a week ago, the official release date, November 10th. You'll be able to play Legacy of the Void, team up with your own Archon buddies yourself.
Yep, it sounds like it's far away, but it's not at all. You know, this month is going to fly by, then we have 1 month, of course, leading up to BlizzCon as well, and then before you know it, we will all be completely switched to this game, Legacy of the Void, and we'll put Heart of the Swarm to rest. It was a good game, Nick.
Yeah,
amazing game.
A lot of great memories, Kev.
Yes, especially all the PVTs we cast together, Nate. My highlight.
I'm glad to be doing more already in a brand new game. Storm is on the way for Huck and MC. I love that they continue to get those Immortals. They're so beefy, especially with the way that their shield ability works nowadays. If you try to focus them down, you usually end up getting punished pretty badly for it.
Yep, it's very cool how Hardened Shield has changed. However, of course, you still have to be careful. If the Marine count gets too high, they can still be very effective against Immortal, but that's, of course, where Storm comes into play. The mix that Huck and MC are going for, it's just a very, very strong one. And I do agree with the boys at the desk. I think a couple of Ghosts would be phenomenal against his army composition, because if you think about it, you know, Adepts, they have a lot of shields, so Ghosts are great. High Templars, obviously you want to get, this Observer is going to see the SCVs.
Where are your SCVs going, Bomber? And that's a good question, as they will reveal to him, or excuse me, to the Protoss Archon, that there is a hidden base.
Ghost Academy is halfway done, by the way, Nate, and I'm so happy to see it. There's a couple of EMPs raining down on that Protoss army that could really change the outcome of a battle.
Yeah, this is a very important moment as they round out that army composition.
This is not working against them. They need to pick up these units. This mineral line is completely exposed. These Adepts are going to ravage this line.
Yeah, that's right. 2 mules are there as well. Very, very important keys to the economy. And they're going to try to counterattack on the left side here towards that third base. We've got 2 Immortals already in position.
Wow, I felt they could have got it there.
Yeah, I mean, the Immortals are still a really threatening force. Not entirely sure
You know, most of the observers are over here. I don't think there's any observer on the right side of the main base, so these medevacs could potentially do a lot of damage. There, of course, there are a couple stalkers, but 4 or 5 stalkers is in general, well, that's not 4 or 5 stalkers anymore, Nate.
That's quite a few, and they're going to be looking at this big medevac drop. Most of the units have it loaded on the low ground, so do need to be careful, but it also allows for defensive blinks to be very easy. You definitely do not want to try dropping up into that, but here come the ghosts, Roddy.
Yeah, I like it, man. A mix between Widow Mines and Ghosts, and then, of course, Marines and Marauders with a few medevacs. That should be very strong against the composition that Hawk and MC are heading towards. Of course, it will still come down to how good are the EMPs and how much damage will the Storms do. And, you know, MC was one of the very first Protosters back then to put High Templars in Warp Prisms and then drop them to make sure they wouldn't get EMP'd easily. Well, if you play Archon Mode, that's pretty much all you can focus on.
Oh, this Warp Prism flies right into a bunch of Marines. 4 Adepts inside. Lost immediately as they continue to check if they can push on that northeast base yet.
This is such an overwhelming amount of army supply. 127 against 80. A couple of probes could go down over here, perhaps even more than a couple. These Adepts still being annoying.
8 probes rocked by that Widow Mine. The Templar are going to move forward. We can see action on both sides. The Adepts hitting the northeast. Yeah, those mines really doing a good job of separating the army. It's so hard to push into this.
I mean, quite a bit of economic damage is being dealt on the other side of the map, but that will get cleaned up as well. As Bomber and MMA just have so many units to work with right now. And look at all these mines. It's a complete minefield, and there are ghosts. How do you engage into this Terran army?
It's so difficult. One EMP on those Templar can make life so difficult. These Adepts have been continuing to be phenomenal harassment forces. The Terran army is going to push into the natural expansion. The Warp Prism does get picked up, but the army cannot come in to reinforce the natural.
No, all the High Templars are out of position. The Immortals and Adepts are making their way over right now, but the Storms, they are just so late. Photon Overcharge is going down on all of these pylons, but look at the amount of Marines and Marauders that are still alive.
Oh, this is just so much right here. A lot of these Marines are weak coming up, but they're going to run over to the main base, looking to focus down a few key structures, trying to unpower the warp gates and cut off the production of Huck and MC. Bomber and MMA are looking for this opportunity. They're going to deny the upgrade. +2 armor denied. They're going to kill the second forge. +2 attack denied. They've shut down the upgrades of the Protoss Force. The Adepts are in position, but more Widow Mines are going to move in and seal off this natural expansion.
So many mines. Archon's, of course, great against mines, but not that many. Still so many Marines and Marauders alive in the main base as well. These Adepts are trying to do whatever they can to stabilize.
There's so many medevacs.
83 against 20.
This army is being healed so well. They're doing a great job of knocking this down. The Immortals are dead. There's no more power on these gateways. I think Bomber and MMA have managed to do it. They've shut them down. GG!
Wow, what a way to start these grand finals. Our Terran Archon stepping it up a notch, Nate. This awesome game by them, pretty much flawless from start to finish. Of course, you know, it really looked like the initial opening with the Marines and the Widow Mine. It looked like Hawk and MC were on top of it. Then suddenly they found an opening. They killed a bunch of probes, and the Warp Prism was just not able to do anything on the other side of the map because, you know, they weren't really mining in their main base anymore, so there was no money to warp in the depths. And at a certain point, by the time they finally had money, Bomber and MMA were just so ready to deal with that Prism.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal play from them, really adapting to the weaknesses of their strategy. And moving into the Widow Mines, getting ghosts. You know, sometimes us Terrans can do things other than whine, Roddy.
No,
it's been known to happen occasionally.
Absolutely. No, it wasn't awesome. If you look at that spread on the low ground, what they had there in the end of the game on Terraform, I have no idea how you engage into that. You know, it almost say, make Colossus. Then again, you know, who makes Colossus in Legacy of the Void? They do less damage than they did in Heart of the Swarm. So they've really fallen out of fashion, but I feel, you know, the way that they approached that and the unit setup that they were going for. Let's take another look at a couple of the highlights, actually, of Terraform. I think this is soon where it starts. You know, with that opening, it looked like it wasn't going to do a whole lot of damage, and then suddenly they did such a great job with their Hellions on the low ground. That's just where things completely swing into their favor.
Yeah, they got a lot of worker kills, and that just ramped them up so quickly. This ninja base created a little bit of moment of tension. They were able to mine resources off of it for quite some time, even with the Adept harass that was brought there. But plays like this, you prevent the Terran from needing to run back home in this minefield.
Yeah, look at that spread. Like, how are you supposed to engage internet? And let's not forget, it's not just a single observer and you're fine. If you have one observer, scan will go down, you lose your observer, and then suddenly you have to eat those mine shots. It's very tricky, and I love how they left enough units on the low ground, but at the same time sent an overwhelming amount of units into the main base to make sure that, you know, 7, 8, 9 adepts was just not going to be enough to stop this force.
Yeah, really well played by Bomber and MMA to secure the first map. Yes, awesome people in the crowd that have been sticking with us today.
For sure, Nate. It's always a pleasure to go to Washington, D.C. I mean, last year, we've said this many times, not just here, not just last year when we were in Washington, but 2014 Battlegrounds was one of the most amazing events ever, and today it's also been just an awesome day.
It's been a fantastic day for some StarCraft action. Already nice to see those adjustments being made, to see that MC and Huck aren't completely unstoppable, Roddy.
I'd love to see this go to the final best of 3, and then I truly don't care who wins, whether bomb a defensive title or if we're going to have a new champion in the name of Huck and MC. But I would love to see as many games as possible.
That's right. And little Hulk Archon love there for our Protoss team as we are getting the players into the lobby now for the second map.
Which is going to be on, Nate. My eyesight is not good enough.
That was in Korean. You would have had a hard time reading it anyway, Kev.
What do you know about my Korean, Nate?
Well, Huck and MC, I mean, we talk about the build orders, the way that they opened up. I'd be surprised if they kept going with like this fast mine drop strategy. It seems a little strange to me.
Yeah, like it seems if it doesn't do a whole lot of damage, that you just have nothing on the other side of the map. If then 4 adepts show up in your main base, even if they pull SCVs, we all know how good adepts are against SCVs. So it's definitely a risky build to roll with a couple times in a row, and at the same time, we've seen it already. Huck and MC, they show a lot of variety in their play. So going for one build, 2, 3, 4 times in a row against them, you're playing with fire already.
Yeah. So it turns out the map we're going to be playing on is Ruins of Ceres. I believe that's the green one, Kev.
Ah, that's the massive one, right?
The absolutely ginormous map. And that'll certainly make things interesting because I do believe it's a great map for War Prism. There's a ton of airspace, a lot of cliff area available around the mains.
We haven't really seen a whole lot of Liberator play yet today, right?
The patch, man.
Well, I mean, you don't have to open with them, but on a map like this, you know, where Terran could potentially secure
the game
4
has to
or 5
go
bases.
so long. I think one of the coolest things about Legacy of the Void that's made Liberator play not happen today is the games are just so scrappy. The action starts so fast, and with Archon Mode, like there's just such little turtle play. Like I'd be surprised if we saw Tier 3. We already haven't seen any Tier 3. We haven't made it to Broodlords, Battle Cruisers, Carriers, Tempest. We haven't made it to anything like that. We haven't even seen Ultralisks today. It's just been pure action from the very beginning, and it never stops.
It's really hard to get up to those capital ships, especially if there's just action non-stop. If you know your opponents are always looking for an opening, if you don't have enough units in place at a certain time, you're going to get punished immediately. Not just in 1v1. I mean, Legacy is going to be spectacular, right? There is going to be more action. There is going to be more fighting than we had in Heart of the Swarm. But in Archon Mode, well, like you said, it starts and it never ends until GG.
That's right. We are loaded in, though, to map number 2, ladies and gentlemen, on Ruins of Ceres. In the northeast position, we have the blue Archon team up 1-0 in this best of 5. It's Bomber and MMA. They need to win the next 2 to reset the match. In the bottom left position, we have the red Archon team looking to get their first championship in Battlegrounds. It's Huck and MC.
You think they're shaken up a little, Nate, after that first game in the grand finals?
I think they probably had a nice little chat in between maps saying, what happened with that Warp Prism at the end of the game? Because that was supposed to keep them from attacking us.
And what happened to the Warp Prism in the start of the game? He's like, well, I had no money to warp in adepts, you know, stop blaming me.
It's like, maybe if you didn't have to build units at home, I could have built units in their home.
Next time, I'll defend against 2 Hellions, Nate.
Well, I think that's the I think that shows why these guys are so good, because we would have those conversations, and they're probably just like, okay, I'll fix it.
Nate and me, we did a couple of Archon games, and Nate, I love you, but never again.
It's just not going to happen, Kev. It's just not going to happen.
All right, scouts going down. Let's not forget, in the previous game, Huck and MC did not send a scout out once. This time they are scouting, though, very early. I want to see what they're up against. Of course, a massive map. You know, if you play against Command Center first, perhaps you can capitalize on it, but it's not going to be CC first. It's a very standard opening.
Yep, and like you said, this is a ginormous map. The probe harass, I mean, haven't we all heard the tales of the legendary Huck probe? Perhaps going to try to come in here and make life difficult for our Terran team.
Yeah, sometimes we don't know who's doing what in Archon Mode, but when it comes to harassing with a probe, it has to be Huck. Since the days of Wings of Liberty, Nate, he's been making a name for himself.
And this is a very interesting position, though, with that Twilight Council. This probe, though, getting right up in his face. MMA and Bomber, this is the part where you're like, hey, get that SCV out of there.
So come on, man, why so greedy? Give me another SCV. Now 2 SCVs are making their way to the low ground. Perhaps not even really necessary.
Run for your lives. Okay, the Marines are out. The SCV lives. Whew.
So do you think it's going to be for a Dark Shrine, Nate, or just Blink Stalker play?
I'd rather wait 10 seconds.
I think DTs, actually. It just makes sense. Yeah, there we see. The probe still in position as well.
Maybe they'll even build a gateway there, too, so that they can warp in at that pylon as well.
Well, when behind, go Dark Shrine. It doesn't really have to be in the game. It can also just be in the series. Down 0-1, go Dark Shrine.
I mean, you're just feeling fine, Dark Shrine. You know, just there's never a bad time for a Dark Shrine.
No, I second that. Ever since they made it cheaper, there's pretty much no moment ever. Especially if you're saturated on 3 bases, just throw it in there. It's so good aggressively and defensively as well. Bomber and MMA have absolutely no idea yet that this is going down. But so far, it seems like they're setting themselves up pretty defensively. The Widow Mine could be for aggressive purposes, but could also just to be at home in case of an Oracle. Like you mentioned, we already saw 1 Proxy Stargate today.
Yep, and Robotics Facility is on the way now, too. So we might even see DTs worked into that Warp Prism tactic, and I love it. I mean, if we just take a look at the main base of the Terran team, there is so many different angles a Warp Prism could come into. There's
even behind the main base as well.
You could go anywhere. You could go from behind the main base to behind the natural.
Yeah, they don't even design maps like this anymore. Most of them, whoa. What did they see that scared them so much? I guess they have something in the natural. Let's take a look real quick. I think they had something in the natural, and they saw how late that Nexus was. And obviously, you know, Bomber and MMA, they're not crazy. They're like, you know, I wasn't born last night, Nate. I know the Nexus timing is not right now. Something is going on. My opponents are rushing up to something. Could be Oracles, could be Dark Templars, maybe even Blink Stalkers. Either way, let's make life easy for ourselves right now and float over that command orbital to the high ground. And I like this decision a lot.
Don't take any unnecessary risks. And this is really nice because that first DT, it didn't swing, but DT did not attack. If they're looking, though, I think, you know, one of these guys has to be glancing now.
Okay, now multiple Dark Templars will show up, and now they have revealed themselves as well. They're double orbital, so there's enough energy. There is a tank that could have been very useful against Blink Stalker play, but it's going to also make life a little bit easier against these Dark Templars.
I'm surprised they didn't wait for the Mule to call down, or at least try to bait it out for a little bit, but now they've revealed its DTs, and, you know, tank drop is... That's an interesting choice.
Yeah, I mean, if you open up with Dark Templars, you shouldn't really have a whole lot of units at home, right? And obviously, you're not going to have a Stargate. Blink is on the way. Hey, imagine if this medevac flies straight over that pylon that's researching Blink right now.
That would be awkward.
Yeah, well, change of direction. They were actually heading into the right direction.
So there's the first scan. 1 DT still blocking. The Observer, wow, flies right by that tank drop. They know what's coming. They have the information necessary to prepare a defense. We have a War Prism coming in now, too.
Man, this Dark Templar, he thinks he's Metal Gear Solid over here, man. He's just like hugging the edges.
These Marines are like, it's just a box, guys, don't worry.
The Solid will show up, try to get a couple of SCV kills. We'll get picked off immediately. We won't forget you, Solid Snake.
We have this tank coming in over towards the main base. There's a lot of energy for pylon overcharges, so Probe takes a shot, and that pylon gets to work.
Yeah, it's so good. Has to be so careful. That medevac took so much damage already with these Stalkers. Blink is 70% done, so be careful, Bomber and MA. You don't want to lose that medevac in this phase in the game. A lot of gateways, by the way. I feel this is more than just a couple of gateways and let's take the game. I think they want to be very aggressive with the Blink Stalker follow-up.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean,
What, double tanked?
This is... What? Nate. This is a little too cheeky for me, Roddy. I don't know what to make of this. You have siege tanks coming out of medevac shooting at probes.
I mean, at least they're going to force these Blink Stalkers to stay at home, which is going to make them able to get enough bio units out at home. You know, Stim is only halfway done, so if Blink Stalkers would start attacking right now, that would be tricky. These medevacs will force them to stay at home for now. Do we have any aggressive weapons? Shouldn't we have more units from Hawk and MC?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised.
Okay,
There's the push out now. The War Prism is with them. It's not too many Stalkers, to be honest. I feel like what Bomber and MMA are building back home should be enough to defend against
There is a Widow Mine there as well, so you have to be very careful. They're shooting at the Widow Mine immediately, staying out of range. Very well done what the Hawk and MC are doing over here. Big warp into the main base. There aren't really a whole lot of units. Stim is getting targeted.
Oh no, the Tech Lab with Stim. It does get picked off. That insta warp in from the Warp Prism is just so strong. And now with depths are going to be warped in as well. I was going to say, Roddy, I thought it was holdable, but now the Warp Prism, I forgot, you know, that 2-second warp in is so powerful.
A lot of SCVs have been pulled. The Marauder helping out as well. These Widow Mines will try to get a shot off. Couple of Stalkers.
Widow Mines hurt the SCVs more than they hurt the Stalkers. Oh, the Observer! He knows! He sees it blinks forward. He's going to get them out of that with the tank! Oh, no!
That's an absolutely phenomenal snipe there for Archon MC, and they can keep on doing this. But hey, this is a phenomenal map for Blink Stalkers. Look at all the surface area. They can blink into the natural, they can go over the ramp, or they can just straight up blink into the main base once again. And with that Warp Prism there, reinforcing is going to be easy. This tank is doing quite a bit of damage. Good pickup there.
Yeah, I mean, the micro is nice, but more depths are being warped inside the base. The medevac is dead, the tank is dead, and it looks like Bomber and MMA here in game number 2 are also dead. The Warp Prism has just opened up the gates of Protoss hell upon the Terran base.
Yeah, probably the best Blink Stalker map in history after Heavy Rain. GG is called, and Archon MC will even up the series. You know, Nate, what I like most, they open up with Dark Templars, and it wasn't that crazy Dark Templar opening, right, where you killed 10, 15 SCVs, but what they did do is force them to burn multiple scans. The orbital was in the main, so, you know, it lost a little bit of production time, and a lot of SCVs weren't being produced, and at the same time, you know, even though that Nexus was later than the command center, we were looking at 40 probes against 27 SCVs, and, well, then following it up with Blink Stalkers, that's awesome.
Yeah, the income was not there. Those tanks being out on the map, killing a few probes here and there is nice, but when you're only mining off of one base, you're not really in a position to handle the warp ends they'll make with just a couple probes lost.
It was very risky because I feel if they shut it down the first time, you know, it's all about that first blink into the main base. How effective is the first blink? Well, it was very effective, and what a huge compliment to these Protoss players to stay out of range of that one Widow Mine, because that could have made things very ugly immediately.
Losing the shields on those Stalkers really makes things uncomfortable. I mean, you lose one, of course, but then those SCVs, man, when they gang up on Stalkers, they can do a lot of damage. And we see just all the perfect reads, too. The Observer spotting the tank in both times.
And I also think this not a command center going down was perhaps a tiny bit ambitious. We didn't really mention it during the game, but, you know, you just have so little production. You're just focusing so much on your economy while you're playing on a map. Of course, yes, this is a massive map, and it could go into super late game, but it's also a phenomenal map for Blink Stalkers.
Yep, and they paid the price of this game with that greed, and Archon MC
saw that grin.
Good.
You saw that grin. That's how Protoss players smile when they win with Blink Stalkers, Nate.
Oh yeah. Oh, I saw it this morning too. It's great.
Our
next see it all day.
Our next map is going to be played on Orbital Shipyard. Another interesting map.
Interesting. Does that mean Blink Stalkers, Roddy?
That's pretty interesting. Could be a lot of other things as well. It's a big map, so there's plenty of stuff to hide as well. Curious to see how both teams will open up over here. Score is 1-1. We are still playing a best of 5, but of course, if Bomber and MMA wins, we will have another deciding best of 3.
Yeah, very important to keep in mind, of course, this is that map that's a little bit more centered towards at least getting that 2 base, and of course that makes your 3rd base much easier to take because it's right in front of your main. I don't think we should have as much trickery, but Warp Prisms are still pretty good. In fact, they're pretty good on like every beta map.
I know. I think Warp Prisms is just going to be the backbone of Protoss in Legacy of the Void, unless a huge change happens. Of course, the game is still changing. Even just a couple days ago, we had another big patch where a couple of changes went through, like you mentioned, the Liberator and a few more things. But if the Warp Prism stays the way it is, well, you're going to see a lot of Warp Prism play in the upcoming years when it comes to Legacy of the Void.
For those of you wondering, what was the Warp Prism change? Why is it so much stronger? They did a bit of a rework. Like if you warp in units out of normal pylons, it takes about 11 seconds real time, so it's longer than it used to be.
It takes about as long as it takes to build a carrier in Heart of the Swarm, Nate.
Yes, you are actually waiting a lifetime, basically. The units you warp in actually go to your children instead of you. But if you use a Warp Prism, you actually get them so fast that it's as if you teleported to the future to get them.
Yep. And of course, the Warp Prism is faster. It has a bigger pickup range, which is a massive boost. You don't have to hover above the unit to pick it up anymore. No, you can just keep the Warp Prism rather safe behind the fighting lines and then just pick units up from a distance. You know, that's great with small units, Adept, Stalkers, whatever. But it's also great with the bigger ones. Think of Disruptors, maybe even Colossus eventually. I still refuse to bury my Colossus just yet. You know, I still believe that we are going to see it eventually.
It got a cheeky buff in one of the last patches, you know, so maybe the Colossus team will be alive again. But, you know, Archon and MC have also just shown how to perfectly synergize the unit compositions around that Adept, though. Like, it was just so surprising to see them playing today with pretty much just gateway units against Terran, and that's highly unusual.
I must still say, though, if I just look at both of the teams, both our Archons sitting on stage right now, Archon and MC seem just so much more relaxed. They seem so confident. They seem like they're having fun, you know, like you're just lathering casually on a Friday night, you know, a long work week, and then you come home, you play a couple games of StarCraft. That's almost how Archon and MC are sitting over here. They're just having fun.
sit down, Linkle in a few guys.
Yeah.
No worries.
Walk away with potentially $15,000, which is of course the first place prize. Second place finishers will walk away with $8,000. Still pretty good.
Yeah, there's still a lot at stake. And it's really a big credit, of course, to all these guys coming out, playing in the qualifiers, competing, making it this far. And even though, we had Bomber and MMA coming in, as the champion last year, they still had a long road to go to get to where they got as well. So everybody really earned their positions here, and this is, this is it.
I must say I got very excited when I knew that Bomber picked MMA, because if you think of old school Terran players, if you think about the early years of StarCraft, 2011, 2010 even, 2012, there were so many big Terran fans out there, and everyone was a big fan of Bomber back then, of MMA. A couple of those Terrans have fallen off. Well, these guys, they're still here.
We just need the Dream Archon team up. Get the four-way Archon, throw Boxer in there. Let's do it. And bit by bit for the jokes, we are loaded in. We have a little bit of cheddar. The wheel of cheese begins to spin in the top right corner. We have the blue Terran Archon of Bomber and MMA.
You mentioned him and they channel their spirit, Nate. Bit by bit, of course, a very old school, cheesy Terran player. Over here on the bottom side of Orbital's shipyard, we're looking at the main base of our red Archon. Give it up for Huck and MC. The crowd is starting to feel it, Nate. Washington is still awake.
It's been a great day of StarCraft action. These types of plays these were one of the biggest questions that people asked about Legacy of the Void when they announced all the economy changes. Can people still do this?
That's, of course, something that the Muslim was in particularly very, very worried about.
Well, I know that's why he still plays Heart of the Swarm, Roddy, because it's easier to 2-racks people there.
Yeah, well, you can 3-racks here. Perhaps he'll get used to it eventually. I have no idea how this is going to play out. We'll see. The Rexes, of course, they're on the other side of the map, but they're still not super close, Nate. Like, I've seen Rexes closer than this.
Yeah. And I'm very interested to see how the latest change to Photon Overcharge affects a defense of something like this. Because on one hand, in Heart of the Swarm, you had to wait for the Mothership Core to get 100 energy for it. But now you pretty much can instantly throw those overcharges, but they last way, way less long.
And I do really like this, though, by Bomber and MMA, because in game number 1, Hawk and MC did not probe scout at all. They did on the big map, on the 4-player map, because I guess they just wanted to know where their opponent spawned. But now when we're back at a 2-player map, no scout again. So this Marine count is going to go up very rapidly. And, Adepts are phenomenal against Marines early game, but there's only so much 1 or 2 Adepts can do when it's 7, 8, 9, 10 Marines.
Yeah, it's going to be very important that the overcharge is used properly, those Adepts are controlled properly, and that probes are pulled quickly enough to handle this, because I do think it'll be a very big deal. There's so many more Marines that'll come out at a time because, like you said, it's 3 racks.
Surprise, surprise. Who's there, Nate?
Yeah, here we go. The Marines and SCVs are coming in now towards that main base. Mothership Core is here. There is yeah, exactly. The Mothership Core, the Photon Overcharge is out of range of the bunker, so the Adept is the only thing answering.
Oh, he's mispicking. I think that Adept is trying to kill the SCV, but it's not getting it, and the Adept is so low in HP. 1 HP left.
And the Overcharge actually runs out already. This next one does get cast, but this bunker looks like it should be able to finish.
Yeah, and the bunker is in range of the cybernetics core, and that's where things get very, very dicey whenever you face cheese. This is starting to look pretty damn good for Bomber and MMA.
It looks like they're going to shut down their warp gate research. They'll only be able to build 1 Stalker, and that will be it for their production.
Okay, these Adepts can intercept the reinforcements, but that doesn't change that there are like 7, 8, 9 Marines into the main base. Photon Overcharge is going to go down again. Hawk and MC are still up in workers, but this Mothership Coordinate is starting to run very, very low on energy.
3 more buildings in the natural, depowered by those Marines. Needs to build another pylon to begin the production of units.
The probes are being pulled right now. They need to kill a lot of probes. Just killing 4, 5, 6 is not going to be enough. 1 more Photon Overcharge will go down. These Adepts, though, Nate, have done a phenomenal job in shutting down this Marine count, because this Marine count could have been at 12 or 14 by now.
Yeah, this is a really
play.
Yeah, it's a really scary spot to be in. Just that Stalker and Zealot microing against this warp gate, not even started yet. And the Zealot actually gets picked off with the Stalker. It's just a Mothership Core and probes to fight these Marines.
Yeah, these Marines will go down, but they'll take a couple of probes with them before they go. The worker count right now 23 against 19, and let's not forget about that incredibly late warp gate technology. They get 1 more probe there in the end.
Yeah, this is a really tense moment right now. The Adepts are working on this wall. 2 barracks are on the way, but there's no fighting units actually here for Bomber and MMA.
Nope, I guess the best thing you can do right now is wait until the supply depot goes low on HP, repair it rapidly with What?
What? They just tap out, GG!
What?
They saw, I mean, there were more stalkers going across the map. I didn't expect them to give up quite that fast.
Wow, they were still up in workers, and it was going to take a while before those depots went down.
They saw those adepts, and they panicked, Roddy.
Wow, I actually have no idea what to say. I mean, I know there's an Indra joke somewhere to be made, but I'm not going there. But I'm a little bit in shock.
Yeah, these guys perhaps a bit shocked. They anticipated that they'd be in a better position, but you know, the barracks was still about 20 seconds away, and then they would have had another 15 or so to get the Marine out, and then 2 Marines won't actually kill the 2 adepts. So with the extra stalkers that were coming across the map, I can see why, but I don't see why they didn't try.
Exactly, it's the grand finals, you know. There's only so many shots you have. Let's take another look. Of course, an absolutely great judgment call by Hawk and MC to send those 2 adepts that they had. Don't keep them at home. Don't try to fight 8-9 Marines with a bunker. No, send them across the forces and cut off the reinforcements. That was definitely the greatest call in this game.
Yeah, that decision making certainly had a huge factor in this, because you have your warp gate delayed, your production delayed, but these adepts were the true heroes. And you know, there's no army supply. There's 10 army supply at this moment. There were 2 stalkers and a mothership core with those 2 adepts. So I can see why they might think to themselves, okay, we can't do that. We don't have any units in production.
I think one of the, maybe something they could have done, Nate, is just land those 3 Rexes in the middle of the map, get 6 Marines or something, while you rapid repair your supply depots, you know, pull 5 SCVs at a time. Yes, you will end up losing 3, but as long as the adepts are not in the main base, I don't think it's the end of the world yet. Of course, it's dicey, you know, like you said, 0 army supply against 10. Yeah, that's not pretty, but...
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough when all your production is floating in the sky and the rest of your production is building. But now it's a 2-1 lead for them, and suddenly they're very close to winning the Battlegrounds 2015 series.
If you would have told me this 30, 40 seconds ago when the cybernetics score died and that bunker was up, that right now we would be 1 map win away from crowning Hawk and MC the champions of the Red Bull Battlegrounds 2015, well, I would have said, Nate, I know Protoss is good, but I don't think it's that good, that quick, but apparently it is.
Even I wouldn't have disagreed with that with all my Terran bias, Kev, but they somehow did it. We can see they are currently crushing them all, as they certainly crushed those Marines and the SCVs that brought the bunker to their base. But, wow, what a turn of events.
It was very cool to see as well how that plays out, right? The proxy Rexes against the new Photon Overcharge. Photon Overcharge is still incredibly strong, but it has less range. But you can cast so many more Photon Overcharges, not just one, and then suddenly you have to pull the probe, so you need to squeeze out as many gateway units as you can. It's like, no, Photon Overcharge, and Photon Overcharge again. That's pretty much when you run out of energy early game.
Yeah, I really like the different ways you can approach that, because proxy barracks suddenly seems a lot stronger. You still have to worry about the adepts, of course, but that Photon Overcharge is something that you can dance around a little bit more than you could in Heart of the Swarm. I still don't know how I feel about the proxy barracks play, but I feel like in a series like this, if instead of going for a proxy barracks, if you want to all in, man, I feel like Tank Banshee could even work again, just because you could finally outrange Overcharge like the old days.
Yeah. We'll see what we are going to see in game number 4. Hawk and MC still looking just calm as always. Still having a good time, on the verge of winning $15,000 over here. But of course can all still swing around. They're not there just yet. Both of them have won big tournaments in the past. You know, very cool story actually. A long time ago, Hawk and MC played each other in a tournament final. And it's good to see that didn't hurt their friendship.
Yeah, it's... you know, you consider your unlikely alliances, and I do like what they said at the beginning, you know. They were the only guys that came in here as, you know, quote-unquote friends. I'm sure everybody else here is friendly with each other, just didn't quite seem that way in their interviews.
Oh, these 2 guys had nothing but love. Bomber and MMA, you saw them discuss that for a while, Nate. You saw them look at the map as well on their screen. Probably not even sure what is the best map to play right now, because there are so many things you have to worry about. You know, having a small map could be great for drops, but at the same time, you have to worry about stuff we just saw on the green map, you know, with all the blink stalkers. How much surface area is there on some of these maps? There are still a couple of old school maps in the map rotation, a couple of maps we're all very familiar with from WCS and, you know, just in general Heart of the Swarm, but there are a couple of new Legacy of the Void maps out there as well, and I do think it's safe to say, especially when it comes to those newer maps, that Hawk and MC have way more experience on them.
Yeah, some of the maps, I mean, I don't think we've seen once today, Laralac Crest, for example, but it's so crazy just thinking about it, because you have all that practice on those maps, but this choice of strategy is so difficult. Yeah, they've just shown so much range in their build orders that they can go for. It's hard to pick one map and be like, oh yeah, these guys definitely don't have a strategy for this one.
Well, you can hear it already, Nate. You can see it on the main stream. We are loaded into our 4th game of the Grand Finals.
And possibly the last on the right side of Bridgehead. We have the blue Terran Archon. It's Bomber and MMA.
And on the left side of Bridgehead, we're looking at the main base of our red Protoss Archon. One map away from winning it all. It is Hockett MC.
Well, Roddy, we are on Bridgehead, and for PVT, there's a pretty good amount of space in the natural. You can do a little bit of cheeky Warp Prism play. We've already seen a little bit of that Reaper harass. In fact, that was how, it's how we started the day, was this map, the little Reaper, the Mind Jump, and just that nonstop harass. We had a good amount of action here, but how did they switch it up for this map now, being a potential game point?
Yeah, I think it's very difficult, Nate, because even going aggressive, you always have to worry about that prism. You always have to worry about adepts being wiped in. So at the same time, you could say maybe set yourself up very defensively. But if you do that, if you give Protoss too much time, Chrono Boost will just keep on going. And if you just never harass, well, you're going to fall 10, 12 workers behind very quickly. And that also makes it an uphill battle. So I have no idea what Bomber and MMA have in store for us for now. But what we do see, Nate, is a very quick factory.
That's right, another gas first play out of Bomber and MMA. They've been favoring this style in their quote-unquote macro games so far today against Protoss. They go for the fast mine, the fast drop. It's opened up doors for them, but so far those doors haven't led to very pleasant places.
These Marines scouting a little bit. Fortunately for them, they didn't find anything very unpleasant, Nate. We saw that quick, crazy double pylon photon overcharge rush early today here. But that was a game they actually ended up losing. That was against Violet and Masa, of course, on Bridgehead. They just handled it very well, just did so much economic damage on the other side of the map. And, if your mothership core is Fulton overcharging pylons on the other side of the map, well, that's great, but you also need something at home. And defending against drops becomes very difficult if you don't have Fulton overcharge.
Yeah, and especially considering it's so much easier in the current build of Legacy of the Void to maneuver around those photon overcharged pylons. It really forces you as a Protoss to be decisive and, a little bit more intelligent about where you want to place those overcharges.
One thing I definitely take away from Hockett MC's plays, I love the way they're scouting with these adepts early on, right? Always sending the real adept in one direction and then sending the shade in the other one, and then at the last moment just transform to your shade. See if you can do something over here. There we see it again, this adept just blinking on top of that ramp. There are 4 or 5 Marines. They don't reveal themselves.
I mean, this is very similar to what they've been doing the whole day long. This looks exactly like how they opened up on Terraform. They have the 2 Hellions, the 6 Marines, Mind Map up. Honestly, it's funny because you start with so much income in Legacy of the Void. This looks the same as the 1 base build you do in Heart of the Swarm, which I'm very familiar with.
Nate, wouldn't it be crazy if they also bring a probe to the other side of the map and then drop a pylon in the main base and bring the Photon overcharge too?
I mean, they did that earlier today. I wouldn't be surprised. The madness could continue. The offensive overcharges were a point of contention. That's why the radius got reduced.
I mean, obviously, with the opening that Bomber and MMA went for, they need to do some damage. Great wall up there, keeping those Hellions away. The Mothership Core is kind of caught in an awkward place. That Widowmine almost shot, Nate. That would have changed everything. If you take out that Mothership Core, there is 1 pylon there. I would almost say right now, ignore the probes and go for that pylon immediately.
Yeah, if you shut down the ability to actually warp in or use the overcharge, you're in trouble. Oh no, there's the mine! The probes! 8 probes knocked down! Bomber and MMA, that mine breathes new life into this series for them.
And I mean, Photon Overcharge goes down, but they can just ignore it. There's no reason to be there anymore, as they already killed all the probes in the natural, so they can go to the main base again. 2 adepts and 2 stalkers should be enough. But what this did do is force defensive warp in. So now Bomber and MMA can focus all their attention on defending against this prism. Just make sure that the adept numbers don't spiral out of control here.
You said this earlier, Kev. It's exactly as you pointed out. It's like we don't actually have any warp-ins to use aggressively.
Nope. Widow Mines are over here as well, and just making it very difficult right now for Hockett MC to do the damage that they would have loved to do. And let's not forget, these Hellions are still alive, these Marines are still alive. Man, this is awesome multitasking right now between Bomber and MMA.
Yeah, this is such a tough spot to be in. They're going to throw these shadows right on top of the bio, trying to pick them up. This could actually bait them Widow Mines defensively into their own forces. They're doing a lot of damage, but is it enough, Kev?
I still feel that's okay. A lot of very low HP SCVs though, so you got to be so careful with that, because 1, 2 more, adepts weapons, and this can get a lot more dicey. But I feel so far it's still so good. There is a Viking in the mix right now. That's going to finally shut down this Warp Prism play. These Marines are still active on the other side of the map as well. Hockett MC have secured a worker lead for themselves, but they're not out of the woods boots just yet.
Yeah, that medevac is finally being pushed back, but there's a second one there with
Adepts.
a few more Widow Mines. The Adepts are in the natural expansion, though. We're starting to see the SCV death count going higher and higher.
I love this. There's an observer there, though, to spot those mines. The idea is very cute, but these Stalkers should be able to take care of these mines. One of them will shoot, but Adepts are just so beefy and so tanky that in the end, Huck and MC still get out of this, Nate, in a pretty damn good scenario, because these
so
Adepts,
hard to kill.
Yeah, they're just still alive. They regenerate on their shields so quickly. These bio units are low on HP.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are the juggernauts of Legacy of the Void right now, and they are just gotten so much work done in this tournament all day long, crushing bio forces left and right. Twilight Council is finishing up. You mentioned it. They're way ahead on workers now.
Yeah, they do finally shut this down, but not before losing so many SCVs. I mean, there is Stim, so maybe there is a chance over here to do something. You know, getting those 3 pylons on top of the ramp was, again, another great decision, great crisis management. If they don't have it, they don't just have to worry about those Marines and the medevac. They have to worry about these Hellions as well. This time, they didn't have to worry about these Hellions, which just made life so much easier.
Yep. We have a big push out across the map. Widow Mines somehow managed to slip their way into the natural expansion, getting about 7 or so probes there. So nice for them, but
I mean, Bomber and MMA, they're heavily up in army supply. It's 44 against 30, and let's not, well, actually they have combat shield. They don't have stim donate, but they do have plenty of medevac. So even when they don't stim, they should have quite a bit of endurance in this push. They need to keep it. Oh, I imagine if they would have had stim here, they would have been able to snipe this prism. They're still going to try, of course, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I like that they use the prism, though, because the other thing is it can help to catch up to those medevacs if they're not boosted, so that the Stalkers can actually try to snipe those. And in this particular scenario, this mine drop is still a very difficult thing to deal with.
Yeah, Blink is not ready yet, I believe. It's 60-70% in. Modern MMA desperately looking for an opening. That Mothership Core is, of course, gathering a lot of energy, and that's going to make things a little bit more tricky. You know, if there's 3, 4, 5 photon overcharges available, this is going to be so hard to be very effective. More gateways going down, Nate. I won't be surprised at all if we're going to see massive Blink Stalker warpins on the other side of the map real soon.
Yeah, I get the impression that MC and Huck are looking to take either a big harass with this War Prism or just clean up this army and counterattack.
Viking?
There's one Viking here watching, waiting.
No.
Oh, War Prism looks like it's going to barely dodge it.
You're kidding me.
Oh, bad place to warp in, buddy.
Well, that's something, though. You know, at least they're going to be able to push it away for now. 1 photon overcharge will go down on this pylon. That's a lot of Blink Stalkers, by the way. Without Stim, I actually think you can out-micro that force if you have a good concave.
It's still going to be very difficult to do, as that choke point can get a little bit dicey with the force fields that can be thrown down. We also have to get in line, of course, the sentries. Guardian shield can be really nice for the Adepts.
Yeah, this part is so good. Forward Blink, and there is still no stim. Pick up the Marauders and heavy sniping for these Stalkers, Nate.
Yeah, phenomenal. Actually cleaning up all the bio. Now the War Prism's made it into the main base. 4 Adepts throw their shadows to the Naturals. The War Prism's still alive. They've cleaned up every last bio unit out on the map. Roddy, this counterattack could secure them the Battlegrounds 2015 championship.
The Adepts are killing all the SCVs. The Stalker took care of most of the Marines and Marauders. Even the Medevacs got sniped as well. There is a Ghost Academy going down. A little bit of counter-harassment on the other side of the map, but 74 army supply against 47. We got Adepts. There is a Sentry in the mix as well. I have no idea how Bowen and May are supposed to stop this Stalker force.
I think there's too much here. Kev, the War Prism is behind this as well. There's the force fields. The Guardian shield popped up. GG is called. Huck and MC will be your Battlegrounds 2015 champions.
So dominant from start to finish. It just looked like they were never in true trouble, even after dropping map number 1 here in the grand finals. The boys, they were so solid, Nate. They totally showed the power of Protoss right now in Legacy of the Void.
absolutely phenomenal finals to take it all here in the first big tournament for Legacy of the Void, Roddy. Coming together.
Great to see these two friends win this tournament. Like I said, they look so dominant from start to finish. And I'm so jealous, by the way, of the trophy. What a cool trophy. What a unique trophy.
Yeah, the trophy is much of an Archon as the teams participating in this series in 2015.
Look at that. That's a Brotos love right there, Nate. Brotos is for life.
Those are the faces of two men who did not rate each other as ones.
Awesome, I loved it, man. They showed some great builds. They showed great variety in their openings as well. And overall, I think they are the well-deserved champions of the Red Bull Battlegrounds 2015.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic, and only great things ahead, I'd imagine now, Roddy.
Well, I'm curious to see where these two can go. I mean, both of them have been successful in both Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm, and they already have a head start in Legacy of the Void.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to hear what they have to say. We've got them on the main stage with Total Biscuit.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champions of the Red Bull Battlegrounds, Huck and MC. Huck, I've got to ask you, you did drop a map in that series and things were looking pretty good for MMA and Bomber there for a moment. Were you at all worried when that occurred?
Yeah, I think Bomber and MMA proved that Terran can win. It's just a matter of defending the Warp Prism. But that being said, they didn't defend the Adept that well, so we still could, you know, make good games, and it was close. It was close. Even in that last game, I felt like it was pretty close until we pulled ahead.
축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 세트 지셨는데 아무래도 그거에 대해서 약간 걱정이 된다든지 뭐 그런 건 좀 없으셨나요?
It wasn't matter for us because one game lost is nothing, you know. First round, we lost first game too, so yeah, it doesn't matter.
3-1, 3-1.
A very strong finish and a great outing for your Archon team. I think the question is this the last night for you as an Archon, or do you intend to play together in future?
We'll still play together, I guess. I mean, MC likes to stream a lot, I like to stream a lot. I think our viewers would enjoy it, so, you know, even if we weren't playing in this tournament, I think we'd still mess around and play games from time to time.
장민 선수 이번 대회를 계기로 혹시 복귀의 생각이 있으신지요? 아니면 뭐 계속 방송으로 뭐 헉 선수랑 계속 경기를 더 한다든지 좀 이런 생각 있으신지요?
Maybe streaming, and if someone want to take me to team and good salary, I should be.
Because I asked him, you know, if this would mark and return to the game.
Yeah, so if anyone's looking to pick up a great half of an Archon, then by all means. I think the other half's taken right now, though. We'll see if we can get him transferred out of his current team. Regardless, I would love to hear your final thoughts on Archon Mode. How much have you enjoyed playing in Archon? Would it ever replace 1 versus 1 for you? And what kind of future do you think the mode has?
I don't think it'll replace 1v1, but it definitely has its feature. I would love to see it in StarCraft 2 events, as special show match and Pro League, that kind of thing. I would love to play more events Archon Mode. As a player, it's very fun. It's not as nerve-wracking to play with someone else. I mean, even one of our games, we argued quite a bit. We had a pretty big falling out in one of the games, but all in all, it was a lot more fun to, you know, win with a friend than lose by myself or win by myself.
자, 플레이오프부터 해서 결승까지 집정관 모드로 쭉 하셨는데, sorry, I'll let the guys shoot. Sorry, guys. 집정관 모드로 대회를 이렇게 준비를 하시면서 뭐 지금 크리스 선수는 집정관 모드가 1대1을 대신하진 않을 것 같지만 이벤트전으로 많이 활용될 거라고 생각하는데 집정관 모드에 대해서 한 말씀 해주시죠.
I think Archon Mode is very fun when I'm winning. If you lose, blame to each other. And I lost because of you. You did mistake.
Don't look at me, look at him, look at him.
Yeah, like that, you know? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, if you lose, friendship is broken, but if you win, yeah, good friendship.
And we don't want to keep you too much longer, but one final question. Do any of you have any words for this phenomenal audience that we've had in the house today?
I mean, obviously, me and MC haven't won a championship in a while, but I'm a caster, kind of, sort of, I guess, and he's a retired player. But I'm really happy that we were here, and I'm glad that thank you. And I'm glad we could show great games, and thank you all for coming out and cheering for us.
이어서 여기 온 팬들한테 한 말씀 해주시죠.
Yeah, thank you for coming, and wow, a lot of fans. Yeah, I retired, but still Bostos.
Retired for Boston. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your champions, Huck and MC. And that about wraps us up here from Red Bull Battlegrounds in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you, of course, to everybody in the audience today. You have been fantastic. Gentlemen, we are done. Congratulations to MC and Hook. Good night.